up, kicking myself. Exhale, cause I heard it helps. But same old way I felt, resting on my shoulders. Cold night in a sleepless bed, white eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out. Sing when I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to you, visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I don't feel my fear. hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown my sorrow, but I love that bittersweet.
Visions of you.
Come closer. Closer. Visions of you. 9:30 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official Trackmania channel for the Stage 2 Global Playoffs of the 2025 Trackmania World Tour. After weeks and months of competition, we are finally at the conclusion of this year's World Tour, where we are going to be seeing, of course, who will make it through to the World Cup at the end of the day, and of course, who will be grabbing the last playoff victory of the season and the 3,000 points that come with it, as well as a slice of the 5,000 euro cash prize that is at stake. I'm Thomas Mengozi, aka GGeek, and alongside me is the one and only Kai Ludwig, aka Luckers Turbo. Very much a warm welcome to Turbo, of course, in the caster booth, because I think that's the first time that you're covering anything World Tour related, right?
Yeah, I mean, life has been busy for me, of course, but happy to be back for the Global Playoff Stage 2. I mean, as you already said, the best playoff performing duo not leading their region qualifies to the Trackmania World Cup. So what that means is that we could theoretically most likely see two teams from the EU region going through. But let's not go into theory craft beforehand, because I kind of want to talk about what Granadi went live with what kind of message. And he was like, this is what the whole year of esports is deciding right now. And I think that's completely true, because this will set in stone of 4 teams that will go to the World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. 4 teams that will go for the World Cup, which are, of course, the #1 teams from each and every region. We got the EMEA region, of course, the most contested regions this season, with the likes of Bokeh, Swift, Big, Wild, Nemesis, and so on and so forth that duke it out throughout the entire season. But we also have the #1 team from the NCSA region, as well as the #1 team from the Asia Pacific region, and of course, the one.
Guaranteed, set in stone, Puff Bros and Jetlag. I think you cannot really, I think mathematically you cannot even catch up to them. I think NCSA region, Puff Bros have like 9,000 points. So they're almost. Oh my.
And we do have a couple of things to tell you now. We are working through some technical difficulties. Make sure to stick with us. Of course, we are trying to solve. Should be Jetlag versus the Puff Bros, which is a bit of a show match in itself already. So yeah,
maybe we're gonna go and explain the format real quick, because
yeah, sure.
Today we have 16 teams in a group stage that will be playing out. It will be played in the Swiss round system. So that means you always play against a team, like before the seeding, you always play against a team that has the same win-loss ratio than you. So if you win the first match, you will play also against the team that won their first match. If you then also win your second match, you will play against a team that also wins the second match. If you then happen to win that third match as well, you qualified to day #2 with a top seed. There's 2 teams who can go 3-0. But then you're not out if you don't win 3 matches and lose no matches, you can also go through if you're 3-1 or 3-2. So there will be 8 teams in total that are either 3-0, 3-1, or 3 rank.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, in day number 2, there will be the main event, which will be a double elimination bracket with a specificity, actually, this time around, where it will be actually a grand final with a bracket reset, which means that the team coming from the winner bracket will have one best of 5 and an advantage. Well, not even best of 5, best of 7 advantage. And the one coming from the lower bracket will have to win the match not once, but twice in order to actually claim the trophy, which will make things very, very interesting. We've had that kind of bracket reset before in the Trackmania Grand League 2 years ago, which was how the finals for the Trackmania Grand League and the Challenger League were also contested. And this also gave us one of the most exciting finales in Grand League history with the BDS versus Solary match. Afi and Aurel versus Carl and Pac. Carl and Pac, who came from the lower bracket, remember, and won 2 back-to-back best of 7s in order to claim the Grand League title. Arguably one of the best matches in Grand League we've had in the history of the Grand League, to be completely honest.
I mean, I can also think about the lower bracket comeback from Big, of course. That one was also insane with control. But yeah, this match in particular, I mean, Afi and Aurel playing, and I think even winning their first playoffs. And also their only one, because after that, it went a bit downhill for them, I suppose. It was that season we're talking about, right?
Yeah, it was. I think it was that season that we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. Also, at Padster, is everything fixed now? Or should we like do a local recording? Sorry to do that like this. Okay, so also...
Okay, I know that there was some issues with my microphone specifically. First of all, can you hear me? Make sure to well,
type 1 in chat.
Yeah, type 1 in chat if you can hear me clearly, or if I still sound like Bender that's having a stroke. Because we're trying to suss out those issues, of course, in these things whilst we also wait for the match to start. It seems as though we might be missing some players because I see the Pigeon bands are started getting a little bit automatic.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, apparently we did see a couple of ones seems to look all fine according to some people. So thank you very much. Yeah, as I said, we're working our best here to make sure that the broadcast goes smooth. Sometimes there might be some bumps in the road, and yeah, those happen, and we're just trying to deal with them the best we can. Of course, a big shout out to everybody involved trying to make this event happen, not only from the TOs, the admins, but also production staff. Patster, much love as well, who's returning after the first global playoffs, where he was also behind the curtains. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We're just patiently waiting to see whenever our match starts.
Yeah, and I mean the map pack, maybe we want to talk a little bit about that, because the maps are not that easy, but also not as hard as the maps from other seasons or like other tournaments that I've been focusing on. And I would say like some of them were very transitional, but also had some like weird print to it. Supercross, for example, a Gear 3 dirt turn map, and then also Ricochet. No, two-wheeling it was from Kaluki, which feels like a very odd map. But then we also had a lot of like RPG transitional maps in between, some maps that are very much straightforward to drive. But those maps for me are the odd ones out here, I would say, especially two-wheeling, where you can gain or lose a lot of time.
Yeah, two-wheeling is probably one of the more treacherous maps out there. Ricochet feels a bit more, it feels like it's built kind of, I know that I'm going to get riled with this, but it does have the vibe of a press 4 map with how much like roof hits into like sort of quarter turns, but you can't just press A or W to accelerate. You have to steer, which it's a press 4 map where you have to steer. That's basically the best way I can describe it. But it's probably one of the more enjoyable maps in the map pack, at least from my particular one. Beginnings is one that is supposed to make a callback, of course, to the very origins of Grand League mapping by Banano, and it's one of those maps that is also one of the more treacherous, with those risky jumps onto platforms, which is very easy to misalign. And then we've got, of course, Pipe Dance, which is pipes, basically, where you have to be very careful with your speed, because it's pipes with, of course, slow-mo blocks. So you have to be very wary of your speed, because that slow-mo block right there can really warp your procession of speed, and next thing you know, you're either undershooting the pipe and falling directly straight under it, or overshooting a pipe and you get flung off the pipe just like that.
And another thing on pipe dance is that there's a potential bug slide. I mean, there's a bug slide at the start that they can do, but I've seen Moda skipping some of the plastic and then jumping into a bug slide. It's a bit faster, but also very risky, but there's not too much happening on this map other than the slow-mo pipes in that regard, right? I mean, it's just a very long section and so deceiving because you drive 350 to 400 kilometers per hour, but you in slow-mo. So you think you go like 100, 200 kilometers per hour. So it's very much deceiving. And this is also one of the weirder maps, quote unquote, in this map pack, but also you can gain so much time as we're still waiting for Modas and Brand's opponent to join onto the server. So that's why we still have a pause. So the match will start in just a couple of minutes when they're on the server. So the pick and ban is not correct. So we will probably not start with pipe dance.
Yeah, probably not with pipe dance. Indeed, the pick and ban was sort of automatically done with one half of the match essentially missing. So we are still very much waiting on that front. But I guess we can talk a little bit about the teams and players that are going to be competing in this weekend. Of course, we will have our featured match for round one, which will be Puff Bros versus Jetlag, or the other way around, Jetlag versus Puff Bros. Bren and Mutta versus Carl Impact, both #1 seeds from NCSA and APAC, and 3 out of 4 players were actually on site last weekend at XP Evo. So it will be very interesting to see how they got back on the saddle after a week after competing in solo tournaments, no less.
Agreed.
As we do see PAC joining the server. Also, other teams to look out for, of course, Bokeh, Banks, and Otak, the #1 team in the EMEA region, 2-time EMEA regional winners. They also finished in 2nd place in the Stage 1 playoffs. They lost in the grand final. I think it was best of 5, which was 3-1 versus the Puff Bros, who thus won Stage 1 playoffs and have won almost every single NCSA regional. They did lose, I think, 1 to Onyx and CSA, which is both Kakni and Noisia, or rather Kakni and Betatos, was actually filling in for that particular event. And in terms of other teams, there's going to be, of course, Big, Masa and Granadi, Nemesis with Maima Pustito Paco, Wild, who made a solid progression in the last part of Stage 2 with Jan and Wizzy, claiming their best ever finish with a 2nd place in the last EMEA event of the season, a week before they departed to Cologne. Then we also have Gibbet Dumpling with Nighttech and Bimi, who done pretty well for themselves. Team Divergent with Rotrex and Nico. Rotrex, we've talked about him before. Very, very young player, but a very young, talented player in the French seed. We also do have the brothers, Hill and Bessie, as well as Pigeon, Levon, and Neon, the winners of the RMX Duo Edition, which I had the chance to cover. And also done a very good performance in Swami of the World Tour #2, as well as the last EMEA event. And in terms of the other teams, we also have Team A2 with LP and Savvy as one of the players. And we also have Team Restless with Kelva and Cobra, and Team Split APAC with Joe, Xerxes, and JK Lee. I mentioned those 3 players because there might be a little bit of leeway for some.
You forgot one team, actually.
Yeah.
One team, and it was Team Lion Coast.
I forgot.
Aurel and Tona.
I was so enamored by.
Oh, good. I think we start with a pick and ban now, actually.
Yeah,
so,
true. I think pick and ban. Yeah, we did see Pac and Carl joining in. Sorry about that, but yeah, I was so enamored with the other teams, Lion Coast, Aurel and Tona, who have made a very solid season all around. They haven't really been flashy in the results, but they've done just enough to really find themselves cementing themselves deeply into the top 9, which is directly qualified for the playoffs, of course. And it will be very interesting to see how they both perform. Aurel, of course, in his return to competition in 2025 after a year out, and performing pretty admirably, I gotta say.
Also very cool to see him at XP Evo. I think they also did really good, especially in the first couple of rounds in the tournament. It looked very good. So Sideswipe and Supercross are bans. Interesting, because Supercross Gear 3 dirt map, a lot of hard transitions, implying or like just incorporating a lot of bobsleigh turns on this map as well. So I really get that. This map is certainly not that easy to do, and I was really thinking, okay, this ice slide on this map, that was it was a bobsleigh entry.
Bobsleigh entry into ice slide,
and then a precise line on the outside to set up a very hard ice slide, and then you also need to hold the speed into the risky ending. So understandable ban as well as Sideswipe. Very hard risky ending where you have to hit the plastic very precisely to get the reactor boost. If you readjust, if you release, you lose a lot of time because you will accelerate later. Maybe we're gonna see that map again. Hopefully we're gonna see that map today. Maybe it will be like a pocket pick from any of those teams. Air Control, the first pick. It is a very nice map, and I expect a lot of great races. It will be a nice match to watch. on this particular map. Two-wheeling as map number 2. Okay, I didn't expect this map to be picked as well.
Brand pick, and this is Brand picking for his teammate, because Mara is exceptionally strong on this map from having seen some of his performances.
He has the world record, actually.
He has the world record, and he drives pretty consistently within a couple of tenths of his own world record. So this will be one key map to look out for Team Jetlag. Then Mara picked Ricochet, which is the latest map to be introduced in the map pack. And then we are just waiting for Pack for his pick. It will be Hoop, the map from Popwets, as map number 4, and then Decider will be Beginnings by Banano. Okay, so
nice
Air
map
Control, Two-Wheeling, Ricochet, Hoop, and Beginnings. Honestly, this is looking like a pretty solid map roster to start things off. Air Control, of course, being the pick that we've seen, which will be for the team Puff Bros, which will be starting off in about 60 seconds.
But yeah, Air Control is such a nice map, really. It looks so simple, but it's so hard to do. You have like air brake timings, no air brake timings, where I really want your nose to dive in again, and also wide drifts where you have to hold gear 4. The approaches are also very important on this map, so I really expect a very hard or like a very pushy race from the teams. I do not know who practiced the most from those teams. I mean, as you already said, Pack and Carl Jr. were both at XP Evo, maybe still a bit jet lagged, no pun intended, of course. And Bren wasn't there. Muda
as well
was
in there, and I argue it's more Carl and Muda that have been very heavily jet lagged. Pack is only leaving like 1 hour behind, so it's not that much of an adaptation. But yeah, for the likes of Muda, who went all the way from Australia to compete at XP Evo, of course, that is a very big journey that he had to do. As we're about to get started with our first map, of course, Air Control, the map pick from the Puff Bros with a 118.330, the world record you can see on the top left of the screen with Binks. And in terms of the other best times, Carl has a best time online of a 0.618. Pack currently doesn't have any time on the board, so it'll be very interesting to see how he fares. And I did see that Muda or Bren, either of them was on the 119. It was Bren on the 119, and Muda is on the 118.5. So it'll be very interesting to see how they all get on as we get started right here, right now, with the first map in this best of 5.
I think we're gonna, not sure if we're gonna see today that the world records will get beaten. It's a bit like, you know, just seeing the pace, driving a bit more comfortable, and all of that.
Match, yeah.
Yeah, but to also explain you the format a bit, because we have 5 maps in a map pool. We had the pick and ban beforehand that were decided there, and then a team has to win 3 maps in order to win the match, and you win the map by collecting 10 points at least to secure the point. And there's different scenarios. Maybe we're gonna come into that, because we have a nice and good round here from the opponents. Look at this. Carl did fail that nosedive there, and he dropped all the way down to that last position. Pack now in the leads, and then we have Bren and Muda behind. So Carl not too far. I mean, it's 0.2 seconds. Actually a close race here, Thomas.
Yeah, looking pretty close, despite that little bit of a heavy set landing with that nosedive, not well managed from Carl Jr. He's still hanging on the back of the field, but we did miss the jump in the transition from Muda, and that is going to be the first heavy mistake to be noted here as we go for the jumps around the hill. This is looking very low from Bren. Look at the speed from Carl Jr. though, heading towards the final jump. Pack as well, on and so all 3 within a tenth of each other.
Oh, Pack crashed
6,000, but still manages to cross the line in first with 3 milliseconds of an advantage over Bren, who himself is 3 milliseconds ahead of Carl. So it will be a victory scenario for the Puff Bros, which will put them on the lead 2-1. And of course, we have to, if it's been a while since we've done this, so I guess we can retell the round outcomes in case we do have a team that does first and second. It is an ace, and thus it will be 3 points for the winning team, no points for the losing team. Then if we go 1-3, like we did in the previous round, it will be a victory with 2 points for the winning team and 1 for the opposing team. And in case we have a team first and fourth, and the other team second and third, it is considered a tie or draw, and 1 point will go to each and every team, as unfortunately it looks as though we might be heading that way, or even the victory for the Jetlag team, as Carl Jr. has completely crashed out on the transfer at the end of checkpoint 4-5.
But Pack has him covered right now, can force that draw here, but good line from Muda. Look at that nosedive and the speed accumulated over that sector. So it's a 2-horse battle. Muda with a way better approach over that very heavy transitional sector, and Muda with so much speed. Very good job there. Pack loses a bit of control there, so they really need to deny that ace. I mean, they've gotten 2 points in the previous round, but an ace is just so overpowered. You get 3 points for that, and your opponent only gets nothing out of it. Not even 1 point, nothing. So Pack has to push it. Bren with a way better landing this time around. Pack now bumping, and this is the ace for Team Jetlag, as you can see. Moda on a good time. Let's see, it will probably be a 118 by the looks of it, but the start wasn't that fast. Okay, so 119 low, still 0.8 away from the world record, but Team Jetlag bouncing back, now going into the lead. It's 4-2 after that hefty mistake from Carl Jr. Pack obviously had to push, but also lost a bit of control there in the beginning middle sector.
Yeah, everything seems to start to unravel for Pack when we were in the mid part of the map with that nosedive that Mutta beautifully executed, and then he kind of found himself on the Pack foot there. Pack tried to push a little bit, but didn't have enough speed for the penultimate jump on the hill, and thus landed a little bit too early and ended up getting a bounce back that completely sent his run down in the gutter and forced basically himself down in third place, allowing the Jetlag team to have a 2-point lead as we head into round number 3. But this time it will be Bren on the back foot with the start that is costing him about half a second as we go for the transfer. It's a transfer that you have to go really low, but it's very easy to clip on the front axle with a little bit of a nosedive there, and that will definitely impact your time on the way into checkpoints 4 through 5, as Mutta is right in the thick of the action as Pack releases. Well, Pack is still in the lead, but Carl Jr. released his way too early, and as such just comes to a dead stop almost midway through the map, and the Canadian once again falling down in the gutter, and it's all down to Pack now to try and anchor the fort and bring at the very least 1 point into the bag for Team Puff Bros, and try to search for a draw as he finds himself in a fight with Mutta.
But Mutta with Pack missing out on the reset, and now he is completely out of it. Carl Jr. also was already behind by 2 seconds, so now it's the ace here for Bren and Mutta again. Mutta with such a good line there over that one sector where he already gained in the previous rounds. And he will again clock in a safe first position, 119.6, so much slower than in the previous round, but it seals the deal. Another ace for the blue team, and it's already map points if they score another ace. 7-2 it is, and Carl and Pack have to pull the trigger here on this round, and this was also the pick from Bren and Mutta from the blue team, if I recall it correctly.
This was the red pick.
It was the red pick. True, it was banned. There were bans beforehand, so yeah, that makes sense. So it's the red team. Red team's pick, so Carl and Pack, like that's what I already noticed, especially in that sector where Mutta really gained a lot of time, so maybe we can take a look onto him. They don't seem that confident in this sector that comes up right here, where Mutta just has such a better and more comfortable setup for. Does it work this time around? Does he get the nosedive? Nope, he does not. So Mutta...
Bren does, though, and we all again see Carl falling a little bit on the way back, and thus having a bit of a heavy-set landing after that nosedive, which means that he will be falling back down to third. He's still locked in battle with Bren, though, as we make our way through to the third and final sector here on this map. Pack having a quite consequential lead of around 0.3 of a second. Let's hope that he actually makes the jump through the reset gates. Yes, he does, and now Bren finds himself along with Mutta in third and fourth, but Carl goes way too wide and raises the wall, and that will be throwing the ace into the bin for Team Puff Bros, as Mutta went very, very close to the edge on the landing to that penultimate jump. Pack and Bren, it will be Pack winning once again with a .184 at the line, 98 milliseconds ahead of Bren. Mutta 4/10 back from the leader in third, and Carl in fourth. It will be a draw that will still somewhat see the Puff Bros extract one more round, but yeah, this is they are paying the price of 2 very critical mistakes in the previous 2 rounds with that 8-3 scoreline and that 5-point delta that they have to actually catch back up.
Yeah, I agree, and I mean, this draw is so good for the blue team because they come ever so slightly closer to this 10-point threshold that they have to reach or surpass in order to win this map. Carl and Pack with a very good start coming into round number 5. Looking good. Oh, but Pack, no, with the best landing. Bren got it really well. Goes back into the lead, but Carl with a much wider approach. Good speed, importance, as you say, to accumulate as much speed as possible over in that sector. Pack and Carl having it good again. They need to get the ace to make it a close match again, but then they at least need 2 more rounds, 2 more victories to force overtime. Oh, but Bren now fading the slide, having to respawn, so that is a good opportunity for the Puff Bros to get the ace.
Yeah, good opportunity for the Puff Bros to get the ace, especially considering that the middle sector has been roughly equivalent with a nosedive execution from the top 3, and thus Carl and Pack tried to streak ahead as Carl went so close to the wall on the entry to that left-hander before checkpoint number 9. He's really going all guns blazing after having a few rounds which were a little bit more difficult than Mutta. Doesn't really have an answer for now, finding himself around half a second down compared to Pack currently leading the race. Carl Jr. hot in tow in second position, going a little bit closer to the edge than he was previously on the penultimate jumps. A little bit of a heavy set landing. Not quite. That was looking very, very close, though. And it will be almost a tandem finish. Pack winning with a 118.975. Finally dipping into the 118s. 37 milliseconds ahead of his own teammate. There's the ace that they need, but it's not quite enough. They still, in retrospect, I think they need to go back-to-back aces if they really want to get back on even footing, in a sense, with the Jetlag team, who find themselves denied for the second time in a row.
Oh, but now Mutta with an early mistake here as well, so this could set themselves up nicely for at least a victory. So they need 2 victories now, at least, to go into overtime, else it is over. But they can also go into the lead here with just that ace. And then they only need of a draw afterwards, so that's why aces are so overpowered, and that looks very good right now, but the map is still quite long, as Brandon is right now 0.2 behind. Good approach, does not get the nosedive this time around, but not the best landing, even though he has a lot of speed, gets the nosedive and a good landing, so Brandon is not out on this round just yet. Mutta respawns, so he will not play a role unless Pack or Carl, or even both, will make a mistake in this round, but it's looking very good for them right now. As you can see, they are at 0.2 ahead still of Bren, who just waits for a mistake. And yeah, both are surviving, so it looks good for the Puff Bros. Good to, almost a comeback, but it's not over just yet, right?
Whoa.
Oh, the comeback!
You should have said that. Went too far up to the outside for Carl Jr. and hit the neon with the right side of his scar, veering him off the track, forcing himself to respawn. Pack will hold the lead and will win with a .992, 50 milliseconds ahead of Bren. Carl will be able to reach the line in P3 because of the
very important
attacks from Mutta earlier on, and we're back to just a single point gap between the two with that victory scenario in favor of the Puff Bros. 9-8 still in favor of Jetlag, but now they have bigger fish to worry about, as they're not the only ones trying to secure their first map.
Yep, they are indeed, but they need that ace. So the red team, they are in need of the ace to close it out. Victory or ace. Victory would mean overtime, and now Pack and Carl are indeed leading. Mutta really struggling right now, is more than 1 second behind, as well as Bren, who has a terrible line over in that sector, will not have any speed to work with in this sector, unfortunately. So this is Pack's and Carl's round to lose. They can save it, but can you really save this map too much? Because you need to make sure to clear those transitions.
Yeah, those transitions, especially that uphill in the mid part, you better be sure that you have enough speed entering into that uphill, because I saw that debate on the Twitch chat wondering how much horsepower these have. Well, they have power, but it's more towards the top end. If you land in a hill, there's no torque in a Trackmania car's engine. So if you get stuck on a hill, that's over. You can't fire it back up. And that's why you need to actually manage your speed into those little hill sections, as we're currently seeing Pack and Carl do just that. Carl going for the long jump and tries to go for the safer route, knowing that he has a fair bit of advantage over Bren. But will that come back to bite him? Because look at the speed that Bren's able to carry through. And again, a bit of a two-stage landing on the other side of the hill for Carl Jr., which almost cost him. Well, if that wasn't for Bren clipping at the apex of the final corner, and with that, the ace is validated for the Puff Bros after a very, very costly round 3 and 4. It was back to Carl and Pack to close it out, 11-9, 1-0, as we make our way through to two-wheeling, which is the Jetlag pick. And as I said, you have to be wary about one man in particular, no longer the record holder, but still, Mutta with a 118.80, 119.809. 118 would have been absolutely extraordinary, but no, it's a 119.809 for Mutta, who's looking supremely fast on this map, and the world record you could see, which was beaten eventually by Posty Topako from Team Nemesis with a 119.764.
Yeah, agreed, but nice comeback there from Carl Jr. and Pack, holding their composure, and were able to close out their first pick in this series. So we have a match here, I would say, which is very cool. It looked very much already over it. I think the scoreline was 8-2, right? Or 7?
It was 8-2.
7-2.
7-2, yeah, it was
and
that.
then 8-3 it was,
gap.
right?
8-3. Yeah, indeed. It was a 5-point gap after 3 rounds that were accumulated in favor of Team Jetlag. As we're midway through Sector 1 here, Mutta springing into the lead, Carl trying to catch up to his teammate for second position, Bren at the very tail end as we make our way through to the first emerge parts, and there is going to be why this map was called two-wheeling. Look at this. Move on to 2 wheels. You would do the 180 if you go for the conventional strat, but it's faster to actually cancel the rotation for the first part and try to get the trigger for the reactor directly. Here you have, of course, to go for the 180 to then catapult yourself out of that sector, and once again, it is going to be the Puff Bros streaking ahead with a 3/10 advantage over the nearest Jetlag player.
Yeah, now make sure to not lose control. You can slide out, but you also don't want to drift, else you lose complete control in this sector. So Pack and Carl Jr. still in the lead, but there's one person behind them who is trying to push it, and I think he has figured out this ending quite well. Mutta has a 119.809 as PB, as you already mentioned beforehand. When I prepared my notes for the cast, it was Mutta actually having the world record, and he comes closer. Good turnaround, and I think Pack missed the checkpoint, so he's having to respawn, and Mutta will go into first position. So it is, instead of the ace for the red team, it's a victory for the blue team due to Mutta's great ending and Pack's mistake not collecting the checkpoint, having to respawn 5 seconds behind. So Jetlag now 2-1 in the lead. And yeah, the ending in particular, it's very hard because you really need to be so close to the checkpoints in order to just make it around that turn, right?
That respawn was brutal. That respawn was really, really brutal for Pack, especially because you need to have a certain timing with the input to actually reverse your car so that you can actually pass the booster backwards to avoid being sent back to the respawn and actually make it through to the risky fence. So yeah, that is a very, very costly mistake for the red team that has unfortunately kind of thwarted their plans of early domination and an early message sent to the Jetlag team on their own pick as we go through that first 2-wheel sector there, and it will be Pack once again streaking into the lead, but now will be a tosser battle between Mutta and Carl Jr. for second position, about 4/10 removed from the leader as we move on to a bit of water glider section. Water glider, my beloved, and we see Mutta actually going for the full steer and also releasing a fair bit, knowing that he was a little bit too tight heading into that corner there, allowing Carl Jr. to move back up into second.
Yeah, but also insane start from Pack there. But now losing a bit of control. I think he lost a bit of time to his teammate. Never mind, it just looked like that. It was a bit deceiving. But now let's go into the last part of the map. We've seen Pack making a mistake in this sector beforehand. Now going very, very wide there to get as much speed as possible for the ending. And Carl now with a mistake. Pack still staying ahead with a 120.575 in the lead. Carl will also be able to finish, and well, it doesn't matter. It is the draw, and it's 3-2, so still a close match, but Pack, losing a little bit again in the ending. And I mean, you really need the speed for the end. You need to go quite far up onto the reactor boost in order to get as much speed as possible for the ending sector, else you will lose a lot of time.
It looked as though Carl didn't get the 2-wheel though, because from what I could see, Carl was basically trying to brute force in on the way forwards and going over a red booster. Even if you got reactor boost, it's really not going to end well for you. So hence why you had to respawn and then respawn twice to try and actually get his eye in for the timing again of being able to put your car on 2 wheels and then lifting the accelerator and also doing maybe a bit of brake tap in order to actually make the rotation happen. You're not going to be able to see it here because here you cancel the rotation almost instantly. Brent going a little bit further behind, but yeah, you have to do a little bit of a brake tap there to continue the rotation once you're past 90 degrees, and then go back on the throttle once you're past that 90-degree angle. Otherwise, you're just gonna have 90 degrees, and then you circle back up front, which is what happened to Carl Jr. in the previous round.
Yeah, that is for sure. It's such a unique concept here from Kaluki. Really, it's a very nice take on a map, and it looks like this map is indeed providing close rounds, but also is being decided by just small mistakes that can happen here very quick on this map. Carl Jr. and Pack again, first and second, going into the last sector of the map. But we see, I think, Carl with a slight mistake here as well, just a different setup. And also Pack, it's such a chaotic ending, but it is Mutta overtaking both of them and forcing another draw. What a great ending from Mutta. But I think Carl also messed it up quite a bit as well as Pack.
Yeah, it seems as though Pack and Carl went a little bit too deep into the booster section, or reactor boost rather, whilst Mudda managed to optimize his entry into the final checkpoint really well, go very aggro, putting a lot of angle, almost going perpendicular to the reactor boost as he crossed the checkpoint and was able to get the most speed out of that particular checkpoint to move up into the lead in one fell swoop as we move on to our next round. And it will be currently Pack Carl trying to get a little bit of room to breathe again in that first to second sector, and they're managing to do so beautifully with a 2/10 lead over Bren, taking over from his teammate to pick up the slack. And Pack doesn't go on two wheels this time around. He didn't get the actual lifting of the wheel there. He will get it on the second part though, and that little setback in that first part of the emerged chicane has not really cost too much, but what will cost is that double clip for the Englishman that will drop him down very likely to P4. There he is. You can see the standings on the left hand side, and now we're back on a draw situation, but not for long as Bren hits the plastic on the apex not once but twice after the respawn, promoting Pack back up to third.
And this could be the first victory here for Team Puff Bros. That would be so important to tie up the score again. It will be 5-5, but there's still the ending left to be cleared. But you can see how much you lose if you do not go on two wheels there in this sector. I've seen also Bren not really going for that one too much, but also it is Mudda with a slight mistake. So Pack also overtaking, so it's actually the ace for Team Puff Bros, now extending or going into the lead. It's 6-4, and it looks like they gain control. But what I also have to say is that Carl and Pack in all of those rounds had so good starts, so many good starting sectors for them. They were almost every time 0.2 ahead of their opponents, so great job from them. And now they can extend their lead here coming into the next round. If they get a victory or even an ace, they could only be 1 point away of winning this map here as well.
Yeah, the start looks to be very much dialed in right from the start, right out of the gates for both Carl and Pack. It was more the third sector where things started to really come undone, but now that they've got their eye in, I think it might be a little bit more of a tougher task to take down the Puff Bros, as we do see Mudda making its best Flipper the Dolphin imitation there, so that's very unfortunate for the Australian, who will fall back down to last place. And we also do see a mistake this time from Pack, who had this middle sector very much dialed in, but this time he also had a bit of a slowdown through there. Maybe didn't get the rotation that he needed to make it past the sector, and so will find himself 3 seconds down, allowing Bren to kind of slot himself in between the two Puff Bros players. Carl Jr., the only man not to have put any foot wrong so far in this round, currently a second up on the man from Team Jetlag as we move on to the final sector there. It was there that it was the most difficult part in the early rounds for Puff Bros. Did he get the checkpoint? I think he did, but barely, just with the corner of his car, and the Canadian will take the win with a 20.1. Okay, this is looking a little bit more convincing of a time there, because we were more into the 20.5s, 20.6s, 0.7s. Here we're getting very close to dipping into the 0.0s and maybe even the 119s. So this is looking really good, and it will be track point number 2, attempt number 1 for the Puff Bros.
And also very important that Pack stayed ahead and got that third position, because that means that they have one additional point to work with. They got the victory, but also Carl's ending didn't seem that fast. He could have gotten a bit more speed out of that, but he had a good turnaround, of course. But his car was almost standing still. But of course, you need to go from backwards into forwards momentum in this sector. But good job here from the red team. Oh, Pack almost losing control there. But again, a great start from all of the players this time around. As let's see who goes for the two-wheeler. Oh, Carl, Pack, and also Mudda going for it. Pack with a great turnaround here. Look at that, going back into that first position, 0.3 ahead, 0.4 ahead of Bren now. Carl losing a bit of control, but is still in close contention to Mudda, and Bren can bounce back with a great ending sector here. Important, we have seen it slide out. Oh, Carl now going for a slide. Actually works, but he loses a lot of speed with that one by the looks of it, and not the best setup here as well. So he concedes a bit of speed, and Bren and Mudda still ahead of him.
Yeah, Bren Mudda still ahead of him, but he could still be within touching distance in case there's a mistake, and the mistake just happens right on cue with that clip from Bren on the inside of the chicane, forcing the man from Jetlag to respawn. But now Mudda has his word to see as well, as Pack completely missed the mark on that final sector and allows a draw to be validated by Team Jetlag. Mudda with a 0.581. Carl Jr. finishing half a second behind. It all looks so good for Pack, but that went way too deep into the reactor boost after the final checkpoint for the Englishman. And that means the first attempt at the second map point will get denied for the Team Puff Bros. They have to do it all again, this time with a much more palatable situation because they don't even have to go for a draw here. Even the point for second place, in case of a simple defeat, will be more than enough to validate their second map in the books.
Yeah, ace or bust for Team Jetlag in this round, and it seems like Bren didn't get a good start. Muda jumps so far here over the penalty sector. He presses B for boost, but he needs his teammate Bren as well, so all eyes on him, to him not making a mistake, capitalizing for maybe Carl or Pack making a mistake here, but it doesn't look to be like that. Bren didn't get a good turnaround in this sector, gradually losing more time. Also, Pack didn't get it too well, but unless Carl stays on that second position, this would be enough for them. Muda, I think, is on a great time, though. As you can see, he's 0.3 ahead. Even more, he has had a lot of speed out of that sector and is now almost 0.3 ahead of his opponents. Oh, pushing so much there. Wow, Muda really wants to get his world record back in this round by the looks of it, but for that, he needs to clear the ending. And also, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Even if you get the world record, you still lose the map because Bren is too far behind. But let's take a look onto the time. Will it be a 119 from Muda? It will be a 119.972. Great time, but it doesn't matter. Even though it's the fastest time that we have seen in those rounds, it is the draw. And that means that the red team goes up to 10 points and they win their second map as well.
Yeah, they win their second map, and whilst there were some trials and tribulations in the latter part of the map, it was not a setback that they had to conquer back like they did on air control. Here it was a little bit more in line with what they were probably expecting. And yeah, I was watching closely the start of Sector 3 for Muda with that water glider. He was absolutely clean with it. Not a single slide. Apexes hit absolutely beautifully, and a beautiful exit to boot. Absolute chef's kiss from the wheelman from Australia as we move on to the other blue pick, which is, of course, the second Jetlag pick, which will be Ricochet. 111.097, the world record for Mime. 0.337, the best time for Brent. 0.315, the one from Muda. So it looks as though they picked this map for a reason. And both Carl and Pack, this will be their first time on the board in the public maps. And it looks as though, yeah, for Pack, it will be a case of, well, making maybe a discovery run in the map itself, because it kind of shows.
Yeah, a lot of respawns there from Pack, but this jump is also very much deceiving because you have to set up so far from the left side, but there's also a very harsh left turn beforehand, so you end up very far right from the turn exit, and if you are too far right, you just drift and you will not make that jump. So Brennan Muda in particular looking very good on this first round here. So the theme of the map, I would say, is an RPG transitional map with a lot of unconventional transitions, and then also you get penalized a lot here. So you can see the spoiler of the car just going out of it, especially in this ending sector, and the acceleration of your car is limited. But Carl coming back here into the battle for first position. Will it be enough to overtake here? This turnaround in particular is very important to land smooth with a lot of speed, but it seems like Muda will stay ahead. But the battle for second goes into favor for the Canadian. Bren has to concede that second place. Only third for him, but still a victory. And Pack, well, still somewhat in the middle part of the map. 59 seconds behind, is not able to finish this round. It doesn't matter, it's the victory for the blue team.
Yeah, victory for the blue team, 2-1, who are definitely going to try to take advantage of the fact that the Puff Bros haven't really seemed to put any playtime or any significant amount of playtime here on this map as we go on round number 2. Currently, it will be the whole shot for Bren ahead of Muda and Pack. Carl Jr. in P4. The transfer this time is cleared by everyone involved. No big response to worry about as we make our way for the first roof hit to go into the wall ride, and it will be the end of the first sector just after this 6th checkpoint in the map, and it's still looking pretty close so far with Muda, Bren, and Pack. Oh, but Pack looking a little bit doubtful that he can make the transition jump over that crest, and not able to regain enough grip to make it under the crest. So, unfortunately for the Englishmen, it's another case of a round of discovery and a round of learning, a bit of a learning curve there for Thomas Cole as we move back up to the trio of Carl, Bren, and Muda. Currently, Carl with a great turnaround before checkpoint 11, but clips very much on the inside of the right rear heading into checkpoint 11, allowing both Bren and Muda to move up into the lead, and Muda and Carl both hitting the inside of that little bridge section there, allowing Brent to this time streak ahead by almost a second, and both Muda and Carl are locked in battle for the lead. We'll go underneath the scaffolding for Carl Jr. That's the first time today that we're seeing this alternative line being put to use, and Carl will resist to the assaults of Moda for 57 milliseconds and get at least another point on the board for the Puff Bros, but it's very much a Team Blue map, and Jetlag are making sure to do the most of it, even though it's not the best point haul that they could have hoped for. Moda might have been looking for something more with that second place that was waiting in the wings, but there's still the next round coming up now that enables them to leverage their momentum and potentially make it a 4-round deal here.
Yeah, but great line there from Carl Jr. over in that sector. I really have to say that. And also, he clipped that one transition there, that slight mistake, because he went so low into the checkpoint. So he was missing like 1 or 2 kilometers per hour there in this sector. But now he's a bit further behind. But now Bren with the first major mistake, really clipping there, falling into that last position right now. Also, Pack plays a role in this round. Muda not with the best amount of speed in this sector. And Pack and Carl going into the lead right now. So Pack maybe has put some effort into this map, but now off, so that is very much unfortunate. Also, Carl with a mistake completely misjudges this transition, so this looks to be like a done deal for the blue team. They just have to save it. They have 4 seconds to work with here in this sector, but you still need to make those transitions across. You can still mess it up, you still can end up with a respawn, but only one crucial transition here is coming up. Looking clean for Bren and Muda, even though Bren had to readjust a bit, losing a bit of speed, but it doesn't matter too much. 112.465 is the winning time here, 1.5 seconds behind the world record, but what is most important is that they got the ace and they're up to 7 points, so map point, not match point yet. They can finally win their first map here if they get another ace.
Yeah, they can conclude this affair in 4 rounds. We're heading into round number 4 now. And I guess can we use the word? I guess I can use the word. What we've just seen here is the textbook definition of what we might call a fiesta, because not a single player has been immune from mistakes. We've had, of course, Pack falling off in the turnaround. We had Carl clipping one of the islands and falling down to his doom. We had Muda clipping the side of the landing ramp before the turnaround at checkpoint 9 through 10, and Bren also having had some troubles as well. So everybody was pretty much victim of this track at some point or another, although this time it looks as though Bren and Pack are making a bit more of a solid run for it. But as I say that, Bren goes too far inside and thus clips with the right front the pillar of the checkpoint number 8 and will fall back down to last place. Muda also being a bit in the wars, putting himself 2 seconds down. Pack not having put a foot wrong so far. Checkpoint 11, wow, that was sketchy, way too sketchy to make the jump into the no break block, allowing Carl Jr. to move up into the lead, and Pack falls down to 3rd, promoting Muda up into 2nd place. And Pack, it could be under pressure from Bren there, so it might not be a 4-round deal done and dusted for the Jetlag team just yet, as Carl will be taking the round win, ensuring at the very least the points. 111.954, Muda 2nd, and Pack in 3rd will guarantee the victory for the Puff Bros to somewhat delay what looks to be the inevitable. But is it inevitable at this point? With how we've seen the rounds play out, especially on the red camp, this looks very unlikely, at least to me.
Yeah, they need an ace now, that is for sure, in those next 2 rounds in order to stay somewhat alive. I mean, if they get ace and victory, it would be 9-9 scoreline, so the little overtime, if you could say like that. But I mean, Pack, again, struggling, having to respawn, so this could be the first map win for Team Jetlag. But Carl, with a great start in this round here, yet again, 0.2 ahead of Muda and Bren, but there's still so many hard transitions to clear. We have seen the smallest hiccup really can send yourself back into the next checkpoint, and you could not clear those jumps then eventually. But still, Carl holding strong. Muda and Bren getting the checkpoint very nicely. Bren with a wide setup here to make sure to go into this transition accordingly. But now clipping here because he had to release. He was a bit too wide there, but now it is Muda's turn to get that victory for his team. Carl with a good approach though, but Muda maybe with a bit more speed, a better landing here, but is it enough? Carl again with a different line over the scaffolding, and I think Carl will win this round even though Muda has more speed. Will it be enough? No! Yes, it will be enough. I thought for a second that Muda will not have it, but his landing was much better into the last sector. So this is the first map win for Team Jetlag and delaying the match going into map number 4, which is very good to see.
Yeah, very good to see, and a great ending, as you said, much smoother landing for Mudda on the final magnet part, and a great dive towards the finish line, absolutely making a bomb dive for it, trying to actually score that round one, and he did for 6 milliseconds. As we circle back to a Puff Bros pick, and we're moving on to Hoop from Popewet.
Yeah, that is map number 4. And what can I tell you about the map from Popewet? I thought it's Poupette actually, but no, it's Roquette and Poupette, I guess the names, right?
Roquette and Popewet. I pronounce it Popewet because that's how you would pronounce it in French.
Okay, all right, I see. So Roquette's map, Supercross, unfortunately is banned here. The world record, from what I can see, is from Levon, who we also see. So Levon coming from an RPG-themed background, let's say like that, played a lot of Trackmania Nations transitional RPG maps. Very, very skilled player. Happy. I hope that we're gonna see him today as well. So,
I hope so too.
let's see what we can see here. We have a lot of precise sectors on this map here. Already the start, because you have to set up so far from the left on the dirt, which is very unconventional because it follows up with a 180 turn after that. And then also those jumps here. They're easy to mess up because sometimes you not land smooth. You land with your nose down, so the car will kind of bump on the landing again. So it's very hard to control that. And also this forced outside dirt line with the exit being so important because you need to hold gear 4 over on this drift here as well. Brandon Mudda in the lead right now. Mudda not holding the gear though by the looks of it. So he lost a bit of speed, but I think none of the players actually held gear number 4 in this sector. Brandon with a very low jump here. And
yeah,
clipping.
very low jump, but yeah, a bit of a heavy set landing on the other side of the hoop, so that's what prompted him to fall down the 4th place. And yeah, from what I heard, especially on the back with Carl Jr., we're on the verge of keeping 4th, but at the exit of the dirt, we dipped below 195 kp, which is like the butter zone for that particular gear 4 threshold, but unfortunately, it just cut on and dropped down to 3rd, as Pac will make his way through to the last hoop. 2 turns of the loop to actually make yourself build up enough speed to make the jump over to the finish line, and Carl manages to go ahead of Mudda by around 50 milliseconds to allow Puff Bros to get themselves an ace, their first ace in a long time after a pretty catastrophic Ricochet. 3-0 for the World Championship winning duo, of course. Well, not quite the duo that finished the World Championship, but really, it is like you put the two pedigrees together, and it's always such a sight to behold to see those two play together.
Yeah, I mean, my theory is that Carl and Pag maybe just prepared like 5 maps in total, and then they have like a permaban, and then maybe one map, yeah, okay, we can give this one away, because it really seemed like Pag did not look very, very comfortable on Ricochet, it was, right, that we have seen beforehand.
Yeah, exactly.
So that does happen, but let's see here. Carl jumping so low there, gets away with it. Very important to get as much speed as possible to clear that speed check here as well. But they could get the back-to-back ace, and this could be very comfortable for them, because 6-0 is a very hard scoreline to come back from.
Yeah, very difficult scoreline to come back from indeed, as we move on to the last few hoops, and Mudda will not be jumping far enough and clip with the left front, which will definitely seal the fate of this round in favor of the Puff Bros. Carl leading his teammate 1st and 2nd, and will be finishing in tandem with 40 milliseconds of a gap, in a good round as well indeed. 0.854 versus a 0.894, which is a new online personal best for Pac, who dips below the 116s. Below the 117s and into the 116s, rather. 6-0 after 2 rounds for Puff Bros, who are looking to get this one done over with after, yeah, as we said, Ricochet not really looking the best in terms of showing, and yeah, feeling much more like a discovery run, as we said, compared to what we've seen on previous maps, especially the comeback that they've done on air control.
Yeah, I agree with that, but maybe that's something that they're gonna work on maybe later, because Pac is usually a player who doesn't need a lot of practice, but due to XP Evo being so taxing as well when it comes to preparation, Pac was also on holiday, I think, with his fiancée, or just future fiancée, I guess. So he was not really having too much time playing Trackmania. Now with a mistake, and it is Bren, who is also quite far behind. So it's Moda and Carl who fighting it out for that first position. Carl with a great approach. They're both releasing similar amounts here, but it's still Carl in the lead. Could get at least that 1 point and force a draw on this round. Looking good here as well, coming into the last sector. This landing very important because he knows, as I said, it's bumping a little bit, or the car is bumping a little bit afterwards, but it seems like Moda having a bit more speed into this part, going into the lead here by the looks of it, and he will win the round. Carl not too far behind, goes for a low jump, but doesn't get a good landing. So it is Moda on first, Carl on second, and then Bren on P3. So at least 2 points for the blue team, but Red still up to 7 points. So blue team at least needs 1 ace in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, indeed. And for Carl Jr., the trigger for that overtake from Mudda was, as you said, a little bit more speed carry by Mudda on the landing into the intermediate loop at the very end of the track. And yeah, you could feel that speed loss from Carl Jr. as he reached the top of the loop where gravity is starting to fight against you. And he had to go for a little bit of a wiggle to keep ground contact and make sure that he actually made it to the other side, which is how that move and that gap got formed in favor of Mudda in that round as we move on to the first match point attempt from the Puff Bros, and there will be a very hefty clip at the very end of the transfer for Pack, which will already put them on the back foot trying to close this round in the lead with a 10-2 scoreline, which looks to be a little bit unlikely to happen for now, given the dynamic of the first sector. Now making our way out of Sector 1 and into Sector 2. Over the bump road we go. This is where Pack had his crash, going too far on the outside with that little pinch in the road that you saw. But this time he clears it nicely and carries a lot of speed into that little hoop transfer. And Mudda absolutely eats the side of the block, and the speed from Pack carries on through onto the dirt as well, allowing the Englishman to move up into second place.
Yeah, what a great line from Pack there, exiting the jump a bit further upside to get a smooth landing before the dirt transition, and with that he promotes himself into second place. Now important to not get too many skid marks on that sector. Pack jump going so close there to the limitation of the block, and this looks like a great ending from Pack, and this also seals the deal here. Carl and Pack winning their first match, but what a great second part of the map from Pack, catching up to Carl Jr., who also drove a good time at 116.755. If you combine that with Pack's ending, I think Pack was like on a 0.5, 0.4 time. So good job there from Carl and Pack, winning the first match against Muda and Bren, who looked particularly strong on the first couple of maps. But here it was just Carl Jr. and Pack being too strong and too confident on the respective lines.
Yeah, they really actually pulled themselves back together after Ricochet, which was very much a wild card that they did not really want to play, but that was pretty much open for picks after the bans went through. So they kind of had to deal with that and maybe try to get their bearings on that, use that as a almost as if you, just to do a little bit of a parallel to motorsport, how you would use a race where you're completely out of it, and use that as a kind of live test session to gather data and to gather actual intel that on what you could improve. It very much felt like it on Ricochet for both Carl and Pack as well. But overall, like, they've shown that while yeah, it was a bit of a shaky start, especially with those two very hefty round losses on air control in round 2, round 3, they showed that they can actually catch back up and move back up the pecking order to actually give a very, very solid fight. It was a little bit more of an even showing, I would say, on two-wheeling on map number 2, where the Puff Bros actually got the upper hand. And then, of course, as we moved on to Hoop, as you saw, absolutely no contest there. Carl and Pack managed to completely deliver the goods when they needed to. So a 3-1 score, which was very, very well done for Team Puff Bros in a first round of matches, which is always a little bit difficult to enter into the right mindset, Kai, because it's very much the one that can set you up for a great deal of momentum for the first day, or can basically wreck everything and you can't really get back up from that.
I mean, Bren and Moda, they will have certainly a bit of an easier match now coming into play, because they will be playing against a team that has lost a match as well, as there's still one match ongoing right now between Hill and Bestia, Nitek and Beamy right now. So the Czech players playing against the Russians right now. It's a match point for Hill and Bestie, just to give you a small insight on that one, of course. But I agree, and I mean, Pack and Carl looking very strong and confident on those maps that they have put extensive practice onto, I would say. So really good seeing that, and I think they could be a team that can go 3-0 and get the top seed going into day number 2, which is of course very important because then you avoid an easier match, or you get an easier match at the start.
Yeah, and you avoid trouble early on in the bracket run, as we do have the closure on the match between the brothers and J-Red the Dumpling. It will be 10-5 on that final map, going the way of brothers. Bestie and Hill win the match 3-1 versus Nitek and Beamy, which means that we will be having the matches generated in short order, of course, for the next round. As for us, well, to be fair, like, hydration is important whenever you do anything, especially when you're yapping for hours on end like we do. And I'm starting to feel a little bit of a dry mouth. So I'm gonna take a sip of that, and I reckon you should do too. And we'll take a quick break, and we will be right back with the rest of the proceedings and, of course, round 2 of the Swiss stage. Stay with us.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I can feel the memories fade, it's easing my mind. And I can finally breathe when I'm closing my eyes. I never realized what I just could do, but now I know I'm better off without you. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I've been treading water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? No one tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you
kicking myself. Exhale cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round. It won't let me out. Sing when I swim. I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my feet. hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown my sorrow, but I love that space.
Visions of you.
Come closer. Closer. Visions of you. 9:30 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you. Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever spilling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning. it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. Maybe, oh, maybe I'm indecisive. Maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's me in my head. I can't get it out. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's crazy. Oh, I almost touched the ground. Touched the ground. Oh, I touched the ground.
And we are back with the second set of matches from the Swiss stage. We decided on taking a look onto the middle-seeded teams here in this kind of rotation. It will be Lion Coast versus Pigeon. So Aurel and Tona versus Levon and Neon. I'm very much excited for it. The Pick and Ban is already underway. Two Wheeling and Pipe Dance other bands, Ricochet, Air Control, Beginnings, Hoop, and Sideswipe will be the maps that we're gonna see in this best of 5 Geek.
Yeah, and that means that's the first time actually today on stream that we'll be seeing Banano's Beginnings, one of the more difficult maps of the original rotation of the map pack. That was the 5th map that was part of the initial reveal just after the stage 1 players. That was the beginning of July. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Levon and Neon fare in what is effectively their second official tournament, because of course they participated in the Spammy of the World Tour #2, where they finished in P4, and then of course they won the RMX Duo Edition. They were very competent on fast learn competitions. Here, a little bit more prepared. They managed to reach the top 12 in the last event of the EMEA season, but now it's a whole different kettle of fish with a lot more points at stake, as we're going to be starting off on Ricochet, which was actually the Team Pigeon pick. And in terms of the times, Levon on a 111.395 and a 0.385 for Neon. So in terms of actual ultimate pace, they're looking pretty roughly similar. But of course, ultimate pace and round space are two very different things altogether. And we'll have to see how close they can get to that ultimate pace, as round 1 of map number 1 is underway for Lion Coast versus Pigeon.
I mean, pace wins rounds, but consistency wins you the match. And here we go. We already see the first mistake by one of the people from the red team. It is Neon with the first mistake from Team Pigeon. And Aurel and Tona right now fighting it out with Levon for that first position. Levon with a very wide setup here, having a lot of speed into this sector. Good jump here as well. Aurel still leading. Of course, Aurel, someone who has been quite inactive in the last couple of years, focused on other things in life, but now he's back and picked up Trackmania again. Did really good at XP Evo as well as Tona, who also attended that event. I think neither Levon or Neon attended XP Evo by the looks of it, but now Aurel with a mistake, so Levon goes into the lead, and also Neon not too far behind Tona, so this could be the ace for the red team.
Yeah, this could look very much like an ace for the red team, but it all depends on Neon trying to get past Tona, and actually a very aggressive line into checkpoint 14 allows the young Polish driver to move up into second position. His teammates still holding the lead of the race by about 0.2 of a second, and Tona doesn't really have any answer and actually lost a lot of time in that very final sector there. So Levon with a 112.602 and Neon with a 112.665 scored the first ace of the match here on round number 1. It will be 3-0 for Team Pigeon, who opened up their account in a very convincing fashion. And Aurel and Tona, yeah, Aurel, as you said, very much inactive since he decided to take a little bit of a pause in the game after the World Championships middle stage back in 2023 in the middle of October, after a premature elimination as he was participating with Hugo. And after a year out on the sidelines, decided to pick up back up the game, and it feels like the man that we've known as a fierce competitor and a very high-scale player has not really lost all of that magic all these years later, which is super cool to see. And of course, lined up with Tona as part of Team Lion Coast, both of them having been teammates at Lion Cast some years ago, and it felt like a match made in heaven reunion. And actually, also love both the logo for Lion Coast with the reference to the old Lion Cast logo, and the livery as well, which is looking superb with lots of details in terms terms of like the material and the shading or whatever. It's one of the most understated but beautiful skins of 2025. As so far in this round, in sector number 3, Levon will be the one to fall by the wayside, about 9/10 of a second down. Aurel and Tona playing in tandem in second and third, and Neon with a huge slowdown on the way to checkpoint 14, promoting the two Frenchmen up into first and second, potentially in with a shot of a counter ace. Levon trying to find an aperture to actually slot himself in between the two Frenchmen. It will not be the case this far, and it will be thus the first counter ace of the match being dealt back by Lion Coast after that round 1 loss to Pigeon. It's 3-3 at the end of round 2.
Back to the start, the scoreboard is tied up again, but it was such a good round here for Neon. Definitely the round for him to lose 4-1 would have been so much better than 3-3, obviously, but the pace is there. Neon lagging a bit. I thought for a second he went for a respawn, but the red team leading here again, getting a great start, good landing into the wall ride as well, and Aurel overdrifting a bit there, so he needs to go a bit wider there to clear that jump. So he's approximately 0.3 to 0.4 behind, but who's even further behind is his teammate Tona, former community manager, to say like that as well, and I mean has been very active in Trackmania United back in the days as well, alongside Aurel. That's where they know each other from, but they branch out into multi-style as well, into Stadium in that particular region. Aurel playing so many competitions back in 2019, 2018, 2017, being very successful at the Raider Cup maps as well, but then also being so fast on tech maps in particular, but is good at clearing those parts as well. But Levon missing out on the entry here on the last sector, so it's Neon now left alone in the lead. And he finds himself quite comfortable in the lead. He gets that first position with a 111.77. Very hard time to beat. That beats both Aurel's and Tona's personal best. But it's a draw, which could have been so much more for Team Pigeon. They could have been leading by so many points here already. But sadly, it was one of them missing that entry into the last part, but still 4-4. I think it's the red team's map to lose, and we see another mistake this time from Levon.
Levon again, and this time it came before the transfer, and I think he managed to clear it, but will lose a lot of time because that car kind of sent himself up into a side, well, I'd say a vertical nosedive, so I thought he was going to be clipping or full stump picking into the side of one of the blocks, and you can see the gap continuing to widen for Levon. 8/10 down compared to his teammate in the lead of the race, who had a very, very clean run, all things considered, with a 111.7, 4/10 away from his online PB, which is, of course, a 0.385. And for Tona and Aurel, they took advantage, of course, in the last round of that complete miscalculation from Levon as we go way, way wide, almost to the edge of the block on the way into the turnaround for Neon, but it does pay off beautifully for the young Polish driver as he continues to pull a lead of 2/10.5 to 3/10 of a second compared to the nearest Lion Coast player, in this case Aurel, who leaves his teammate Tona a little bit behind. Tona moving back into the perspective of Aurel with a very tight line into checkpoint number 14, but absolutely nothing can be done for Neon, who is on an absolute roll right now with a second back-to-back win and a second 0.7 as well, almost dipping into the 0.6s. Neon looking very much in the zone and very dialed in right from the start.
Yeah, my perspective was on Levon in this round, who was just trailing behind, waiting for mistakes, and then ultimately pulled the trigger, tried to risk it in the end, but now he makes another mistake, again clipping, very costly here again, but is able to clear that jump, doesn't have to go further up or concedes more, doesn't concede as much speed as in the round from beforehand, but now Neon also with a slight mistake, so it really seems like the Pigeons are struggling at the start. Now Neon going too far inside, probably due to a gear loss, which can happen in this sector. It's hard to really predict that line, and look at this, Aurel and Tona, the consistency game is paying off. They don't have the fastest pace here on this map, even though we have seen a PB from Tona in that round from beforehand, I guess, who drove a 112.308. Now is in the lead, and they could get the ace here, and this could be 8-5 for the blue team already, and that was red team's pick, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, keep that in mind. And also, yeah, Neon does look to be very fast, but that was a very unfortunate full stop pick to have. And actually, somewhat ironically or fittingly given the name, Neon ate a Neon full in the face in the front wing on the way to checkpoint number 6, and that completely sent the round down south, as that will allow both Tona and Aurel Lion Coast to get the ace, and Tona with yet another PB online, of course, with a 112.152 to the credit of the Frenchman as we go for a jump. A jump into the crowd, trying to go for the lower finish there, the safer finish, quote unquote. But yeah, unfortunately with that rally car, I tend to say that often, but yeah, it's a bit of a group beat moment with all the spectators that are in there, which is of course a bit it's a very different thing online, because you can see that you can just clip right through them and everything will be fine. But 8-5, first track point attempt for Team Lion Coast, an attempt that might be made so much easier by Neon, basically going too wide and falling off of the map, forcing himself to respawn.
So Neon and Levon, of course, do not have that much competitive experience. They have played a lot of those events, like just events in general, but not those kind of events. That's what I wanted to say. So Aurel and Tona really shining through, just playing calm and collected, having the pace out, having it figured out, and also the lines that they're just comfortable with, because we have seen a lot of mistakes in the first match between Carl, Pack, and also Bren and Muda. We've seen in particular Pack making a lot of mistakes here, and Aurel and Tona making it look so easy, so much under control here, and they are on their way to win their first track here and go into the lead. So this looks very good for them. Only a couple of more jumps to be cleared, and they will get themselves the third ace in this match. Looking good, and good times here as well. I think low 112 times here again. And that is the first point for them. Levon cannot do anything about that, and also Neon 17 seconds behind. So they definitely did not expect that map to go like this. Even after that start, they were leading with an ace coming from round 1, but the blue team did not care about that one at all. Getting the ace after that, and then just making it across. So the first point for Team Lion Coast.
Yeah, 11-5, the scoreline at the end of Ricochet as we move on to round number 2, on map number 2, which will be air control, the first of the 2 Lion Coast picks. And yeah, pretty much summed up how the match went beautifully on your part, Kai. As yeah, Lion Coast, they knew they were maybe at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of pace, but they decided to stick to their guns, run their own race, do the reliability run that they're really known for so far this year in 2025. And whilst Pigeon were the stronger team on pace, it turned out to be a little bit more of a glass cannon, because yes, Neon showed up back-to-back rounds, but after that, when he was not able to show up, Levon was not able to pick up the slack, and thus, hence the glass cannon. It was looking very good, promising on pace, but it looks to be a little bit more shaky when it comes to actually aligning those rounds, basically round in, round out. As we move on to the first round here on air control, 1-0 for Lion Coast, who are looking to go 2 maps up on Levon and Neon.
I mean, it's their pick, and you can already see it here. Neon with a small mistake. Tona and Aurel already quite far ahead, make it 0.1 to 0.2 of a second. Important to carry as much speed as possible over that jump. Neon got it very good, actually, as well as Levon, who didn't then get the apex of that turn all too well, but still somewhat in there. So it's actually a close round. Aurel with a very tight line, but gets a good jump there. Neon with a first respawn. Good nosedive there from Aurel, and also Tona, who didn't jump as much right as his teammates, and now Aurel clipping there as well, still in there. That is very important, and he didn't even lose too much time with that. Levon still wants to deny the victory or the ace by the looks of it, and having a great line in this sector here as well.
Yeah, he had a great line, but I was fearing a little bit with that clip from the front from Aurel, so not all that much of a penalty, which is good, I guess, but that Sector 3 from Levon looks very, very nice indeed as we move on to the penultimate jump and now the final jump before the last few sets of corners where we've seen plenty of close finishes in the past. It looks as though it will be a close battle for second place, maybe even for the lead. Tona tried to send it all the way around the outside of the final corner, but just went that little bit too wide and clipped the outside retaining wall with the left front. Levon thus will be given the round win by 56 milliseconds. It will be a draw at the end of that round, and a little bit of a sigh of relief, I'm guessing, on the part of the Norwegian, because he could see Tona on the perspective of his screen coming up very, very fast, I bet.
But then clipping the wall, that happens if you are too fast. And now we see another mistake from Neon. So what I really have to say is the blue team is very consistent. They hardly make mistakes in those kind of rounds, and that what really gives them the upper hand in this match right now. Aurel and Tona first and second. I mean, Neon not all of that one just yet, maybe now, because he will not have any speed to work with in this sector. Point 3 is Tona behind his teammate Aurel. Levon on second position right now, but he needs to make it across that one again. Tona, what a risky jump that was. Wow, didn't really lose too much speed. That was even advantageous for him in that sector, because else he would have not had as much speed if he didn't drive on that wall there for a second.
Yeah, I thought he was actually gonna clip with the front, but manages to
slow
just
down, yeah.
skim the top of the barrier with the rear tires. Although in this end of sector 2, start of sector 3, he's looking to be on the back foot. It will be his teammate Aurel anchoring the fort for Team Lion Coast, and Levon also making a solid work.
Tona.
As Tona forced to respawn, is it gonna be enough for Neon to actually take advantage? Yeah, because multiple respawns actually respawn on the side of Neon as well. Tona promoted back up to third. Aurel wins with a 1:18.951, and it will be a victory regardless for Team Lion Coast because of the final few tribulations of Neon, who once again found himself being a bit more of maybe a bit more of a handicap for his teammate. I know this might be sounding a little bit rude, but he finds himself stuck in that rut where he cannot get back into driving clean rounds. He had back-to-back super clean on Ricochet, but ever since, I'd say, round 4, it's been looking to go downhill from there. So the Polish driver really needs to pick that back up, and he needs to back up now, because you could see that this time it's Levon being set aside after going a little bit too wide on that little landing over the cake there in that no brakes part.
But there you can really see how hard those maps really are. It means nothing if you set a good time and maybe even have a top 5 online world record time, right? But just replicating that round after round, trying to find your consistent approaches over those sectors, getting those runs across, making those speed checks. This is another way of practicing. It's so hard to do, and Levon and Neon of course doing particularly good, especially Neon here in this round, but they need to get those rounds across. As we see Aurel now with a mistake, so Levon moves up into third position. Neon still ahead, but he also needs to get that first position to tie up the scoreboard again. It would be 4-4 after that. Neon jumping so far into it. I'm not sure if he will clear that jump. Barely able to do so. Tona also not with the cleanest of landings here. So Neon will stay ahead here by the looks of it if he clears the ending. And yes, he will do so. 1:18.9 is also a very good time. And it's 4-4. Exactly what the red team is in need of. Victory and 6 points for both teams to clear. So 2 aces. Can it happen for either of those teams?
Can it happen for either of those teams? And for me, as I said, Neon needs to pick it up. He picked up at the right time, but now the question for the Polish driver will be, can he keep that pace and that momentum in line and avoid big crash outs like we've seen earlier on Ricochet? So far, so good on the start before heading into the transfer checkpoint 4, where he can very easily clip if you go too low with the front axle here. No such thing for Neon. Beautiful landing on the other side, as at the end of Sector 1, it will be Neon leading by 3/10 ahead of Aurel and Tona, and Levon also looking to be into the mix with just a 1/10 of a second of a deficit to catch up to Lion Coast. And unfortunately, it all comes unraveling so quickly for Team Pigeon with the respawn from Neon, and now Levon once again finding himself in the same role that he had to fill in the opening rounds, but he will not even be able to fill it with that hefty clip on the way to checkpoint number 8 with the right rear. The inside of that right rear completely sending the car going a little bit haywire and off to the outside line, and that will promote Aurel and Tona in a very comfortable position to actually score an ace. Aurel leading his teammate by 1.1 seconds, Tona ahead of Levon by 1.6 seconds respectively, as we make our way through to the final jump. Maybe a bit of a heavyset landing, but it's not really all that impactful anyway, and Aurel clocking in at 1:19.435. Tona 9/10 behind, 7-4 for Lion Coast, who are on their second map point potential. First attempt coming up now.
But also Tona with a mistake in the previous round, but in a section where it's really it forgives you. The track forgives you in that moment, but Levon and Neon both with mistakes that send themselves back 2+ seconds, so that is very unfortunate for them making those mistakes there. So track point for Lion Coast, can they make it across? As we already see, the first mistake from the young Polish driver is not able to clear that party, having to go for a respawn, so he is reliant on his teammate Levon, who gets a great start, promotes himself into the lead. But here Tona with a wider approach has a much more diagonal line over on that part, so has a better nosedive in this sector by the looks of it. But even though Levon had less speed, he gets a better trajectory here. So it really is about like how you feel about that part. What is your preference? And Levon had a slight different approach in comparison to the Lion Coast players. He's in the lead, but they need to get at least an ace here in those next couple of rounds. I mean, even 3 victories would be enough, but hence Neon is behind. It will be very hard for them to find a victory in this round because the track is almost over. Aurel going for the attack here. Great nosedive. Will have a bit more speed in the ending sector, but it's hard to control. And Levon will stay ahead, but his teammate is on 4th position. So unfortunately, it will only be a draw. The scoreline is 8-5. And the blue team is only 2 points away of winning their second track.
Yeah, indeed. But despite the team outcome not looking so rosy for Team Pigeon, credit to Levon for that defensive drive on the 3rd and final sector, managing to resist Aurel's attacks beautifully to move into the lead and win by 86 milliseconds as we move on to the second track point attempt for Team Lion Coast, as we follow along with currently Tona, who's going to be falling a little bit further behind with that little double bounce at the top of the cake there before checkpoint number 2. Neon landing with the rear axle first, causing a bit of a nosedive, a bit of an endo, or not quite a stoppie because you could still accelerate, so that's why I kind of call it an endo, but still, the Polish driver manages to keep the car on the road and hold on to the lead at the end of sector number 1. Aurel splits the difference between the 2 Pigeon players, who are now desperately looking to try and hold onto that hope of a first map point here in this best of 5. Great nosedive from Aurel, who continues to pile on the pressure on Neon up front. Levon has already checked out. Well, he has been checked out by about 0.6 of a second by Aurel, and Tona tries to find an aperture, but he lost a lot of speed on the entry to sector number 3, so he will find himself a little bit isolated down in last position. Neon versus Aurel, no. And unfortunately for Neon, it's the same thing that Pac had in the match that we saw a little bit earlier. Goes a little bit too high and thus lost ground contact and actually had airtime, promoting Aurel into the lead, Levon in second, and Tona in third, changing the complexion of the route entirely, just 15 seconds from the finish line. And with that, it will be a score of 10-6 in favor of Lion Coast, who scored its second back-to-back map win, 119.088 for Aurel, 8/10 ahead of Levon, who himself was half a second ahead of Tona. Neon had the fate of a round in his hands, but unfortunately, that little hill before the reset gate is what did him and Team Pigeon in, as we move on to the second back-to-back Lion Coast pick, and we're moving on to Bananos Beginnings.
Bananos Beginnings, but it could also be the end for Levon and Neon, because this is already the match map in this way. It could be all over after this. It could be 3-0 after that one. But first time we see Beginnings from Banano. Also this map being particularly hard with all of those transitions. You need to clear those jumps. You need to go in between. You have like identity jumps where you need to go through scaffolding, and then there's also a nosedive nearby the ending, which is hard to do, but then also you need to threaten the needle between those sectors. So it is a hard map to drive, and the world record is from Otak, a 1:13.737, who plays in the other match alongside his teammate Binks. And here we go.
It looks as though we're going to have a pause because, yeah, we are seeing that Neon is missing from the server. So we are on a technical break waiting for, of course, the Polish driver from Team Pigeon to join back. And also another tricky thing, one tricky, I'd say, block that I could say in that map Beginnings comes after the first platform jump. It's a very, very high and very, very narrow transfer jump where you have to actually judge the amount of speed you need in order to get enough height and the amount of steering input so you can actually have enough, well, horizontal speed or direction, or I guess directional influence, I guess is the word that we can use here at the exit of that particular quarter to actually pass to the other side of the transfer. And we've seen plenty of people misjudge that, either basically full stop picking on the side of the block before even reaching the apex of the curve, or clipping with the full right side and losing a couple of seconds that way as they try to basically force their car back onto the track.
But also the turnaround with a freewheel is very hard on this map. You have a checkpoint that does you really lose a lot of time if you mess up the entry into the checkpoint. It's like, I think 70 to 80 speeds. I've seen the world record from Otak doing it very well. But if you go too far up, you mess up the approach into the next turn. And if you go too far in there, or like too little in there, you will not get the checkpoint. So no reset, no time to go back into the checkpoint, so you have to respawn. So I think those sectors that we have mentioned are the sectors where we're going to see the most amount of mistakes. And it feels also like an RPG theme map. That's what I wrote for 3 of those maps in a map pack. Actually, it's very cool.
You know how we this is going to be a little bit of an opinion, there, but it feels like ever since we had what is it? I think ever since we had Edge in the World Championship map pack 2 years ago, it really feels like RPG style maps have really taken a foothold in the overall competitive meta. Obviously, with the mixed surface touch that we've come to know and get acquainted with ever since the new life cycle of ever since Trackmania 2020 came to fruition on July 1st, 2020, but seeing those sort of some more transitional maps with a lot of very hefty jumps, mini RPG style tracks like we've seen from Edge, we've seen here on Beginnings. Also, Ricochet kind of falls into that ballpark as well, with those little island jumps from checkpoints 10 to 11, giving me that sort of vibe there as well. And it's really cool to see those sort of transitions and sort of sections actually make a bit more of an impact on the competitive mapping scene, giving us a little bit more interesting things to look out for, as we can now finally say we're back underway racing in Lion Coast versus Pigeon. First round of map 3. Lion Coast are up 2-0 on Levon and Neon, and are 1 map win away from going 2-0 overall in the Swiss stage. And already they might have a solid option, with Neon messing up the entry into the platform, Levon as well, multiple respawns ensuing for the Norwegian, and both Aurel and Tona without as much as a scratch going through that first sector.
Yeah, this looks very much controlled from Tona and Aurel. Levon jumping too far to the left there, clipping, and then not making the jump, of being penalized. Also, this exit from the backside, very important. You need to counter steer and leave off the brake very, very precisely to get that line here across. And that's the freewheel sector I was talking about. Very easy to mess this one up if you clip or just make any mistake. We see Tona with a slight mistake, and then also the speed for this part here is messed up, because you can then not jump very direct into it, but we can see both of them going for a safe approach in this sector. Tona making it, Aurel as well, but went for the safe approach, but still controlled. 1 and 2, 1:15.76 winning time, almost 2 seconds away from the world record, but that is enough to win the round. Neon 13 seconds behind, and Levon almost 40 seconds behind you in this round. Maybe just went for some practice respawns, but it will be the ace. Already a good start for Team Lion Coast.
Already a good start for Team Lion Coast, and yeah, I'm suspecting that some of those respawns were on the part of Levon and Neon, trying to get their eye in on some of those sectors, especially that first platform jump, because it is, well, I'm speaking more of a Cam 1 Andy myself, but depending on the camera, it can be a little bit blind on the approaches. Neon will be forced to respawn on checkpoint number 2. Yeah, you can see there's not really that much of a margin of time to be able to set your car back up, especially since it's after a left-hander that is, it's not tight, but you do have to be wary of where you exit the corner well in advance in order to actually pass through the gate and land on the other side of the platform nice and clean, as we do see respawns from Tona as well. So 2 players falling victim to some very unfortunate transfers as well on the side of Tona, who couldn't make the tight, risky transfer before checkpoint 5, and that leaves Levon and Aurel to fight for the lead. Currently advantage to the Norwegian player from Team Pigeon with a 2/10 lead over Aurel at the present moment, but it can all change so quickly in that final sector. We go a little bit deep into checkpoint 10 for Levon, but that means it will have a little bit more speed heading towards that transfer, but Aurel also catches back up. We might see both going for the risky fin. Bit of a nosedive from Aurel, trying to get some grip in advance, and Levon going so close to the left-hand side. Aurel still with more speed. It's down to the line, and Aurel snipes Levon by 7 milliseconds with a .558 versus a .565. And with that, it will be yet again another points advantage for Lion Coast to score the victory, with Tona reaching the finish line in third place. Neon too far back to reach the finish whatsoever. 5-1 for Aurel and Tona.
And that was a very, very good example of how much this nosedive really gains you in this sector. It was the victory in this round. I mean, I was thinking, okay, maybe if both teammates from the top 2 do not finish, it could be important for the first position, because then it would mean that the P1 team actually gets the victory across, if I recall that correctly from the rules that we have seen beforehand, because we have seen some 2 DNF rounds already, but it could happen on this map here eventually, because the respawns are quite punishing, especially when you have a poor setup for one of those parts and then maybe make another mistake. But we see Neon now with a mistake. Aurel as well, but is able to control it, but Levon goes back into second position with that, now going to the back side. Aurel having good speed into that one, and Aurel also had a great ending in the in the run from beforehand. Tona 0.7 ahead of Levon. Also Aurel with a great line over in that sector, overtaking Levon, who has a bit more speed, but goes a bit lower, or like low to high in this sector. But actually great approach from Levon. Is he going for that nosedive? He's not. Or this will be very close in the ending. Tona and Aurel going for the right side, Levon going for the left side, but Levon with the respawn. So Tona and Aurel winning yet another round, 1:15.160. Not the fastest times we have seen here, all like not the fastest times that we have seen here all along, but I think it's enough here, as you can see, to get another ace. So it's 8-1 and match point for the blue team. Only one victory away.
Yeah, only one victory away. And I was getting a little bit worried for Tona, because he looked to be a little bit too close to the light pole on the final jump toward the finish than would have been necessary. But luckily for him, he managed to clear it and validate yet another ace for Team Lion Coast. Aurel going so close to the wall before the jump towards the road, leading to checkpoint number 2. And it's very much Team Pigeon having their back against the wall, facing potentially their first defeat in the group stage. And three out of 4 players have fallen by the wayside in the jump in the first platform, and we have a 4th player who will fall by the wayside just after that by literally just a little nibble. Again, second time we have just a little kiss of the front, no, not even the wing, it's just the nose of the car from Levon, touching the very tip-top of the transfer block. And despite all their tribulations in the first platform, it will be Lion Coast promoted up to first and second, as Levon and Neon have completely lost the plot, and that will mean yet another ace going the way of the 2 Frenchmen with just a couple of corners, checkpoints, and the identity left to go. It will be a plus between the poles for Aurel versus a full inside line, I think it was for Tona, as we make our way through to the last sets of platforms, and we have a disconnection from Neon. I think he might be thinking, I've had enough of this. I just didn't feel like well, the technical issue didn't really help matters, but it looks as though the mental game has completely fallen off the edge for the young Pole. And with the 1-2 finish in the books yet again, it will be an 11-1 score for Lion Coast and a 3-0 score overall for Aurel and Tona versus Pigeon. Levon and Neon getting their first defeat of the group stage.
And I think this round really describes the whole match. Levon and Neon had an ace to start the whole match off with, and then it was all about how you deal with mistakes and maybe also how to minimize the time loss from a mistake. Aurel and Tona did it exceptionally well, and also here in this round, they came up ahead and they got the ace across, which could have been also an ace for the red team. But, you know, if you are already so far behind, it's hard to really hold your composure. If it's 8-1, maybe your mindset is also not playing along. But Aurel and Tona with a great and promising performance, 2-0, only one victory away of reaching day 2, but I think the next match will be even harder. All right, so good match. Maybe we have some other matches ongoing right now.
We do have 2 matches that are still ongoing, according to what I can see, with match 1 and match 7. Match 1 should be the Nemesis versus Wild, and we have Jared the Dumpling that is still playing versus Team A2. And this is the one I'm currently watching for right now, with Jared the Dumpling currently leading 2-0. They're currently on map 3, which is Sideswipe, and they're currently leading 6-0 against Jan08 and Randomize.
So here on server 1, Jan and Wizzy are behind 1-2 in map scores, and we currently booted up air control. So Mime and Paco have it in their hands. So maybe what match should we go for match 1 or match 7?
I am thinking, well, I'd say match 7 because we haven't seen A2 and we haven't yet seen also Nitek and Bimi. So I think it would be good to get a little bit of a look at how the 2 Russian drivers from Jared and Dumpling are currently doing. And from what I can see on the server, they're doing very, very well. Probably going for a 3rd back-to-back ace with how the scores have gone. Currently 6-0. It will be up to 9-0 for Nitek and Bimi. Nitek scoring a 110.109 in that particular rounds, noting that the world record here on Sideswipe is a 108.839, courtesy of Masa from Team Big.
Yeah, so they are on match points here, the Russians, and let's see if they can take it home. I'm not sure, Patsu, if you are on the server or not, but okay.
Okay, so we are just getting the word from production that you'll also likely get to see... well, we're going to get a sit rep from Server 1 as well with the match between Wild and Team Nemesis. In the meantime, we're giving you a little bit of a Radio Le Mans-style account of what's happening. And, well, 9-0 right now for Nitek and Bimi with match points on their hands. All they need is basically the point for either a draw or a second-place finish to actually validate their match win, their first match win, actually, considering that they had lost a little bit earlier on their round 1 match, which was versus the brothers team of Hill and Bessie. They lost on a 3-1 scoreline, but it looks as though they are set to revert the momentum and move on to a 1-1 scenario for now here in this group stage as we head into sector number 3. Nitek leading by about 0.3 of a second from his teammate, and behind the first red team player in the form of Randomize is 9.7 seconds behind. So it looks as though they got this map and this match under lock and key overall, despite a little bit of a laborious path through that uphill reactor part. Manages to make it through. Nitek with a 109.609, Bimi 8/10 down, so it will be a 12-0 scoreline on that final map and 3-0 overall for J-Red the Dumpling versus Team A2, which means that we are finally free to kind of like focus on our remaining match, which will be Wild versus Team Nemesis. And currently we are, it seems like, on air control with a 2-1 lead overall in the map for Team Nemesis, and 3-0 after the first round, it looks like, on air control. And we're currently in the server right now with Pusito Paco following along with the Hungarian, currently following up his teammate, who takes advantage of a great mid-map to move past Wizzy in the lead. Yeah,
great start from Mime here as well, going into the lead, but Wizzy fighting back here. And it is Paco on 3rd position, but Jan seems to struggle a bit, 0.8 behind. Of course, it is Jan playing instead of Stufts, who I think went on to play Fortnite or something like that. It's not really like playing too much Trackmania at the moment, but he also found a lot of success in that as well, so good to see him in there. But it would also be cool to see Stufts back, but Jan is also a very good replacement, has improved so much in the last couple of years, and also Paco overtaking Wizzy in the end. So that's another ace for the red team. Nothing to do about that. Great ending there as well. Wizzy gets overtaken by Paco there, and it's 6-0. So already very hard for the blue team to come back from.
Yeah, and a great time for Mime as well, a 118.7 that the Polish driver clocked in that previous round. And yeah, we were talking about Jan, of course, having done so much progression since the start of the year, and having had, well, essentially one of the greatest honors that could be bestowed to a reserve driver, because that was essentially what he was at the start of the year. He was as a reserve as part of Team Wild, but then got promoted to the lead driver role after the end of EMEA number 6. So that was towards the end of the month of August, and that transition happened. Now, of course, playing as part of Team Wild for the remainder of the season. In the meantime, in that round, we had a little bit of a clip of the Apex before checkpoint 6 from Pussy Topako. The Hungarian will be finding himself around 8/10 down compared to his teammate leading the race, and around 3/10 down compared to Jan, who usually tries to chase, but actually with a very heavy landing before the start of Sector 3, he will be 3 seconds down. In the meantime, back up front, Mime controlling this race, cool, calm, and collected with around a 3/10 lead compared to
Wizzy.
Wizzy with a big slowdown there, basically just a wall brush at the apex, which robbed him of all of his speed. I'm surprised that he even managed to clear the penultimate jump there, as we see that Mime now has a completely unassailable lead of almost 7/10, and will clock in yet another solid time with a .805. Mime on an absolute roll. It will be a draw at the end of this round, but it's still looking like a likely 4-round deal with a 7-1 scoreline and the first match point attempt for Nemesis.
Yeah, Mime looking locked in here on those maps, especially on the air control here. So great performance from the Polish driver, who also did very well at XP Evo. Think about that. He got 3rd position in there as well. So very good seeing that here. And I mean, Carl Jr. and also Apos just looked unstoppable. But it would have also been very cool to see Mime winning, because he's still missing out on a first major title win, like one of the tier 1 like high events like World Cup, XP Evo, this kind of stuff. Comic-Con Baltics, of course, was a thing that he has won. But winning this kind of thing against like all the competitors is still something for Mime to miss out on. And Paco and Mime looking very good on this map, as you can see. Now also Paco in the lead, 0.2 away. Wizzy and Jan already in need of a mistake, else this match is over for them.
This match will likely be over for them with that half a second deficit compared to the leader, and that 3/10 of a second deficit, which will now be virtually overhauled with that clip from Mime, then followed by a clip from Wizzy, and now Jan also under threat, doesn't get the best of landings, and Mime gets back up to 2nd place with an absolutely zany ending to that particular round. It will be a 10-1 scoreline for Team Nemesis, despite a very, very early mistake in Sector 3 from Mime. But Jan and Wizzy have completely, well, they slipped, tripped, and fell in that particular instance. And so 3-1, the final score for Team Nemesis, who I think are on their first win, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just quickly get that. No, they're on the second win.
It's their second win, yeah.
Yeah, they did win 3-0 against A2, and I kind of missed that particular part. I mean, I was so tunnel vision on what happened on the track that some memories kind of skipped past. But yeah, you were talking about Mime, of course. Very cool to see him. Very, very nice to see him. Very much fully focused on the job at hand after a frankly really good performance at XP Evo. And whilst, yeah, you said he's still missing that major title, that high profile win against some of the best players in the world, especially Carl Jr. proving to be a pretty tough stumbling block to fall against every time that he actually faced a but it's still one player that you have to keep an eye on. Never count him out. He can still be in the shot for the overall win, be it in duo with his teammate Pussy Tupako or in solo, as he proved last week. But still, congratulations for Team Nemesis with that 3-1 win, which concludes round 2 of the Swiss stage.
So I think we're going to go on a small break again before we jump into the other matches. So the Swiss stage is slowly but surely heating up as we have those matches underway. We had some close matches, also this one, 3-1. So Wild was able to take one map away from Team Nemesis in that regards. But now after the next one, it will be the first teams who already lock in seed 1 and 2 for tomorrow. So let's see who's going to play against each other, and we're going to see you after a small break.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. Wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I've been drinking water for some time, picking up the parts of my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. I've been seeing farther in dark skies, bringing me for fire, not for a time. Following my heart, can't deny. Show you how I play my part. Ghosts in the night don't justify the love we lost, the love we hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on.
I wake up kicking myself. Exhale cause I heard it helps. But same old way I felt, resting on my shoulders. Cold night in a sleepless bed, white eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round. it won't let me out. Sing when I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and we're getting straight into it with a pick and bans for Bokeh versus Team Nemesis. Supercross and pipe dance have been banned, and the first pick going the way of Team Nemesis will be two-wheeling for our opening map, air control map 2, then map 3 will be Hoop, and now Pussy Topako will be in charge of picking the fourth map, the last human pick, quote-unquote, which will be Sideswipe, and Decider will be Beginnings. So, two-wheeling, air control, Hoop, Sideswipe, and Beginnings, your map order for this matchup versus between Bokeh and Team Nemesis. Bokeh, who are currently, of course, 2-0 as well. I guess this is a good time to riff through the results of round number 2. You were able to see, of course, the 3-0 victory of Lion Coast versus Pigeon, as well as part of the 3-1 victory versus Team Nemesis. But other results, Bokeh 3-0 versus Bob Bros, Big 3-0 versus the Brothers, Jetlag 3-0 versus Restless, Team Divergente 3-0 versus Split APAC, and of course, 3-0 for Jared the Dumpling versus Team A2, which we covered a little bit on Radio Le Mans style, as you can see here on the bracket as well, as we're getting started in less than a minute with our first map here.
So every matches have been clean sweep in this second round of the Swiss stage, other than the match that we have seen, as you already have said, that between Wild and Nemesis. But I'm looking forward to this match because I think we will not see a 3-0 here. But I mean, on the other hand, Oldtag and Bings also clean swept their opponents in this regard, right? So they also went 3-0 against one of the teams that we have already seen in the first round, against the Puff Bros, against Pack and Carl Jr., and they looked very strong on some of those maps as well. So it is Bokeh versus Nemesis, Oldtag and Bings versus Mime and Paco. I am hyped for this one, and let's go. We start off on two-wheeling, not two-wheeler, two-wheeling.
Two-wheeling. And just right from looking at the top left of the screen, we can tell you that there's been a new online record that has been driven. Pussy Topako was the former record holder with a .764. Now it is Masa from Team Big who went and snatched that record by 11 milliseconds with a .753. But still, Nemesis, one team to look out for with that ultimate pace that Paco can show on this map. Mime also looking very solid with a 119.983. So Bokeh in with a disadvantage despite the fact that Binks also has an ultimate time within the .8s, 119.8. But It's looking like a very, very sharp showing from Nemesis in theory, but in practice, it's all looking very different, at least on this first round, with a very hefty clip from Pusito Paco on the way to checkpoint number 3.
Yeah, the former online world record holder with a slight mistake here, bringing himself 0.7 behind, but we've seen so many mess-ups and mistakes where he can really lose a lot of time, and there's already one from Bokeh. Binks with a mistake. Paco with a great turnaround here as well, looking very much controlled. Gets the checkpoint slightly here, so it's not too far away from Otak. Caught up 0.1 to Mime as well in that sector, so very well done by the young Hungarian player. It feels like we say that every event, but I mean, he gets older and older as well. When I went through the XP Evo photos, my girlfriend was also like, yeah, this guy is growing up, and he's not the young kid, the new kid on the block anymore, right? He's also getting one of the more, or becoming one of the more experienced players in the field. And right now he's applying a lot of pressure onto Otak, who needs to hold on to that second place, but also Mime with a mistake. So Otak promotes into first. And look at that, how much Paco caught up. He was 0.7 behind, and now he's only 0.15 behind in the ending, roughly. And it will start with a draw. So nothing happened thus far.
Nothing happened thus far, but it could have been so much more for Team Nemesis. That is such an unfortunate crash for Mime on the way into the final checkpoint and the turnaround for the reactor booster, in a sense. That's completely thwarted the plans of Nemesis to get an early lead here on two-wheeling as we make our way through round number 2 in the first sector. At the end of that jump, will be led by both Nemesis drivers as we go very high and very long on the jump for Otak before the first submerged part where the buck slide also hits you. Now we see Binks this time avoiding the pole on the inside, then cancel the turn back out, and then try to get the trigger. And unfortunately, we slid on the way into that reactor trigger for Binks, hitting the wall on the outside as a result. And as a consequence, it will be one Bokeh player way far removed and another one having to pick up the slack in the form of Otak yet again. And we do see a difference of setup for Mime in that water glider part, opting to go very wide on the entry to get a more direct line to that chicane and carry so much more speed on the exit. It's a line that pays off for the Polish driver as he catches back up to his Hungarian teammate. They're going ghost within ghost, almost playing in tandem, 7 milliseconds, and Otak with an unfortunate clip at the apex on the way to checkpoint 12. So it looks as though the ace will be delivered on a silver plate, but looking like a very solid time too, maybe to the 119s already. Paco will be leading his teammate at the line, and the stopwatch says almost a 119. 0.065 for Pusito Paco and a 0.106 for Mime, and with that, plus 3 points for Team Nemesis. 4-1 for the Reds.
What a great performance from Nemesis in that round. Both players with low 120 times here, just a couple of hundreds away from the world record. So they're really setting the tone here and applying a lot of pressure on their first map pick. But just when I say that, it's Mime with a first mistake. I mean, a slight hiccup in comparison to the one mistake from Paco in round number 1 as well. He finds himself roughly half a second behind. Make it 0.3 to 0.4 of a second. Definitely something that you can catch up on this map, but it's so close for that top 3 battle here. Otak and Binks in the lead, but Paco having a good turnaround here again. So much speed, coming a bit closer, and also here, this looks very much controlled. Wow, I thought that he did not get the checkpoint. It was so close, but still Otak 0.1 ahead, but Paco promotes himself up into that second position. Binks with good speed, also going for that drift as well as Paco, but I like Paco's apex there a little bit more, getting a much better setup into that part here as well, wider with more speed, and he is still on that top 1 battle, only 0.1 behind Otak. Good approach from Otak here, not clipping the wall this time around. It's all coming down into that last sector. Would be so important for Paco to deny those 2 points, and or even 3 points towards his opponents, but he doesn't get a good turnaround here, and Binks and Otak will get the counter ace here. Let's take a look onto the times. It will be a 119 this time around. Otak with a PB and a new fastest match time.
Great job from Otak on that round with a 0.949, and we see 2 occurrences of the same mistake for 2 different players. We saw Binks losing a lot of time at the very end of that first two-wheel part by going a little bit too deep into the final reactor boost where you catapult yourself out of that particular emerge section, allowing Paco to move into provisional second that he could have held all the way through if not for that same mistake being repeated this time by Paco on the final turnaround before the way onto the risky fin where he also went too deep into that reactor boost part, allowing the counter ace to be dealt by Bokeh and leveling the playing field once again as we make our way through this round. Let's see, are we going to get any slide outs? No, everybody gets the grip nice and easy. Who will be leading at the end of that emerge part? It will be Binks, but by a skinny margin. Look at how the gaps have closed up. A 10th.5 between first and last. It's still pretty much all to play for as we head into the third sector with the water glider part. And again, Mime opting for that wider entry to go for a direct line through the chicane, carrying much more speed on exit, but this time it's only just enough to actually get back to within the back bumper of his own teammate and Otak. In the meantime, Binks has actually decided to do a little bit of room for freedom, do a little bit of a breakaway run with a 3/10 lead over the next pursuing driver, which is now Mime fighting against Otak. It can all still come undone here in this final turnaround, and look at how that is exemplified right there. All of that gap that Binks built up annihilated, but he manages to get back into the lead with a low 119.9, 0.919 versus a 0.986 for Otak. Great race finish as well for Mime, who was just within a 10th.5 of the top two. Great rounds all around, but back-to-back aces for Bokeh, who actually get the steam going in their favor, and now finding themselves on their first map point attempt.
Imagine being last with a 120.2. That is insane pace from the teams here, and that was only this one slight small mistake there in that one. Like, I mean, the drift setup from Mime, it was really that sent himself a bit further behind, but this time he has a very good start, 0.1 ahead of his teammate, and they could get the counter ace. That is what they are in need of. It's 7-4. Bokeh with track point. Beautiful turnaround there from Mime and Paco in this run, and also here Mime with a lot of speed into the normal section again. Paco not too far behind his teammate, but look at that gap here already. It's 0.2 of a second between second and third. It's Nemesis round to lose, but there's still a long sector to clear in the end, but it seems like they're on good times as well. The online world record could be crushed yet again. Mime not with a good setup here, doesn't lose control, still gets around that turn, but Paco goes into the lead in that sector. Now the ending, of course, very important to regain control after this turnaround here as soon as possible. Mime getting it good, Paco as well, and this could be the ace for them, but also this turnaround very important. Mime and Paco with the ace, and look at those times here, 2 times below 120. Insane stuff. It's 7-7. Those teams are giving everything they have right now. That is just so good.
Man, Paco just two thousands from dipping into the 119.8. That was such a great round. Just from that last sector, from that second sector, I was like, maybe we could get into the 0.8s, like high to mid 0.8s. It was just shy of that mark, but still, absolutely beautiful round driven by Team Nemesis as we make our way onto the next attempt for Bokeh for match point. And we do see the Binks, oh yeah, and he stopped. Binks is completely stopped after sliding out into that immersed bug slide. It's all down to Otak to try and secure second place, but he had the same that Binks had very early on in that map where he slid out on the way to the reactor boost and clobbered the wall on the way out. So it will be Team Nemesis being handed their first map win here in this best of 5, and look at the speed that Mime carries through here in the water gliding chicane. Bustito Paco, his teammate, continues to be within his clutch. He's around, let's say, half a tenth of a second thereabouts in the next split, and he will be right in that butter zone as we move on to the last immersed part and the run towards the finish line. We slide out on the part of Mime. Can he try to keep it on the road? He will be about a second down, will be able to keep second place without any issue, and it will be a 10-7 score at the end of map 1 in favor of Team Nemesis, with some really, really great rounds that we've witnessed all throughout, despite that little blunder towards the final part for Mime. Nemesis looking very, very sharp indeed, leading the matchup 1-0.
5 aces in this match. 3 for Nemesis and 2 for Bokeh.
That is something.
Wow.
That is something indeed. As we move on to the first of 2 Bokeh picks, and it will be air. Is that air control? Yeah, it is air control. I was maybe a little bit doubtful, and here we picked this map for a reason, because you can look at the top right. Binks, world record holder with a 0.330 to his account. We do have a 0.525 on the part of Otak, but Bustito Paco also looking to play a little bit of a spoiler role with that 118.4 4.82 that he currently holds as a personal best on the overall leaderboard. Mine may be a little bit further back with a 0.7, but of course, never count the Polish driver out. In any case of a mistake from the opposing team, he is there to snatch any opportunity he can get to get a much more impactful outcome for his team.
And I mean, we have already seen a glimpse of what Mime and Paco are able to do on this map. We have seen one round already where they played against Wild in the previous Swiss stage rounds, but now we see Mime with the first mistake, finding himself 1 second behind Ortag and Binks with a very, very comfortable start on commanding leads going into the next section of the map here, as they are at 0.3 ahead. Binks is 0.3 ahead of Paco, who's able to hold that gear in that sector here as well. And now it's important to set yourself up for those jumps here, get the nose down as well for a smooth landing. Paco gets it well, but doesn't really catch up too much to Binks, who's on a great time. And also Paco here, his car was slightly tilting, and that's why he lost control. That's what really decides the rounds for you on this map here, if you get a smooth landing or not. So Binks and Ortag can cruise it into the ending. They are 1.5 seconds ahead. You can somewhat save some of those parts here, but still, players are able to catch up. You can jump very earlier to the right here, but Binks and Ortag decide to go for the more or less riskier route, and they will win the round. Another ace, the 6th ace out of 7 rounds played in this match, and also good times here, 2 times below 119. Good job from Binks and Ortag.
Straight away into the 0.7s as well, and low 0.7s and that, so very, very strong round performance being done by Binks as we make our way through to round number 2 now, and Bokeh looking to actually set the record straight after a narrow loss, all in all, I'd say, in two-wheeling, despite some rounds where they were looking a little bit more on the downward trend in terms of pace as we make our way through the first sector, checkpoint number 4, and onto the transfer. It will be Otak leading by about 1/10 of a second, and a couple of front axle clips from both Otak and Mime, but they managed to make it through somewhat unscathed. Of course, Mime will be the worst for wear in terms of gaps with the 3/10 deficit, and Otak also having dropped the ball at the entry in sector number 2, so it will be a battle between Binks and Postito Paco in the middle of the map. It will be a better landing on the side of Binks, who was able to carry a little bit more speed his way, and thus move a little bit more into the lead with a gap of around 0.2 of a second. Actually, the gap has somewhat stabilized to around that 0.2 mark between the Frenchman and the Hungarian. Mime managing to get ahead of Otak for 3rd place with a 3/10 lead, but a huge slowdown. What was that slowdown on the part of Mime? That was so strange. It looks like a pixel clip indeed, as Otak takes advantage of the situation to move up into 3rd and try to secure a victory for Team Bokeh, but that's as long as Binks holds onto the lead, and Paco continues to pile on the pressure and carries a bit more speed onto the second jump, but the landing on the other side was not looking all too clean for the Hungarian, and Binks sticking it all the way to the outside wall, almost NASCAR style, to take the win with a 0.808, 3.5 tenths ahead of Paco. Otak in 3rd guarantees the victory, allowing Bokeh to move up to 5-1.
But there you can see how much one nosedive that you don't get is costing you. Ortag losing 0.7 there in this sector, and still able to get into the finish. Only half a second behind his teammates, so that clears them the round in 1st and 3rd position and gives them 2 additional points to their 3 points already from beforehand. So 5-1 is the scoreline, and Ortag and Binks again with good starting sectors. Paco the first player to fall behind, so he needs to rely on his teammate Mime, but they need to find at least a victory or preferably an ace in this round to stay alive on this map, else the map will slowly but surely go into Bokeh's favor. And also here, Mime with a good landing, coming a bit closer, going so close there as well, taking so many risks, and now he clips again, steering in a bit too early. And also Binks almost clipping the wall there himself. So Ortag and Binks on their way of winning this round here again in 1st and 2nd position. Binks not with too much speed, barely able to clear that speed check, and also Mime with a respawn, so they have plenty of seconds to work with. And also here, Binks didn't get a good landing, but is still able to clear that jump, not with a good nosedive here. He will get a little bit of a bump, but it doesn't matter unless he survives. He survives the rounds, and also 118.6. Very good time from Ortag. It's 8-1. Only 1 victory away for the map win for Bokeh. And Paco and Mime, they really have to do something here. They need to do the unthinkable, 2 back-to-back aces, and then get another one, preferably.
Yeah, they find themselves in a pretty tough spot right now, Nemesis, and the situation on the other hand is looking very, very comfortable for Team Bokeh, looking to retaliate and actually do a very convincing response to the hotly contested map 1 that we had witnessed on two-wheeling. Currently, right now, it will be Mime leading ahead of Binks into the transfer. All four are separated by about a quarter of a second, but a huge lay down from Mime again on the way into checkpoint number 5. Binks going way wide, almost hitting the neon and the wall through that long right-hander to checkpoint number 6, and Paco is allowed, due to those wide lines by Binks, to catch back up to the leader within 68 milliseconds. Now Otak playing a little bit of a supporting role, and now he has to go on the offensive because unfortunately for Binks, we crashed very heavily on the way to checkpoint number 8, and another crash into checkpoint 9 this time from Pussy to Paco, promoting Otak back up into the lead. Nobody is immune from any mistake whatsoever. We go a little bit high on the bubble for Otak, allowing Mime to catch back up, almost running into the wall, and look at this Mime speed being carried through by the Polish driver. Mime still piling on the pressure against the 2023 world champion and has much more speed on the landing of the final jump. Mime takes the win with the 19.148. Otak second, Paco third, Binks in fourth. It's now ace or bust for Nemesis with a 6-point deficit to catch back up. 2 back-to-back aces are what they require.
We have seen the potential in this round, though. Even though Mime had a small mistake at the start, he was able to win it. So good of holding his composure there, but they need to find 2 aces now, else this match is over. Paco jumping very far into the checkpoint and not really carrying too much speed into this sector here. As you can see, Otak already miles ahead. Paco, the one who's trailing behind. Mime needs to rely on his teammate as well, or needs to rely on some mistakes from the Bokeh squad here. But it looks like they will not do any here in this sector. We have seen some no-slides here in a couple of matches from beforehand, but not this time around. Binks and Otak looking absolutely strong on this round. They want to close it out here right immediately after that small hiccup here in the previous round. They are just trailing so far ahead. They're quarter of a second out of Mime, and only one of them has to survive the last couple of turns on this map. Oh, but Binks is the first player to make a mistake. Otak now maybe the one who could close out this map and tie up the scoreboard to 1-1, and this looks good. Otak with a great jump, jumps quite far to the right to have a good setup for the ending, and Otak will get that first position, and with that, the first map win for Team Bokeh. Also a nice time, a 0.69, only 0.36 away from the world records.
Yeah, and the times have been looking very good so far throughout the entire map, driving into the 0.7s and the 0.6s on a regular basis. And Otak doing the work that had to be done in order to secure that final point needed. Again, it's a very simple situation that they found themselves in with those aces. They were able to get back-to-back in that gap that they were able to build up, able to take a victory from Nemesis in the case of the penultimate round. As we move on to our next map, which will be Popewet's Hoop, 116.273, the world record from Levon, 0.393 for Mime, 0.464 for Paco, 0.282 for Otak, and a 0.461 courtesy of Binks. So ultimate pace advantage Otak, and with the momentum that they've gathered from that very convincing win here on air control, they're going to be the team to beat for Team Nemesis as they head into the first round.
Yeah, I agree. Otak only a couple of thousands away from the online world record. I assume that the pace from the offline times is much faster from the players, but since they play part maps and you don't really know what the pace really looks like, I just wait for the pace to pop up tomorrow, I guess, or maybe in this match here even, but we have not seen a world record in the matches so far. In the matches that we covered, only Massa has beaten one thus far. So let's see how this one is going. Oh my god, Otak almost clipping there, but was able to get away with it. So good line from him. Let's see what's happening behind him. Paco is not too far behind. Mime clipping though. Mime is also getting penalized, losing a lot of speed there. And it is between Paco, Otak, and Binks going into the last part of the map. Paco with good speed, applying a lot of pressure onto Otak and wants to deny the victory towards Bokeh. This could be a good start for Bokeh though, if they get those 2 points here. But who's having more speed in the ending? It looks like Otak goes for the overtake, slightly more speed than Paco, but who risks the ending a bit more? It is Paco with a good landing. Is he he gonna stay ahead? No, he's not. Otak is 17 thousandths ahead and wins the round for his team. It's 2-1. Nemesis still getting 1 point here, but they need more than that. Sadly, that Mime made that mistake.
Yeah, oh no. Oh, okay. So there is a net loss for Binks right there, but how amazing was that save from the clip on the edge of the block from the left rear into the box line that puts him back on track. So now Binks has a lot of deficit to catch up to, but so does Mime. It will be yet again another battle between between Pusito Paco and Otak brewing as we go for the slingshot around the outside. It was a very beautiful round that we've seen throughout round number 1, which was decided by a matter of 0.02 of a second. This time maybe Otak being a little bit more conservative in that little bump road section as we move onto the hoop transfer, marking the start of sector number 3. Otak will take the lead with a beautiful landing as well. Mime forced to respawn, promoting Binks up to 3rd position, potentially netting yet another victory for Team Bokeh. And now Otak trying to make a little bit of a break for freedom, trying to give himself a little bit of room to breathe as we head into the ending with, of course, the intermediate hoop, where you have to go for 2 runs in order to get enough speed for the jump into the risky fin. It might be a little bit too late to act with a low jump for Paco. Indeed it is. The gap is already done and dusted with a 0.606 at the finish line for Otak and a 0.746 for Paco. It will be 1st and 2nd for Otak and Paco, and with Binks in 3rd, it will be a 2nd consecutive victory for Bokeh, who lead 4-2 at the end of this round.
Yeah, 2 points away from each other are those teams, and Mime again, the player who cannot match the pace, making some mistakes sadly, so it is only Paco who can deny the ace towards his opponent. So let's take a look onto Mime's round here, round number 3 it is, and see if he can finally survive and get himself on the board for his team. So good start for him, not making a mistake this time around. It was the 2nd transition that he was really struggling with, where he has made, I think, the last 2 mistakes in those rounds. Here he's already a bit further behind. Otak and Binks with a great starting sector, finding themselves already a little bit further ahead. None of the players touching the outside wall there of the dirt block, so everybody's still in the race. But I thought Mime would lose control, but that is not the case. Oh my god, now it's Otak with a respawn, with quick respawn though. And also Mime surviving this jump, so risky, but missing up this part here, clipping a bit. And where did Paco actually go? Paco also with a complete mistake.
I saw that, and Paco had a clip at the entry, basically at the start of the quarter block before the transfer. So basically no speed to make the transfer work whatsoever. That's why he stumbled to the bottom of the leaderboard. And everybody has had a mistake at some point in this round. It's one of those rounds where nobody has been immune from any mistake whatsoever. And despite having had some trials and tribulations in this round as well, Binks will take the win with a 0.592, a 2nd clear of Mime. Otak in 3rd. 3 rounds, 3 wins for Bokeh, who now have an ace of an advantage in terms of points delta, who are not on map point just yet, though. They're just missing that one. They were just missing that 1 point for that scenario to happen, but still, Bokeh managing to keep the control within their grasp despite some hardships like we've seen in that round.
Yeah, well said there, but this is the round to really focus on. Nemesis could tie up the score with an ace, but they could also lose a lot. If Bokeh gets the ace, it will be a very hard comeback then to clear. And also Otak and Binks with exceptional starts here. As you can see, they are quite far ahead and pushing the outside dirt corner so much again, not touching here. And they are looking good here as well. Oh, Mime not holding the gear, losing a lot of speed, but having a good setup for that part here as Paco is pushing a lot. This part, we have seen a lot of mistakes here. Binks and Otak both surviving at Mime with the attack now finally on the board here as well with a clean run, but it all comes down to the ending. This is a very close round.
This is a very close round, hotly contested, the closest contested round we've had so far, until Pusito Paco hits the wall on the exit of the right-hander before the jump into the hoops. Otak and Binks still hand in hand, trying to play in tandem as Mime finds himself about a 10th back. Will have to risk it all in the final jump if he wants to make an overtake happen, which will not happen. And a brand new PB, and what a time from Binks, a 0.347, less than a 10th away from the public world record. And Otak, imagine driving a high 0.4 not enough to win the round at this stage of the match, which is absolutely insane to see. Absolute stumper of a round from Binks. Pussy Topako too far back to reach the finish line. The gap moves from 3 to 6 points in favor of Bokeh, who are now on map point number 2.
And also Mime with a slight, didn't have the best landing, had a bit of skid marks in the last part, and that's like those 1, 2, 3 kilometers lost there over this loop section really sealed the deal for Team Bokeh of getting that ace. And now it is track points. Bokeh could gain control in this match, but we already see a mistake here in this round. Not for Team Bokeh, for Team Nemesis. Mime falling behind again. He is 0.4 behind here, so Binks, as long as Binks or Otak get at least second place, this map is over. So looking very good for them, as Paco is of course pushing it, but Binks and Otak looking so good here on this map.
Currently ending into sector number 3. Binks still holding a steadfast lead of around a 10th of a second compared to the battle for second place between Otak and Mime. Currently, Pussy Topako way out of the picture, already about a second down on the way into the end section with the hoops. Binks now having a 2/10 lead over the leading duo. We might be heading into yet another stout round from Binks, maybe into the mid to high 0.3s yet again, as now his teammate is back up the pecking order. Maybe we'll be heading into a 0.4, 0.5 at the line. It will be a 0.7, 23 versus a 0.774, but despite those times, the outcome is the same. Yet another ace for Bokeh, 12-3, the final score on Hoop for Binks and Otak, who now move on 2-1 in the scores as we make our way onto map number 4. And I think we're circling back onto a Nemesis pick, if my memory serves right. It is going to be Sideswipe.
Oh, Sideswipe as map number 4, but also Binks saved the ending there quite a bit. He was 0.2 ahead in the last checkpoint and then lost a bit of time, but was just able to save it and get this victory or even ace for his team across. So 12-3 it was in the end. And here we go, Sideswipe. I think that's the first time we see this map today on the broadcast.
We saw a brief, no, first time on the broadcast, yeah, but the final map that we called for Jared and Dumpling versus A2 was indeed on Sideswipe, as the map starts now, starting with that downhill reactor sector, which everybody clears nice and easy as we make our way through to checkpoint number 3, and now the jump onto the concave platform unfortunately went a bit too tight for Mime, hitting the breeze block with the left front, relegating himself down to last position as we get back uphill now in the mid part of sector number 2. And now Paco with a much better landing compared to Otak, who virtually came to a dead stop after landing back on his wheels and will be dropping back down to third. That is now his teammate trying to pile the pressure on the Hungarian, who's already picked up a fair bit of gap, I must say, with around a quarter of a second of an advantage for Pussy Topako compared to Binks in second place. Otak a further 10th behind in third as we make our way through sector 3 and now towards the identity and that long climb with the reactor boost. Climb the wall like Spider-Man as you make your way up the side of the wall through the building and then aim for the back bounce with the rear of the car and all the way to the reactor through the finish line. But for Otak, we full stop it in the middle of the block and thus be forced to respawn. The victory will thus be handed to Team Nemesis as Mime gets promoted up to third, and also some pretty good times already with Pussy Topako on a 0.163, low 109.1.
Yeah, that was a good time here indeed, as this was the victory for Team Nemesis. So good job for them at finally taking control on a map, or just an opening round here. And I mean, also courtesy to the mistake from Otak it was, who has crashed the ending there. So good job for them. And now also Paco and Mime batting it out with Otak. Binks already a little bit further behind, but also the ending. It's so hard to just jump on this small plastic ledge to bounce yourself up there. It's very hard to do that. And also here we see Otak with a slight mistake not really getting the entry into the turn there accordingly, and Mime and Paco are ahead. Could be the ace. We could go to a 5th map if it continues like that. Paco showing incredible pace on this map, and also Mime finally finding himself in this round, but we go into the last part. Brinks is really pushing it. Good approach in this sector for him as well, but will it be enough for the ending? The plastic bounce will decide it. Paco and Mime with good approaches, and they will get the ace here, as Paco almost missed the ending there on the left side. But look at this round. All 4 players in between point 2 of each other, and the ace for Nemesis, most importantly.
I gotta say, that line towards the risky fin is looking so tricky, because if you exit with a bit too much diagonal speed, if you don't exit too straight, then you run the risk of full stop picking into the corner of the finish. And we've seen a couple of people do that over the course of the stage where this map has been used, of course. So it's something to be wary and to keep in your mind whenever you actually negotiate that sector. As unfortunately for Otak, we had a bit of a clip on the way into checkpoints 3 through 4, and the man from Samalo is thus down in last place with a second of a deficit compared to the leading trio of Paco, Binks, and Mime. Everybody getting the same landing at the very top of the hill midway through the map. Let's see who navigates the chicane through 6 and 7, which is such a narrow chicane to navigate as well. Everybody's still making it through nice and clean, and the positions continuing to be exchanged checkpoint from checkpoint, as we do see Mime getting close to hitting the side of the hole on the way down towards checkpoint number 8. Paco leading with Binks in tow. Mime in 3rd place. Binks splitting the difference between Team Nemesis, but Nemesis are not slipping at all, and actually Mime on the attack, moving ahead of Binks for 2nd position on the way up the hill into checkpoint 12 with the bounce back on the way towards the risky fin. Will it be enough for Binks to run snipe into the line? Binks sniping Mime by 1 millisecond and clocking a .048 as well. 16 milliseconds between 1st through 3rd. Great race, and with that,
what an the last couple of
maybe map 5 is not on the menu just yet. We're back to just a single point deficit between Bokeh and Team Nemesis, and that momentum going the way of Bokeh was all kick-started by that one snipe, that 1 millisecond difference for Binks ahead of the Team Nemesis duo. As we make our way through to the next round right now, will be Mime leading ahead of Otak, Binks, and Pusito Paco, with all the positions continuing to shuffle, as you may know, here in that very first sectors. And a sector 1, sort of sector 2, we go so close to the wall on the entry to checkpoint 4 for Mime to try and edge himself a little bit further away from the chasing pack. And again, a very heavy set landing. This time it will be for Binks at the top of the hill before checkpoint 6. Otak left all on his own with his own devices to try and fend off the attack of Pusito Paco to actually hold the point for second position. Mime completely checked out up front, around 2.5 tenths of a second of an advantage for the Polish driver as we move on to sector number 3. And now Otak trying to go on a charge against the leader of the round, but so far there is no aperture, no opening yet on offer for the man from Samalo to retaliate and try to enforce yet another draw. Can something change here in the risky fin? The answer will be a no. Despite all of his best efforts, Otak will have to settle for second place, a 10.5 back. Mime wins with a .158. Paco in third place guarantees the victory, and Team Nemesis are now on map point number 2, attempt number 1.
Here we go. Track point, indeed it is, and they need to replicate that again, but we see a mistake from Mime, who looked absolutely unstoppable in those couple of rounds, just not making any mistakes, finding himself in the flow, but now he is out on that round, 0.8 behind, but even a draw would lead us to one more round being played after that, because the score would be then 9-7. Paco, however, has to get that first position out of that one. Good approach from Otak, though, promoting himself up into the leads. Great approach here from Paco. Incredibly risky line, but look at this top 3 fight here. It could even be the ace for Bokeh because both members are not too far behind. Oh, but Binks not with the best landing, clipping the wall, and this could be very costly because also Mime overtakes Binks here in this part. Let's focus on the battle for first position. Otak very far ahead, though, make it 0.3 of a second due to a misalignment from Paco in that previous turn, and Otak has everything to lose here, but also just needs to make sure to make it across into the ending, and he gets that. He makes into the ending with a 109.027, but it's the draw, and that means one final round. Match point, however, for Bokeh. If they get the ace, this match is over and out, and if Nemesis at least get the second place, they will win this map, and we go to map number 5, which would be Beginnings.
Yeah, 109.027 new PB from Otak, who's so close to dipping into the 108s. Maybe it could happen here on this round if he pulls something extraordinary throughout the round. But so far, the man from Samaloi is at the tail end of the field, closing a 4-player pack, really, with Binks and Mime battling for the lead. Paco waiting in the wings as well in P3 as we make our way through sector number 2, and this time it will be Binks going too far back, and it looks as though the round outcome will be settled in favor of Team Nemesis. But as I say that, we touch the inside on checkpoint 67, and also Otak as well is completely faltered and fallen by the wayside with that hit in the chicane before checkpoint 7, and Mime, despite that touch very early on, moves back up to second place. And with that, it will be a 5-game series awaiting us in just a few seconds' time, with Postito Paco leading by about 0.8 of a second from his own teammate. Very interested to see what he can actually cook up in the stopwatch. He actually opted for the safe finish, given that the gaps are sufficiently big. And just like that, there will be one consolation prize in the form of a singular point for Team Bokeh, but the outcome stays the same. It will be a victory of 11-8 here on Sideswipe for Team Nemesis, and we move back to Beginnings for our decider.
What a hectic map that was, if I've ever seen one. Nemesis, however, defending this pick here and finding themselves also with 3 map wins now. We have one more map to play it out for. It will be Beginnings here by Banano. The world record is, however, from a player that we have on the server. It is from Otak. A 113.737 is the current world record. But seeing this pace, I think it could actually be beaten. But yeah, I think there couldn't be any better map to close it out on, because you can push a lot, and this map is not over until the last identity, I would call it like that, is being cleared. The nosedive in particular has gained the players so much time here, and we could see some very close finishes. So Bokeh and Nemesis, 2-2 is the scoreline. Whoever wins this map will win this match as well.
Yeah, as much as I want to see that 0.737 to fall, I might have to curb your enthusiasm there, Kai, because if anything, we have learned that Beginnings is one of those, probably the map that is the greatest equalizer for every single team that is participating in the World Tour, because it feels like so much can go haywire that nobody can really pretend that they can actually master the track and go all of the time 10/10 from the word go and make it work all the time. As we go through sector number 1, everybody seems to have cleared the transfer despite Mime falling 2.5 seconds back. It will be Binks leading ahead, Pusito Paco, and currently Otak in 3rd position at the moment, looking to get a little bit of time loss there on the exit of sector number 2, sector 3, which starts now with Binks leading with a 50.7 time at checkpoint number 9. This is looking very, very good so far for potentially a low 114 to a high 113 if the pace stays like this. And Paco still locked in 2nd position, around 0.2 of a second back, and we have a clip on the side wall for the first platform for Binks. Paco promoted up into the lead of the race, allowing a draw to be enforced. 114.008, Otak 2nd. Binks in third, Mime in P4. We could have been into the 113.8 straight away if not for that wall hit from Binks. It's very much a case of what could have been there. Pussy Tobacco saying, all right, thank you very much. I didn't need that, but yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, very important for Nemesis there to capitalize on that mistake, denying that one additional point to Bokeh. But as you said, what could have been? The pace is looking absolutely phenomenal in this map from both teams. And now we see no mistakes at the start. Mime with a slight different line there. And also here, very wide setup. Oh, and Mime clipping as well. Oltag also with a respawn though, a bit earlier, and it will be between Paco and Binks, and Oltag and Mime for first and third position respectively. Paco, however, right now in the lead, looking great. Binks with a good line there as well, but it all is decided in this box slide and also in the free wheel section after that, which is so important to get clean. Paco with good speed, going for a flowy or just a lower jump in that sector, clipping the quarter pipe there a little bit, and Paco still in the lead, but everything will be decided in the ending. But even beforehand, Paco clipping and has to opt for the safe approach, will still stay ahead of Oltag, and this looks to be the victory for Bokeh here, unless Oltag makes a mistake at the ending, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Oltag survives it as well, and Bokeh gets 2 points in this round, and Nemesis, due to Paco's second place, 1 point. So Bokeh in the lead by 1 point.
Bokeh on the lead by 1 point, but again, it seems as though Beginnings living up to that reputation of being a great equalizer. Both teams not immune from mistakes, be it on the Bokeh side with Otak or on the Nemesis side with Mime and Pussy Tobacco that we've seen in the previous few rounds. Here, it's Otak who will actually be falling victim to the start section, clipping the ramp on the way into checkpoints number 1 and 2, and thus the man from Samala will be 7/10 down as we see once again the alternative line from Mime opting for the low jump on the safer route.
It's faster, isn't it?
Altogether seems to be a little bit faster indeed for the Polish driver Nemesis, who holds the lead at the end of the sector number 1, and Paco having his hands full battling with Binks for second position, and Otak and further 7/10 behind in P4, of course, as we make our way through that second sector with the setup for the box slide. Who's going to be exiting with a bit more speed? It looks as though Binks has completely overhauled the gap and overtaken Mime for that lead of the race with a 51.038 at the end of checkpoint number 9, end of sector 2, start of sector 3, but it's still all to play for. Look, we're within a 1/10.5 of a second between Binks and the two Nemesis players. Any single slip up in the identity will be felt, and it is felt instantly with that wall brush from Mime before the jump into the first platform. Otak promoted up into third position, and Paco crashing as well, and that promotes Bokeh from a draw to an ace, 6-2 for the leading drivers in the EMEA rankings. Oh my god, it all came undone very quickly and in a very, very harsh manner for Mime and Pussy Tobacco right there. From the tiniest of wall brushes from Mime with the tiniest of wall brushes in the second platform from Pussy Tobacco, preventing him from clearing the jump into the landing sign. That one has gotta hurt.
Yeah, that one has gotta hurt indeed. But the line from Mime, I really want to emphasize that one here as well. It looks to be faster, so let's take a look if Mime goes for it again. Looking great, but it's so hard to control. I think Mime slightly brushed the wall there, so losing a bit of time, and also this jump is not working out for Mime. So he's behind. It is between Otak and Paco in this round. Binks 9 seconds behind, so super important for Paco to get that one additional point in this round. I think it could be anyone's game, but Mime has to survive that very risky side jump there, which is so hard to control. And right now looks like Otak is just in the lead, and he's in the lead by a quite considerable margin. Make it 0.1 to 0.2 of a second here, but he slides out. Paco with a great approach there. Otak has no speed to work with, but can still hold on to that second place. So at least getting 1 point for his team. Paco very much control, but also Otak with a mistake, having to respawn. He needs to survive it this time around, else it could be the ace for Team Nemesis. But I don't think that this will be the case. Only one more part to go for Otak, and he makes it. Mime is getting third position, so at least 2 points for Nemesis. Only 3 points away. One ace could equalize the score again, but also it is match point for Bokeh, so an ace for them would mean this match is over.
Yeah, we're starting to pass the point of no return here in this 5th and final map of the match between Bokeh and Team Nemesis. This time, everybody makes it through the start cleanly, and I want to focus on Mime again because it wasn't so much of a wall brush last time around than just having too much angle and landing on the sidewall of the right rear.
Wow.
This time he manages to get on the actual tread of the tire instead of the sidewall, which means that he can continue to accelerate, and that allows him to be almost within contention until the transfer does its thing and completely redistributes the cards once again. And the end of Sector 1 proving to be particularly devastating for both Otak and Mime, as now Mime finds himself within touching distance of the man from Samalo, and will clip at the top of the barrier on the setup for the buck slide. Paco and Binks locked in battle for the lead, currently advantage of the Hungarian with less than a tenth of an advantage over Binks at the moment. It can still unravel so quickly, as Paco will well know from his misadventures a couple of rounds ago, as we make our way through to the ending now. Great nosedive from Paco, both going for the risky line through the platforms. Is it enough for Paco? Yes! Paco will win and guarantee the draw will be enforced with a 114.158. Mime does not bother with the second platforms. He goes for the safe pin. It will not matter at this point since it's his last place. 8-5 for Bokeh, who are now having a bit of an easier win condition on paper to reach, but given how Beginnings gave and took away from the players, nothing is for certain.
This ending is so scary. I was watching Paco there for the end, and just minor adjustments which could just end his complete run here and could get Bokeh the ace. But fortunately, from Nemesis' perspective, he survived it. Otak with a mistake, Mime with a beautiful start here, finding himself very far up in the lead by 0.1 to 0.2 of a second. So it is indeed faster, and also Paco now trailing behind, but there's one person behind them who really wants to get at least 1 point for his team. It could be a 9-7 situation if Binks gets that second place, but also 8-8, so the little overtime in that regard if Binks gets that second or even first position, because right now he's in first place. Let's take a look onto the ending. This will be all so decisive here. Binks not with a good amount of speed in this sector. The setup also didn't look that good. Mime and Paco both surviving it. It will be all coming down to the ending. Who gets the nosedive the best? It is Mime and Paco both getting it great, but the ending is still not decided. But both players do survive it. Mime clipping a bit. Will it be the overtake? It will be Binks denying the ace, the important ace for Nemesis. And it's 9-7. It is the last round. And for Nemesis, it's ace or bust, or they will lose this match. Binks and Otak only need over second place.
Might be the slightest of wall brushes for Mime on that final platform on the run towards the finish line, opening the gap for Binks, who opted to not go for the jump and go for the safe way. And it did him really, really good, and it did his team really good, as they still have the chance to fight for basically a safer approach into that potential match win. And again, Mime with that strat, which works beautifully for him once again as we go through to the transfer slide clip from Otak, but he still exits in the lead. The Rams with Samalo, and Binks with a great exit as well moves up into provisional second place at the end of sector number 1. Now moving on to the transfer between the platforms, checkpoint 6 and 7. It's still Otak and Binks, and Paco losing a lot of speed on the exit of the second ramp, allowing Mime to move back up into third, taking up the slack a little bit. But is it going to be enough, or is it too little too late? Otak and Binks streaking away, 50.866 at the end of checkpoint 9. The start of sector 3 looking very promising for the man from Samalo, and Binks in tow as well within a quarter of a second, but he now finds himself come back up by Mime on the way into the transfer. A little bit of a heavy set landing for Otak as well as Mime. The start of the identity now the jump through the second risky platform. Otak and Binks will close it out in the best manner possible with an ace and a 114.095 and a 0.395 for Binks as well. 12-7, the final score on the Beginnings. On Beginnings. 3-2, final score overall. Bokeh continue their dominant run.
Wow, but what a close match that was. We went to a last decisive round here. It was match point versus match point. Of course, Nemesis was in need of an ace, but that was so close. But also the line from Mime. insane that he was able to pull it off in almost all of the rounds and hardly lost any time with it, even gained time in most
Yeah,
of the rounds.
It's a real time game, but the time that he lost was not so much that he went too wide and brushed the wall, as I said, but you only have a certain amount of tread available on the tire that allows you to accelerate. And I think in that particular instance where he actually lost time, he went too far to the side and hit the sidewall, which instantly results in a loss, almost an acceleration penalty if you hit that sidewall, not so much in the wall. So that's pretty much what it all came down to. But still, what a match that we've seen, and I'm so glad. I don't know about you, Kai, and I'm pretty sure you guys are well glad as well. For those of you following us, no matter where you're following in the world, that was quite the scorcher and our first 5-game series of the day and of the weekend. Hopefully the first of many.
Yeah, hopefully the first of many, as we will continue after a small breather from this very exciting match. Yeah, so we just gonna go on to a small break here by the looks of it, and then we go into the penultimate set of Swiss stage matches here very soon. So we're gonna catch you in a bit.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I've been drinking water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? I'm the breaker.
wake up kicking myself. Exhale cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round. It won't let me out. Sing when I swim. I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to it. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face.
And we are back after a small break. I think we come up with another insane match now, as you can see. Bokeh versus Big it is for me. Two teams who could both make it to the World Cup of this year. Whew, we had an exciting match coming up from the break, but I think this one could even be as exciting as the one from beforehand, Geek.
Yeah, I think like this is another one of these matches where the sparks are definitely going to fly between the two teams. Bokeh, Binks and No Attack versus Big, Masa and Granadi, as we are into the pick and bans. It seems like with Supercross being banned by Bokeh, from the looks of it, we're going to be switching into the in-game scene in just a second. In fact, we are already in the in-game scene. I'm a little bit delayed on that one, so bear with me for a second. But indeed, Supercross being definitely wiped out, and we haven't seen Supercross being played at all on stream actually today. So it will be a case of seeing whether that map might be cropping up later on in the playoffs, might be more towards a best of 7 situation maybe when we get to the grand final, as we get the second ban pronounced this time on the part of Masa. It will be Hoop put on the sidelines, the Pope Wet map, which we've seen plenty of times already, and one there where they might not feel too confident, which would make sense. Granadi now in charge of locking in the first pick in what will be the opening map for this best of 5 series, and there's still a lot of choices left to be done. There is still air control, there's beginnings, there's two-wheeling, there's Ricochet, there's also Sideswipe that is still
and
in
pipe
the
dance,
and then pipe dance. Indeed, I wonder if this is what we're going to be getting as a opening map pick, as to be a little bit on the spicy side maybe for Team Big versus Bokeh. And we continue to ponder what the pick will be, and time is starting to run out. 15 seconds left on the clock. We're trying to draw this one out for suspense. The man doing the drum roll must be getting tired. Finally, we get our opening map pick, and it will be Sideswipe.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have to see Supercross and Pipe Dance here indeed, as map number 2 is Air Control, picked by Bokeh, and then Ricochet as the next map pick, also from Bokeh. And let's see if Big will be picking our beloved Pipe Dance or not. I mean, this map is not that long because you drive through slow-mo gates, but this one, like this identity, I would say, like that, is so deceiving. You're so much faster than you think, and it will be a hard map for the teams to play. So maybe we could go through this one as a decider. Let's see what Big's pick will be, as they still take their time to pick and see what will be happening. I mean, Air Control has been delivering quite a bit during this tournament already. Ricochet, we have already seen quite a bit as well, but it will be Beginnings and then two-wheeling as the decider. So two-wheeling winning the RNG in that way, because we have 8 maps in the map pool. So here we go.
Yeah, indeed. And once again, Pipe Dance being on the short end of the stick of the random selection process for the final map, indeed. And yeah, we've seen that the sparks will fly in between those two teams, which have basically completely dominated their own perspective runs. 3-0 victory for Big versus Lion Coast in the previous round. I guess this is a good time to read through the round results from last time round. You were, of course, there to see Bokeh's win 3-2 versus Nemesis. Big 3-0 versus Lion Coast. Wild 3-0 versus the Brothers. Pigeon 3-0 versus J-Red the Dumpling. Then the Puff Bros 3-0 versus Team Divergent. Jetlag 3-0 versus Split APAC. And lastly, A2 taking, I think, was their first win of the group stage, 3-0 against Team Restless.
So good to see that A2 has picked up their first win, but all the other matches were clean sweeps. So we are very happy that we have seen the Bokeh Nemesis being so close, and it could be another close match in their hands. I mean, Binks and Oltak with that, just gaining a lot of match experience on those maps that they could probably play at the World Cup as well. But I think for that, the map pack will consist of stage 1 and stage 2 maps.
Well, there is going to be some news about that, but that's not for today. That's going to be for tomorrow. So make sure to stick around for the whole weekend and follow the competition along as well, which we hope you enjoy. And you will get a little bit of a glimpse as to what the maps will be for the World Cup, which, as a reminder, will be played on November the 1st at the Dôme de Paris during the Paris Games Week. As we are now starting round 1 of map 1 from Bokeh versus Big. We are on Sideswipe. Masa, the world record holder here, with a 108.0 839 to his credit. Granati currently just above the 109s in the 109.075, and Otak and Binks both roughly in the same bar block as well in 109.0s, 0.48, 0.027 respectively. As we make our way through Sector 2 now, it's still looking pretty even Stevens for now, 1/10 of a second between first and last. Watch out for the heavy set landing on the exit of that checkpoint 5 to 6 transition. We're forced to lift quite significantly. Again, that super tight chicane into checkpoint number 7 can really throw people off, and it looks as though, oh, okay, my perspective was giving me a little bit of trouble because I saw one of the name tags disappear, so I thought someone had dropped out, but no, everybody's still on the track. A quarter of a second now. The gaps have somewhat widened in favor of Team Big, who are still playing nicely in tandem together. The two yellow and black machines from Massa and Granati, who are now having to contend with Binks, who is trying to slot himself in between the two players. Granati also slipping a little bit behind in the climb up the hill. Massa will take the lead and the win, and Otak tried his best to retain third place, but Granati snipes in for 37 milliseconds, and as a result, it will be the victory for Big, who lead early 2-1.
Yeah, I thought that Granati would have the second position sealed, but then comes the last identity of this sector, where I think Granati did not have the best entry into, and now Massa, who was a bit laggy at the start of the round, now with a mistake, and he finds himself roughly 1 second behind Otak and Binks with a commanding lead. Big, of course, winning that first round, giving them 2 points, but it's looking good for Team Bokeh in this round, as they are both players are in the top 3 right now. However, Otak, not with a clean line around that corner, so Granati promotes himself up into that second place, who has had some issues starting the match out on from beforehand, so we were able to watch his stream for a bit, having some issues with his wheel, I think with his brake key in particular. So let's see if this will come into play, as Granati, I think, also made a small mistake here, but was able to get away with it, and it is Otak overtaking his teammate, but most importantly, Massa promoting up to 3rd position in this round. So this could be another victory for Berlin International Gaming if Granati stays ahead of Otak, but it's right now 7/100 of a second between them. Otak with a good approach here into that part, might have a bit more speed. He goes to the line, and Granati will stay ahead by only 9,000ths of a second, and it's indeed another victory for Big due to a mistake, a heavy mistake from Binks.
Yeah, very heavy mistake for Binks on the way to checkpoint number 9, and yeah, seemed to go a little bit too far on the inside and hit the breeze block at the apex, which sent him all the way to the other breeze block in what I like to call the pinball machine effect, bouncing from one wall to the other, promoting Massa up to 3rd and Otak up to 2nd, who still brings 1 point on the board for Team Bokeh, but they are now having a little bit of a tough time navigating those early rounds in Sideswipe. As you can see, Binks now 1.2 seconds down compared to the leading trio led by Otak, as we make our way up the wall through checkpoint 5, and this time we hit on the bottom wall for Massa as well. Indeed, and a full stopping as well, forcing the German veteran to respawn, promoting Binks up into 3rd, but now Otak falling by the wayside as well, having completely messed up the lineup from checkpoint 6 to 7. Granati promoted up into the lead of this round with just a couple of checkpoints to go. It looks as though a draw will likely be enforced, as Massa is looking way far back, but we still have to wait and see how the ending is shaping up for the ones in the top 2, because any single mistake, any single like clobbering of the neons that act as curves in a sense in the uphill, or any bad bounce can very much spell disaster to those up front, but no such disaster for Granati, who gets another round win with a .295, half a second ahead of Otak. Binks in 3rd confirms the joins in force, and Big still stay in the lead with a 2-point advantage, and we do get the word that Granati had to do a different rebind to another button on his wheel, which is always a little bit, will play a little bit of havoc with you, messing with your head, because when you're so used to actually having the input under a certain thumb, it is such a huge process to be able to adapt to it and retrain your muscle memory in a sense to be able to take advantage of those bindings. So it looks as though Granati is still able to make do with it, but is that going to be hampering him in the long run? That is only something that time will tell.
I mean, he has to think about it in this moment, right? He has to think about it, he has to focus, so this match will be more taxing for him to just get used to this kind of situation, because if you build up the habit of pressing this button to brake and all of a sudden you cannot do that anymore, you use your resources for just braking, right? And this could really put him into some sort of mistakes, as Massa is lagging here quite a bit. Granati with that mistake then this section, finding himself 5 seconds behind, but Big did a great job of just not letting the opponents capitalize from those mistakes, because right now Massa is in the lead. In the round from beforehand, it was Granadi. Massa also with good speed going to the last identity of the map, looking good, but Otak is going for the attack. It could be the victory for Bokeh, but Massa with insane speed, but not with the best landing in this sector, barely able to clear that jump, and Otak wins the round for his team. Binks almost closing in there as well, but Massa had sufficient speed to make it into the ending, so Bokeh coming closer, only 1 point away from Big. So Big still leading, but it could be still anyone's game, and so let's hope that Granadi can pull it together, because as I said, this could really, this could be very punishing for Granadi if he uses a different button.
Yeah, indeed, and Bokeh taking advantage of that matter of fact, and the huge accident from Granadi on the way down towards checkpoint number 8 to start bridging the gap back down to that singular point, in Massa pushing so hard on the entry into that convex platform. I think you all saw how close that left front was to hitting the breeze block at the apex there, but Massa makes it work like magic, holds the lead at the end of the first half of the map. Granadi right in tow, Otak as well in third place, and now we just see again a little bit of lagging on the part of Massa, but he's still with us, still hanging on for dear life, and still pushing very, very hard, as Otak also does, as he tries to get himself in between the two big players. So far, no aperture, no opening just yet for the man from Samalo to slot himself in between the two drivers, but now comes the opening, and maybe the attack for the lead versus Massa. Granadi down to third, just happy to play the teammate role, trying to safeguard any point that can be safeguarded. Massa versus Otak. Otak again with a much better bounce will be once again at the finish line in the lead with a point 129, and the draw will be enforced courtesy of Binks' 3.2 second deficit that he could not climb back up from very early on in the round. 7-6 in favor of Big, who are on their first map point attempt.
Another great ending there from Otak here, committing to his line, just having so much speed and a good landing for the ending. But still, it was a draw, so Big with track point if they can find the ace in this round here. Even a draw would be highly advantageous for them. However, if Bokeh then gets another ace in the round after that, or just their first ace, it will be their map. So Massa and Granadi need to make sure to deny the points towards their opponents, preferably already close it out when they can, as Binks gets a beautiful line there, a lot of speeds transferred into the next sector, as Massa always lagging in this kind of sector, which is kind of interesting. Maybe it's just coincidence, but it seems to be the trend for those rounds. But also here, a very wide approach from Massa, good approach for that sector here as well due to that, and Binks and Massa are fighting it out, as well as Otak and Granadi for that third position. Granadi right now on the tail end of the field, but only 0.3 behind, but now clipping here could result into a bigger speed loss. Massa versus Binks, will it be the victory or the draw? Massa missing Binks as well, and it's Granadi in second place. The question now is who is getting third position. Binks with a faster respawn, and Binks will get the victory for his team. It's 8-8 actually, and that was unconventional to see both top players missing the ending because they just pushed so much.
Very uncharacteristic as well, going a little bit too far to the left-hand side, and both hitting the left-hand side wall, but in two different manners. We saw almost a full stop clipping with the front of the release for Binks, with the rear clip on the part of Massa that sent him deviating all the way off of the map. And here, good on Binks for the quick respawn that allows him to finish up into P3 and thus level the gap down to 0 points. We're back on an even playing field with both teams on map points as we make our way through sector number 2. Massa, Granadi, and Otak locked in battle for the top 3. Binks, having lost a little bit of momentum in that opening sector, finds himself 2/10 down compared to the leading trio, and Binks and Granadi both having to respawn. It's a double respawn, a double whammy for Binks, who is now at a standstill, and Granadi up to third. He gets exactly the same clip that Granadi had a couple of rounds ago and will be forced to respawn yet again. And with that, it looks as though the first map's fate will be sealed. Massa leading by 0.4 of a second ahead of Otak. Otak not with really any kind of answer to what Massa was able to offer up in this round. Granadi 5 seconds down in P3, looking to secure the points, and the points will likely be secured right there and then. Granadi through the risky fin takes the finish line. Massa wins with a sub 109, might I add, a .994, and with that it will be a 10-9 scoreline here on Sideswipe to kick things off. 1-0 for Big.
And this respawn, this very quick respawn from Granadi, won Big really the round here, because Granadi didn't get into the checkpoint, didn't have to double respawn and just cleared that sector from the checkpoint beforehand. Had a lot of speed going into the next sector and, well, was able to get that third position to his name. So good job there from Massa and Granadi, just playing really good as a team on this map. Really, there was only one round where they really lost complete control, but it was still so close. 10-9 scoreline here it was, and we go to the next map. It will be Air Control, and this is also the first of 2 picks from Bokeh. So let's see how this one goes. Bokeh looked exceptionally strong on this one, so I expect them to win this one as well. But let's see what Granadi and Massa have up for grabs on this map here as well. Taking a look onto their PBs, they're slightly slower, 0.1 to 0.2 of a second slower than the times from Binks and Otak, but it really depends of what they can produce in the rounds.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, as I was looking through the PBs, both Otak and Granadi had the same time down to the exact thousandth, a 118.525 apiece for both the man from Samalo and the OG Wheelman. As again, Massa continuing to fight off some connection issues, it seems like, with that little bit of teleportation that we get. But this time in the first sector, it is very much a Bokeh sector 1 through and through, which will be turning out maybe to be a Bokeh round through and through. Great nosedive from Binks on the entry into sector number 2. Otak just sitting back a little bit, trying to safeguard that point for second place, fending off the attacks from Granadi, who's trying to spring something of a surprise in sector number 3. Great attack on the way to checkpoint 9 from the Wheelman himself, and actually great lineup into the chicane as well compared to Otak. Otak jumping a little bit long, losing a lot of speed on the landing, allowing Granadi to move up into second place. But can we see an attack from the man from Samalo himself in the penultimate few jumps? Granadi forced to release a little bit, gets a much better setup, and Massa also back in the mix as well. It will be a 3-way fight for second place. Massa with a very heavy set landing. Otak versus Granadi to the line. Otak will get him at the line by 7 milliseconds, and Binks in the meantime clocking in a 0.621. 3-0 for Bokeh, but Otak managed to secure it by the skin of his teeth.
I think Massa got a landing bug there actually, because he landed in between.
That was a very heavy
there.
landing indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so a bit unconventional to see that. So sadly, Massa was not able to play a role there after a very, very strong last sector from him. He was not able to get away with it. So Bokeh with the ace and are now leading 3-0. Let's see what Big can answer to that, as Granadi didn't get a good start in this round. Massa, however, quite far ahead of the others. Also very good line in this sector here, already 0.2 ahead of his opponents. Important to not get a nosedive in this sector. Granadi got it very well as well here, as I'm currently following him, but doesn't get the nosedive, so he's out on that equation, and Massa needs to deny the ace or victory towards his opponents, and he will go into the wall. We have seen a lot of mistakes in that part here in particular, and now this Binks and Otak's round to lose. They are half a second ahead of Granadi, who didn't get a good start and could get themselves that ace, but they still have to survive the ending, which is not that easy to do. So let's see if they can make it or not. Good approach there from Binks and Otak, going very safe. Do not jump diagonal to not having to release and get the maximum speed out of it. They just want to get into the finish without any mistakes, and they will just do that. Still good times here, 2 times below 119, even though the ending could have been pushed a bit more. So good job from Binks and Otak. 6-0. Big already in big trouble.
Yeah,
no pun intended.
And that full stop pick from Massa on the way to checkpoint 8, you could hear my grunt maybe on the stream, but that one hurts really, really bad. Because it's always the case like this, whenever you get get built up enough speed, whenever you gear 3, gear 4, and then you come to a dead stop. No matter from his perspective of the player who gets stopped or the perspective of the chasers just behind him, it always hurts to see a full stop pick like this happen. And I think you could, that grunt there was testament to that, as we make our way through to sector number 1 in round number 3. This time it will be Massa with a solid start again, a 10.5 to 2 tenths ahead of his nearest competition in the form of Granadi and Binks, who are playing a bit of a tandem game, trying to catch back up to the leader, whilst Otak will be falling a little bit by the wayside. Not that good of a landing after the jump into checkpoint 7 from Granadi, allowing Otak to move back up into 3rd position. Again, a little bit of teleportation there from Massa, but who's still in there, but who's lost a lot of speed heading into sector number 3, and Binks takes advantage of the situation to move into the lead a 2/10 lead now for Binks over Masa. Granadi springing back up into 3rd place, just ahead of Otak, but the battle isn't over. It has turned sour very quickly, though, with that unfortunate hit on the apex at checkpoint 11. Masa versus Binks. Masa going for the full inside line, manages to make it work barely, but still doesn't have any speed advantage to speak of. Binks will hold the lead right up until the bitter end and clock in a .734 in the process. Otak in 3rd position guarantees the victory after back-to-back aces, and it will be Bokeh on yet another track point attempt.
Binks with a very, very good round here. Didn't even fully push the ending. And also Otak staying ahead there of Granadi with not the cleanest of lines through the ending sector, and this means that Bokeh's only need of a victory in this round, but we already see a first mistake from one of the blue team players. It is Otak who's 0.2 behind after a slight clip, but also Granadi didn't get the best of starts here in this sector. And I mean, the miracle has to happen for Masa and Granadi to beat Bokeh here, who are looking absolutely strong on this map. As if one makes a mistake, the other one is just there to deny the points to the others. But I mean, Otak is definitely not out here. If Granadi and or Masa make mistakes, well, this map is just over after 4 rounds. Being still ahead by 0.2 of a second, but let's see what the ending will provide to us. Otak, good speed here, good approach there as well. I think he's gonna push it for the victory and make it a 4-round win for Bokeh, but now Binks with a mistake, and Granadi and Masa all of a sudden in 1st and 2nd. They can come back from that, of course, but it will be still hard. They are in need of another ace after that. That is for sure. But they will firstly get this one here, as both survive it. 119.7, and Masa teleports. And oh my god, no way.
Oh no.
This teleport is deciding, or is giving Bokeh 1 point. Masa was clearly ahead, but due to the lags
that was caught right there. That I'm in disbelief that it just happened. This is so unfortunate to have basically the gods of tech throw everything into the bin and have a bone to pick with you on the day where you need everything to be absolutely in tip-top shape. Oh my goodness, now Big with it all to do. And again, Masa still fighting with all of these issues that you can see here with the teleportation. Masa, unfortunate for him, that of course is going to be bearing on his mind as well. As meanwhile up front, Binks and Otak will be sprinting into the lead in 1st and 2nd position at the moment, with both of them actually going in tandem. Not really any gaps to speak of between the 2 members from Team Bokeh as we make our way through the 3rd and final sector at the moment. Checkpoint number 10, the jump. Make sure to actually get the proper line. It is nicely done. Get the car hooked up to the apex before the jump into checkpoint number 11 and the reset gate. Now, no brakes. Try to manage the airtime to land smoothly into the hill to go for the penultimate jump there.
Wow.
A bit of a side landing from Otak, but with the outcome of the round already decided, it will not matter, with Binks holding onto the lead and guaranteeing the map win for Team Bokeh with yet another great time, a .673 in that particular instance. Otak driving a 119.1, Masa and Granadi 3rd and 4th, 12-3 for Bokeh, and it will be 1.1 map apiece for both teams. But you gotta feel for Masa with that technical issue right there.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that this would have not changed too much from the result itself, but of course,
in the grand scheme of things, yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, but I think it still is now in the head of Granadi and Masa that this could affect them, because Masa is certainly lag spiking every now and then. So this could be brutal for him coming to the next couple of maps. As we have the 2nd pick now from Bokeh coming into play, it is Ricochet. And we have seen this map already today. We have seen a lot of mistakes here, but also close rounds coming into the ending. And let's see what will happen here. And I hope that Masa is able to fix his network's problems up until tomorrow.
Yeah, we genuinely do hope so. Of course, it's always a very, very sad thing to see technicalities being thrown into the mix when it comes to players' performances. So we really hope that Masa's issues will be resolved as soon as possible for the rest of the competition. In the meantime, through this round we go, and Granadi will be the first to fall by the wayside with a 4-second deficit, and now Binks forced to respawn after he completely lost the plot and basically had, well, he couldn't keep the car on the tarmac, which was, of course, with a negative camber, was banked, and that prompted him to do a respawn there. Masa, in the meantime, holds the lead ahead of Otak by a 10th of a second, heading into the third and final sector. Checkpoint 11, the triangle line works perfectly fine. Now moving on to the no-brake section with the wall hit to actually redirect your car to the little bridge. Otak versus Masa, separated by 35 milliseconds. Very close line to the checkpoint for Otak, and again, Masa suffering those issues, that rubber banding. Let's hope it doesn't really affect him that much towards the finish line, although with that said, the gap has already been opened up, and Otak takes the win with a 111.684, 3.5 tenths ahead of Masa, and Granadi snipes Binks by a 10th of a second flat to enforce the draw and not give any advantage to Bokeh whatsoever in this opening round.
Yeah, so very important snipe there from Granadi at the end, just tying the score, and it's 1-1. But here also Masa not with the best start going into round number 2, but everybody makes it accordingly. But Granadi, just when I say that, with another mistake, and I think even here in the round beforehand, he was already falling behind. So Granadi right now very far behind, and also not Masa with the best line. So Otak and Binks on their second pick, looking like that they will get the ace eventually in round number 2 though. But Masa catching up to Binks, who didn't get a good transition here in this part, and Masa with much more speed into this sector, so this part will be also much easier for Masa, who barely got the checkpoint. As you can see there, is he able to clear that jump? Yes, he is. Otak with a mistake, Binks as well, and Masa with that going into the lead here. And sadly, no, actually never mind, Granadi is able to capitalize on that because he overtakes Binks here, so this could even be the victory for Berlin International Gaming. A round that looked like an absolute disaster for Big could even turn out to be good for them, because Masa is in first, Otak on second, and Granadi overtakes Binks, who didn't get a good landing. So Big goes into the lead. It could have been 4-1, but it's 2-3 instead.
Yeah, unfortunate start from Granadi, but it's always one of the bigger choke points on this map. Of course, the very first transfer after checkpoint number 2, on the way to checkpoint number 3 and 4, obviously on checkpoint number 3, which is the ring that you see right in the middle there. It's very easy to mess up the alignment and actually full stop, either clip on the edge with the right side of your car, or full stopping into the side of the block and be forced to respawn right there and then, which is of course very hampering for your performance in the round. And unfortunately for Binks, we went a little bit too far inside. We tried to bite off more than we could chew on that approach towards checkpoint 6 and clipped with the full left side, the full inside, and thus that means it will be a respawn that sends him 4.5 seconds back, perhaps even more, as now Otak, his teammate, picks up the slack and holds the lead by about 1/4 of a second from Masa. Granadi up to third. Otak forced to respawn, going way too wide actually. He thought he was not going to be able to clear that 180 without falling off of the map, and thus it will be Big promoted up into an ace position with first and second, and again Otak forcing himself to respawn yet another time with a double respawn even, it seems like. So it will be very much Bokeh out of the picture as long as Masa and Granadi can make it through. Of course, Masa, with all the rubber banding that we see, we still have to be wary of whether that happens before the finish line. Thankfully for him, it did not. 0.772, 82 milliseconds ahead of his teammate, and it will be a 6-2 scoreline for Big, who might be poised to just make that to just snatch the pick from Bokeh right there from within their hands.
So very interesting maps so far, because this match could have been like 1-7 for Bokeh here, but it's 2-6 for Big. So like those small mistakes in those rounds are getting punished by Big so much, and this is definitely Bokeh's pick to lose here by the looks of it. Look already at the pace at the start. Insane starts from Otak and Binks, of course sacrificing a bit of time by jumping a bit further, but still they are in control of this map, but sadly losing those rounds. Good for Big though in this matter of fact, because they are ahead by 4 points, and Bokeh needs to at least get 4 victories in a row to force overtime, which we haven't seen at all in the matches. So that's also unconventional for 3 matches, no overtime.
And might be fourth match. Might be going for a fourth match without overtime as well, given the dynamic that the map has taken and the turns that we've taken so far on this map. With Otak and Granadi still locked in battle for that lead position. Granadi still desperately trying to enforce the draw and actually get a 4-point lead intact heading into the next round, which will be their very first attempt at map point number 2. Granadi and Otak still side by side. They're not giving themselves any room for error. And look at Granadi trying to pull a little bit of room for freedom. Maybe Otak with a late dive to the inside. It's not going to be the case, and Granadi clocking in a .508, brand new online PB for the wheelman himself, and the draw will be enforced thanks to that gritty drive from Nico, and it will be thus map point 2, attempt number 1 for Big.
What a great ending there from Granadi, jumping in very smooth in that turnaround. So good seeing that, and Granadi just getting or denying that 1 additional points to Bokeh, because 3-7 or 4-7 is a huge deal, because with 4-7 you can close out this match with 2 aces, and like that you need at least 3 more rounds to do that. Massa, Binks, and Granadi can just see Otak in the distance, who is roughly 0.1 ahead, now losing a bit of time. Good approach there in this sector, going super tight, but not accumulating as much speed as the others, and that is a very close round if I've ever seen one here, as Otak and Binks are right now leading this transition. Very important. Granadi going very much controlled, a bit wider in this sector, a bit further behind. 0.2 of a second retalking though, and Granadi had great ending sections, but now touching there on the scaffolding and is falling further behind. So that is now Binks and Otak's chance of getting some good points. Massa on second place, good speed here as well. It will be enough for P2. Or Otak also not with the best of landings. Massa lagging now, which is very good because he will get second place, but if this lag was a bit later, Massa would have demoted to third position. So it's a bit like just playing the lottery here for Massa, but in this case, it luckily didn't affect the round's outcome.
Yeah, exactly, as we did see a brand new PB from Otak in that round, and he continued to crank up the heat. We thought that the .508 was great from Granadi. That was a .438 from Otak in that round, less than 4/10 away from Mime's online world record here so far on Ricochet, as we make our way through to the next round with a bit more of a palatable win condition, I'm guessing, for Massa. Oh no, that's such an unfortunate lag to have there, which might have actually slightly messed up his line as well for that sort of convex platform, that cambered platform, and thus sent him on the other side of the neon, and a huge clip for Binks just before the 180, which might play into the favor of Big indeed, as Massa is right there with the Frenchman, who's forced to respawn again, and Massa now will be definitively ahead, as we see Granadi moving ahead of Otak by about 1/10.5 of a second. The man from Samalo looking to try and salvage yet another round by forcing yet another draw, still 43 milliseconds behind, still fighting tooth and nail, still absolutely piling on the pressure on the wheel man, but it will not be enough. Granadi yet clocking another great time, .528 versus a .574 for Otak. Massa in third confirms that this map is done and dusted and seals the deal for Big, who move back into the lead of the standings 2-1 in this match.
So Big snatching away the map pick from Bokeh there, but I think if we were to see this map again, I think this could turn out completely different. I mean, 10-6 in favor for Big, really punishing those mistakes from Bokeh, and it's 2-1, and we go to map number 4, which is Beginnings, and we have seen a new line here, of course, in the match from beforehand. Is Granadi, or are Granadi and Massa doing it? I'm not sure about that, because it looked so precise, it looked so hard. But keep in mind, that is the pick from Big. Otak and Binks, of course, have won this one against Team Nemesis. But now they're playing against Massa and Granadi, and they are behind. So it will be a very exciting map to watch. And as you already said, this map is not over until it's over, until the last bit of map is being cleared. It's so precise, this last identity. And let's go into round number 1. Big leading. If they win this map, they are top seed.
Yeah, indeed. As we move on to round number 1, I had a little bit of a look at the PBs, and we find ourselves a fair bit even in terms of the ultimate PBs with a .808 and a .832 from both Masa and Granadi, with a bit of a discrepancy between the two Bokeh players. And indeed, both Otak and Granadi have completely failed to jump into the first platform, so those will be our first two casualties. In the meantime, back up front, it will be Masa leading in the end of sector number 1, Binks in second place, with about a 1/10 of a deficit to climb back up in order to actually put the fight on versus the German veteran as we make our way through to the box slide now. Who gets the best box slide exit? It will be Binks, with quite the speed to boot as well, to move up into the lead at the end of sector number 2, 51.134 into checkpoint number 9, which denotes the end of sector 2. And once again, Masa fighting tooth and nail, not only on the track but also against his internet, as you can see with those little spikes, and we barely cleared the ramp. We're not going to have enough jump for the first platform jump, so Binks will be able to guarantee at the very least the individual victory and the draw to be enforced. It all lies on Otak now, who finds himself half a second behind Granadi, and it looks as though the gaps will stay as is, and thus 1-1 at the end of round 1. No particular lead to be taken advantage of, and as we said earlier, this map is a great equalizer. No matter the team you're facing, you never know with Beginnings until you're at the finish line.
Yeah, until you're at the end on Beginnings. So let's not sure if the mapper was doing that intentionally, but I mean, it's very cool to see this map. It's just so unique as well in comparison to the others. Like in general, the map pack is just giving and giving. I'm really a fan of it. I think the only map that is really the odd one out the two odd one out maps might be Sideswipe, and then also we have seen Pipe Dance being a map that is very unconventional in comparison to other mixed style maps. But let's go into the round here as we see the first mistake now being done by Masa, which was not a lag. It was a mistake, so Binks and Otak could finally break away and get themselves that ace here. But there's still a lot of track to be cleared, as Granadi is not too far behind. Make it 0.4 of a second, so one mistake would really send him into second position. And Binks and Otak with good approaches here, none of them clipping here. Good speed for that part as well will be enough to also enforce the nosedive. Both players smartly not going for it, but what will the speed be for Granadi in the end? Is it enough to overtake one of those players? The answer is a no, and Binks and Otak, safe and good driving, seeing the checkpoint, not going for the nosedive because you can dive too low and then clip the block beforehand as well. And Bokeh with the ace, 4-1. Big is behind, and if it continues like that, we're gonna go to map 5.
Yeah, and solid round times as well, being driven up front at 1:14.051. The round winning time there, around 3/10 away from Otak's very own world record. So already being within half a second of your own world record, that's some pretty good innings right there, if I do say so myself. Low 1:14.1s, low 0.2s even, low 0.3s could be considered as more than acceptable times here on Beginnings, with all of the traps that can catch you out. As at the end of Sector 1, it will be a Binks versus Granadi matchup for the lead of the race. Otak managing to streak ahead of Masa by about 2/10 of a second to try and secure that third position. This time, Binks will fall a little bit behind, but immediately catch back up to Granadi after the bug slide. Entry into sector number 3, 50.875. This looks like another great round in the making. Maybe the possibility of dipping into the 113s as we see Binks now this time lifting off the throttle just a little bit to pass the poles, allowing Granadi to move back up into the lead of the race. Otak is also trying to play tandem with his teammate now that he was able to catch back up. Nosedive from Granadi at the exit of the first platform. Both Otak and Binks going for the right platform, but not enough to dislodge Granadi from the lead, who scores exactly the same time as last time around, down to the exact milliseconds. Yet another 1:14.051. Big enforce the status quo, still keep themselves afloat with a 3-point deficit to climb, but it's about time that time, as we say, starts to run out.
Yeah, time starts to run out here very soon. This round already very important for Big, but Granadi with a great and consistent performance here indeed, winning that round, but Masa was not there to answer the call from his teammate, as we also now have Masa with a mistake, has to go for the respawn, goes into the checkpoint. That might be a bit too late because he has to opt for a double respawn and is multiple seconds behind. And look at this, Binks and Otak's first and second, but Binks with a clip, Otak also with a mistake, so Granadi even though he was a bit further behind, now back into the lead, and he could deny another victory or ace towards the Bokeh duo. And Granadi also here with a great bug style. Look at the speed accumulated, and also Otak with a respawn, but Massa, due to that double respawn, is too far behind to answer that call. 20 seconds. He will not be able to finish this round. But Granadi still needs to make sure to stay ahead of Binks, which looks really good. Very good approach here. Nice nosedive as well. Goes diagonal in there as well. And that will be another great time. Maybe a 1:14.2 if I might guess. 2:32. Okay, 2:87. So not too far off actually. Only 500ths of a second. Binks on second, being 4 seconds behind. Otak on third. And Massa just seeing if he would have been able to save this part at some point.
Unsavable. The clip happens way too early as he landed on the platform. That was a very, very slight wall brush, but just enough to rob him of enough speed to basically throw his round in the bin. And I was checking on him midway through the round as we were calling the rest of the round, and yeah, he was basically turtled at the bottom of the map, kind of like giving up, while saying, "Well, maybe just let me try to regroup myself for a second and see if I could have saved it." But no, it was not savable under any circumstance.
Taking a small pause, right?
Yeah, taking a small pause. Yeah, and yeah, that was such an unfortunate one to have for Massa. And now Otak having the quick wit to actually respawn before triggering the ring CP, because otherwise that would have been especially painful, just like Massa's respawn was painful after he crossed the ring checkpoint. In the meantime, speaking of the devil, Massa is in the lead by almost a quarter of a second as Otak respawns once again, so Binks left all on his own to try and get yet another point going the way of Team Bokeh, currently sandwiched in between the two big drivers, with Granadi currently at the tail end of the field trying to pile the pressure on the Frenchman in the second position at the moment.
Wow.
Looking very, very good. Great 180 from Granadi in checkpoint number 10. Massa still holding the lead with a pretty healthy margin to boot as we make our way through to the identity. And again, this teleportation creeps back up again. Is it going to be holding on for dear life? Is it going to be able to hold for dear life for Massa until the end? The answer is a yes, thankfully for him, with a 0.342, 96 milliseconds ahead of his teammates. And the gap that had built up has been completely wiped clean off the board. We're back on an even footing. 6-6 at the end of this round. It's still very much all open.
Yeah, it's pretty much all open. Kind of a reset, just that less rounds have to be played. And there was also a question in chat where the new strat lies, and maybe we can talk about that for a little, because it's actually somewhere at the start, hidden at the start, the first real quarter pipe jump that you have on this map. Instead of jumping straight into the first identity, quote unquote, you can side ramp and land earlier and go through the safe way. We have seen Mime going for it. I've not seen that in any of the matches where the map has been played. It is like roughly 0.1 to 0.2 faster if you execute it correctly, but it's extremely hard to do. So Mime was doing it quite well. He has gained in like 2 out of the, I think, 6 or 7 rounds that have been played there. Sadly, they lost the pick anyway, because Bokeh was just insane on this map. But here it seems like they have made a couple of more mistakes. Maybe fatigue is kicking in, but also here in this round, Massa and Granadi are not slowing down. It's a 2-horse battle for first and third position respectively. Granadi looking absolutely incredible on this map. Insane turnaround here as well. Look at the speed from Granadi, but Otak going for a more inside approach. Massa promoting up into third position. Doesn't clip there as well. Massa with insane speed going to the identity. This will all come down to the ending. Granadi and Massa, I think, having more speed, and I think they will get another ace here unless Binks had it well as well. But look at this. It's not the ace because Otak is staying ahead by 11,000 of a second, but still the victory for Big, and it's match point. They're 1 point ahead, but I thought they had it there, but it wasn't quite there just yet.
That was an absolute blinder from Otak there, managing to resist for 11 milliseconds. And speaking about the strat that we've seen, of course, you mentioned about Mime being able to execute it well. The side ramp strat is a little bit tricky to execute well, because since you're side ramping, you have to make contact with the right rear very early on. And Otak clipping very hefty with the rear axle on the entry into the platform. And Binks also not having enough speed for the transfer. So it will be pretty much a done and dusted case here on Beginnings, which will mark the very end of Bokeh's dominant run. 3 consecutive match wins. It all ends here for Binks and Otak as Masa continues to fight with all the teleportations, climbs back up to second place, about 2/10 down from his very own teammate. You can see that the gaps have somewhat opened up, and the times are not as hot as what we had previously. We were on the 50.8 before, now we're on the 51.2. We know we can actually lay off the throttle a little bit. We've got plenty of margin to actually bring this one home for Team Big, and they're both going to go for the safe way. They did not bother going for the platform jump. Smart decision, very smart move. They can afford to with the gaps that have built up, and with that, it will be an 11-7 score on Beginnings, and with a 3-1 scoreline, Big are, I think, the only undefeated team in the Swiss stage, if I am not mistaken. So great on the part of Granari and Masa, fighting through technical issues of their own. Granari with a different break binding, Masa with a German internet moment, as some people would like to say, but still, they are resilient, and that resilience paid off.
Yeah, great performance from Big. The resilience, I think, is the word to really name here, because on map number 3, Bokeh had incredible pace, and also on this map, but Big just held on to their strat, just stick to the plan, did not get affected by anything, and winning are the only team who win 4 maps in the Swiss stage. And I think with that, they have also not another match coming up into the 5th round of the Swiss stage today, because what team should they face if they are the only team who went 4-0?
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is something that we're going to have to wait for a little bit. In the meantime, we do have a couple of results that have popped up that we can actually report to you before we go into a small break. We had Team Nemesis taking the win of 3-1 versus Jetlag. So Mami Pustitu Kako looking very sharp there. Brothers won 3-0 against Team A2. J-Met and Dumpling winning 3-0 against Team Divergent. And Restless winning 3-0 against Split APAC. And that means there are only 2 matches still ongoing. Actually, 1 match still ongoing, which is the map between the Puff Bros and Team Pigeon, and the matchup from Lion Coast to Wild. The score has popped up. It will be 3-1 actually for Team Lion Coast.
Yeah, and also Puff Bros versus Pigeon is still ongoing right now, where Puff Bros actually lost a map against Neon and Levon. I wonder which one, so I'm definitely gonna rewatch that one on Spam's side. But right now, it's 9-7 situation, match point for Puff Bros. They are leading, and also in this round that you might not see on stream right now, Carl Jr. and Pack are going into the last jump on air control, and they will win this match 3-1. So that's all matches done and dusted in here, and we're gonna go into the final matches of the Swiss stage, and then we have our top 8 teams set for tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. And with that, of course, we're going to be trying to focus a little bit more on the teams that find themselves on the bubble as a result of round number 4, because those are the last playoff spots that are very, very costly. Any single mistake, any single defeat could completely wipe your weekend off the table. And that will be, of course, very interesting to see with the likes of Brothers, the likes of Pigeon, of course, as we've mentioned, and all the teams remaining in the competition. But before that, we're going to take a quick break, going to continue downing some of that H2O to keep the throat and the vocal cords very well maintained. And we'll be back in a few minutes with the 5th and final round of the Swiss stage in the Stage 2 Global Playoffs. Stay with us.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. fate, it's easing my mind. And I can finally breathe when I'm closing my eyes. I never realized what I just could do, but now I know I'm better off without you. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I've been dead in water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn,
myself. Exhale, cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round. It won't let me out. Sing when I swim. I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, closer, closer. Visions of you. Hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I don't feel my fear. hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown my sorrow, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Come closer. Closer. Visions of you. 9:30 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste, hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you. Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official Trackmania channel for the 5th and final round of group stage matches here in the Stage 2 playoffs for the 2025 Trackmania World Tour. And our focus for this final match will be the matchup between Levon, Neon, Hill, and Bessie. Brothers versus Pigeon is what we'll be focusing on, because both of those teams find themselves pretty much on the bubble, P7 and P8 in the standings, and they've had various trials and tribulations in their own paths throughout this particular stage, this particular group stage. For instance, 3-1 wins in round 1 for Brothers and 3-2 for Pigeon. In round 2, fortunes were a little bit more diverse. A 3-0 loss for Pigeon versus Lion Coast, before a 3-0 loss as well for Brothers. In round 3, Brothers lost 3-0 versus Wild, while Pigeon won 3-0 versus J-Rit and Dumpling. And in round number 4, the most recent round, the Puff Bros won 3-1 against Pigeon. Pigeon managing to take a map off of Papak and Carl Jr., which is no small feat, and Brothers win 3-0 ahead of Team A2. And so in round number 5, there's going to be a lot of stuff to look out for some of those teams that are on the bubble, such as Pigeon and, of course, the Brothers. But there's also Jetlag in the mix. There's also Wild in the mix as well. And there is some matches that can be heartbreaks as well.
I think so as well, and also with this Swiss stage forming in a bit different than I think it used to, also because there were 2 teams not showing up today. It will, like, some of the teams will have harder matches to worry about, but I think Pigeon and also Brothers, they, like, one of those teams will make it here eventually as we go into the pick and bans for the respective teams. We see Pipe Dance as an insta ban for Pigeon, so we will not see this map today, unfortunately. Hopefully, I mean, we will see it in the grand final probably, if it will go to a 7th map. I expect this map to be avoided for quite a bit, but maybe it could also be like a weapon for one of those teams going in there. But let's not jump ahead of things, because now it's Brothers' chance to ban a map and also then pick the first map. They take a bit of time. Bestie's chance to pick the map, and we have not seen Hill and Bestie today playing at all today, right?
We've caught maybe a few glimpses of it off camera or very briefly on stream. But yeah, I think this is the only match that we're seeing with Brothers fully covered today, as we do get the second ban pronounced by Bestie, which is Hoop. Hill picks map number 1, and Supercross gets picked as the opening map for this best of 5. Now it is Levon's turn to pick the map that will be played second in this best of 5. There is still, of course, Sideswipe in the mix. There is still Beginnings in the mix. There is still Ricochet in the mix. Two Willing is also in there. There's still some very interesting maps that could be at play here. Air Control, right on cue, picked as second map by Levon. Neon now in charge of the pick for what will be map number 3 in this particular best of 5, and we're all starting to be a little bit more mindful about what the selection will be. Two Willing will be map number 3. Carlucci's very, very unique take and very unique mechanic integration is back on the menu, guaranteed to be seen at the very least. The same cannot really be said for map 4 and 5. Ricochet will be map number 4. Beginnings will be the decider. So Supercross, Air Control, Two Wheeling, Ricochet, and Beginnings, your map order for the 5th and final match of the day here.
Yeah, hyped to see Supercross eventually. So only one map is then missing, if my memory serves me correct. So Pipe Dance, hopefully we're gonna see that tomorrow. But Supercross, probably a pick that the blue team didn't really expect all too much. I mean, we have not seen Hill and Bestie. Maybe it's their way of just entering a match. Probably this map was present in some of the other matches, as well as, of course, the map that we haven't seen today. Pipe Dance, we're going to see. The match is starting as Levon currently discovers the outside of the stadium, which is very cool to see. Interesting to follow him along. And let's go ahead and jump into the match. One team will make it here. Neon and Levon versus Hill and Bestie, the Norwegian and Polish player against the 2 players from Czech Republic.
Yeah, as the map switch is occurring as we speak, and we will be heading onto Roquette's Supercross. And the reason, of course, for that map name is the little, what I call the whoops, basically those little hills. That particular set of blocks with 2 back-to-back slow hills, very much like what you would see in a supercross motocross track or motocross competition as we get onto the map itself. The world record being held by someone that's not participated in the World Tour, a 114.644 by Shadowcrancer, credited with the public world record. Levon is on the 115.8, Neon on a 114.989, Bestie on a 115.2, and Hill on a 114.803. So maybe a bit of a brewing battle on ultimate pace between Neon and Hill. But as we've seen, especially with Neon, you can show up clutch, but you also have to be very consistent. You can't afford yourself to be a glass cannon, especially in those last rounds of matches, which start right now with round 1 on map 1.
Yeah, so Gear 3 dirt map with a lot of tricky bobsleigh turns and also ice slides in between. So very unique taste of a map here indeed by Rocat. Already this part here, it's so hard ice slide to Neon because the exit is so important, since you need to hold this ice slide for quite long to go into the bobsleigh and accumulate as much speed as possible. Then your tires are still affected by the ice, and then the turn will get harder and harder as you try to open up the steering afterwards. And here as well we have another rather easy bobsleigh entry, but you can clip here as well. But then this part you need to oversteer a lot to make it through the turn. Your tires are again affected by the ice. Then some speed checks afterwards. And then we go into the last part of the track, another tricky entry into the bobsleigh. And here you also have to set up very nicely for that very thin ice slide and just get so much speed out of it to make sure to have as much speed as possible for the ending of the map, where you need to avoid the slow-mo gate on top, land smooth, and then clear all of those jumps to make it into the ending. Neon makes it across barely, as well as his teammate Levon, who is on 3rd position, Hill on 2nd, and Bestie on 4th. And this will provide Pigeon with the victory, so they also came prepared for the first pick from Brothers.
Yeah, indeed, and that was looking a little bit sketchy of an ending there from Neon, I'm not gonna lie, from only the perspective of Levon, with too harsh of a nosedive on the penultimate big jump, which kind of robbed him of some speed on the way out of that particular section, but managed to make it through unscathed nonetheless. As we make our way through to round number 2 with the entry into the bob, now onto the flat ice slide in checkpoint number 4, then back into a bob again. We see Levon losing a lot of speed at the exit of that ice line, and thus you will be left in the dust, half a second down compared to the leading trio at the end of sector number 1. Now the jump over those little bumps right there, Hale going very far outside compared to Neon, managing to keep the line a little bit more contained and thus keeping the pressure on Bestie, who gets a very bad landing on checkpoint number 7. And now it's a straight fight between Hill and Neon, the two weighted pace powerhouses here on this track. Here get a little bit of a nosedive. Who gets the best nosedive there? The landing from Neon was so sketchy. He made it work with extra speed though. Now onto the entry into the bobsleigh. Very tricky entry, and that's what you risk running into. That little clip into that very awkward curvature of the bobsleigh with the left side of your car, and Hale and Bestie take advantage of the situation to move up into 1st and 2nd place, and will be scoring the first ace of the match. Bestie wins with a .836, 115 mind you, a 10th and a half ahead of his teammate. Levon in 3rd, and with that unfortunate entry into the bobsleigh before checkpoint number 10, Neon falls back down to 4th, 3 seconds down.
Yeah, but great and controlled ending there from the Brothers duo here. So good to see that. And we go into round number 3. Brothers now 4-2 ahead. Levon and Neon not having any chance on this round. Levon messing up the ice slide, and then Neon not with a good entry into the bobsleigh there. Unfortunate. And let's see what will unfold in this round as Hill gets a good entry into this part, but Neon had it even better. Enforces gear 4 out right before the turn, and then you losing it again, but it's important to collect as much speed as possible, but also get a clean gear up and gear down, of course, in those turns. Neon, good approach, maybe steers a bit too much. They're losing a lot of speed there, so Hill comes closer. What is happening behind? It is Bestie on 3rd, right quite far ahead of Levon, who also got a good turn, but Bestie with a very smooth landing into the dirt slope here. Hill still ahead. Good approach for the ice side as well, setting up very far upwards to just get a very clean run through that, and Neon losing control. That's the thin ice side that I was talking about, because if he taps the brake too much, you can just slide out of the map and not make it into the next part anyway. And this is another ace for the Brothers. Hill with a good time here as well, roughly 1 second behind the world record. Bestie 0.7 behind, still enough to get that second place. And also you can see here Neon with a very poor exit out of that one. Your car is still affected by those icy tires, and Neon not able to get it across. 2-7, Brothers already on track points.
Yeah, Brothers already on map point attempt number 1, and you were focusing on Bestie. It was Hill who I was focusing on in that very start of Sector 3 with that beautiful landing into checkpoint 9. Gets the smoothest possible landing, as smooth as silk, that really sprung him up into a very, very comfortable lead. As we head into the bobsleigh here at the start of round number 4, it will be Levon once again dropping the ball a little bit and dropping back down to last, around 0.4 of a second behind his teammate, leading the round for now at the end of sector number 1. Now the slingshot around this somewhat tight right-hander before checkpoint 6, marking the start of sector 2. Neon still very much holding onto the lead, about 0.3 ahead of Hill, who himself has about a 1/10 of an advantage over his own teammate, who he tries to follow as we head through this long left-hander in the bobsleigh. Try to get a little bit of oversteer and angle, trying to make it through the corner. Good nosedive from Neon. The landing looks a bit shaky at first, but again, the speed is more than worth it. And Levon now back in contact with Bestie for the part of 3rd position, potentially trying to salvage a victory there and prevent the brothers from keeping their 5-point gap alive. Neon still leading by about 0.6 of a second. Will this be the first clean round for him? Bestie will not have a clean end to his round. Neon will be cornering this one with a 0.879, a 10th clear of his previous personal best, and a time that is very, very much respectfully congratulated by everyone on the server, because that is quite solid going to be posting a 0.8 in round number 4 of the match.
And there you can see just the sheer pace from Neon. He's just a glass cannon. He's so fast, but at some point he also is prone to make a lot of mistakes. Now his teammate with a mistake here, who has overtaken, I think it was Hill, not Hasty, Hill, Bestie, some of those players in those rounds, but now they are in 1st and 2nd place. Oh my god, Bestie clipping the wall there, so he's falling behind, but still staying out of Neon, so this touch didn't cost him so much. And also Hill with a beautiful nosedive there, just gathering so much speed in this sector, and Neon also here not really gaining too much control in this bobsleigh turn. So it's 1st and 2nd for the brothers. They could close it out here. Good landing though from Neon, coming a bit closer, but he needs to get that 1st position in order to force another round, and this will be hard to do because Hill and Bestie both have a very good and wide approach for the ice that will have a lot of speed out of it, as Neon exits so far on the right side again, has a hard time to go through that turn, and yeah, there he clips. Hill and Bestie can also opt for the safe ending by the looks of it, but they will both go for the flip, and they are making it. Good times as well, 1:15.59, but this is 0.8 slower than the time from Neon from the round beforehand, but also enough to win the round. Another ace, and brothers with their 1st map win.
11-4, the final score here on Supercross. A very, very convincing map from Brothers with a flash of brilliance from Neon, but just, again, we keep saying this, he has so much potential in terms of raw pace, but it looks as though that momentum swing is doing a number on him on more than one occasion so far here on day 1 of the global playoffs, as we move on to a Pigeon pick, which will be air control. And air control currently, well, 0.520 for Neon. We got a 0.605 from Levon, 0.912 from Bestie, and 0.775 for Hill. Again, theoretical pace advantage that we're talking about here, but of course, between ultimate pace and round pace, there's often a world, or perhaps even a universe of a difference between the two.
We have seen it in the match against Lion Coast as well. They have the sheer pace advantage, but now maybe they have a little bit of a more, not that experienced duo in their hands, because Bestie and Hill, I mean, they have played a lot of competitions as well, but not like top tier Trackmania esports in the Trackmania World Tour stages. I mean, they did exceptionally good in those events as well, but I think this match is a bit more like evenly distributed when it comes to playing against the likes of Aurel and Tona, who bring just so much experience on the board. As we can see here, Levon and Neon quite far ahead already of Bestie and Hill. Hill with that early mistake is out of the equation here in this round at all. He's 7 seconds behind, and now Bestie needs to rely on a mistake or can get a great ending and snipe one of them eventually. Oh, Levon almost sliding out there, but he was able to just stay in control of his car. Bestie with a good approach though, jumps very diagonal, will transfer a lot of speed into the ending, a bit more than Levon, but Levon with a more direct approach will also have a clean landing. The speed from Bestie will not be advantageous to clear that second place gap. So it's Neon and Levon now with the ace, and Bestie and Hill only getting third and fourth position. So a lot more potential for them coming into round number 2. As Hill is just going for respawns to practice some of those parts. And here we go, 3-0 Pigeon on their first map pick, going into the leads.
Yeah, going into the lead and with a very, very creditable time as well for Neon with a .721 at the end of that opening round from the young Polish player from Team Pigeon. As we move on to round number 2, this time Hill does not clip one of the breeze blocks before the first transfer and before the first checkpoint, so he will be right in the thick of the action along with Neon up ahead. In the meantime, behind it is Bestie in P3 and Levon just a bit further behind in P4 as we make our way through to the transfer from checkpoint 4 through 5, and it's a very nice slow landing from everybody. A clean landing all the way through, no sudden clips from the front axle, and a sector 1. It will be still Neon leading by about a tenth from Hill. Levon sandwiched in between the two drivers in third position. Bestie closing the field in P4, who gets the best no diving, best landing. It will be Hill actually pulling a little bit away from Levon and getting back within contention with Neon at the entry into sector number 3. But Neon now once again trying to put the pedal to the metal and trying to make himself a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of a gap to try and manage the race a bit more serenely, as he finds himself now 3/10 ahead of the First Brothers player right there. And we also see Levon trying to find an aperture, trying to find any inkling of an opening to actually slide himself through into second place and make the ace happen. Look at the line that he was able to go through before the final jump. Who gets the best amount of speed? It will be Hill securing that second place once again, and Neon once again with the really, really great time of a .632, a full tenth faster than what he did in round number 1. He's starting to crank up the heat slowly but surely there, Neon, and if that momentum continues on, Pigeon look completely unstoppable here on air control.
Yeah, I agree. They look very good. Neon looks to be locked in here, and another great start here from Neon. Look how far ahead he's already, ahead of his opponents and also ahead of his teammate, who's still batting it out for that second place right now. But I mean, the track has still a lot of obstacles to clear. Neon with a good release to land smoothly, but Hill coming closer with more risk here. A lot of speed accumulating in that sector. Levon pushing it as well here. Very wide approach to just get a good setup for this drift here. And also a good landing from Levon. Oh, Neon not getting the nosedive and will drop all the way down to that last position. Never mind, actually, Bestie also didn't get it that good here in this sector. And also Hill almost clipping the wall there, so it's still anyone's race. The ending is still there to be cleared for the players, and right now looks like the first major mistake happens to the likes of Pigeon player. It is Neon who falls behind, now 1 second behind the rest of the players. However, Levon still in first position, could be his first place here in this round, but no, he clips as well. He slows down, and it will be the counter ace for Hill and Bestie. 5-4 now the scoreline, and definitely times that both Levon and Neon are able to beat. Actually, they tied in the finish, which is quite funny, but it didn't matter at all. So 5-4 is the scoreline. Pigeon, there was much more potential in the rounds.
This run had so much more to give indeed for both of the Pigeon players, and very unfortunate slowdowns on both accounts. First was the slowdown of Neon midway through the half part of the map, where he didn't even get the nosedive to even try to compensate for that. And then of course that huge slowdown at the landing on the penultimate jump for Levon, who tried to go for the more direct approach, but the speed difference was too much to bear and too much to be able to compensate for. Hence why we get back onto a 1-point deficit now for Brothers against Pigeon, and a very hefty clip on the way to checkpoint 6 for Levon, who will be falling back down to last place. Neon, his teammate, currently leads ahead of Bestie by about 0.2 of a second. Great nosedive from Neon, not so great of a nosedive from Hill, who gets a 2-stage bounce and will be confined to the likes of third place pretty much perennially until the very end of this round. And Bestie also doesn't really have an answer for what the the Polish driver from Pigeon is delivering this round, because the gap is still staying stable at around 4/10 of a stable. What's not so stable, however, it's looking like we had a few hiccups there for Bestie. Of course, 4/10 of a second, not 4/10 of a stable. That would be a very, very weird unit of measurement right there. And we also don't get the line into the downhills quite smoothly for Bestie. It's all going from bad to worse to even worse than worse. And Levon is taking advantage of that to move up into P3 by his own accord. Neon wins ahead of Hill and Levon, 119.021, which was a little bit of a deceiving round time compared to how the gaps have really, really widened. But still, Neon getting back on the saddle after having a little bit of a setback in the previous round. Pigeon 7, Brothers 5, first map point attempt for Team Pigeon.
Yeah, so everybody's struggling there a little bit, except Neon, who secures another victory. 55% top ones here from Neon, and only 11% crashes, so that is good to see from him. And I mean, Hill and Bestie have 44% combined right now, so I mean, obviously he has more wins than everybody if he has 55%, right? But still good to see his dominant performance here on those first two maps. I mean, very good. Also, that insane time on map number 1 on Supercross was just great to see. Maybe that really gave him confidence to continue and drive fast and consistent. And right now he's so far ahead again. And look at that, Levon on that second place battle with Bestie. And if they get the ace, this map is over and the score is equalized. But right now, Bestie has a good line, but also Levon, it's neck and neck between them. Only a couple of thousands, 30,000 of a second between them. Neon on a great time by the looks of it. Could be a 118 here, but the question is, will Levon be ahead of Bestie in the ending? Different approaches. Levon with more speed. Will it be enough? It goes to the line. Who's able to control it the best? Oh, Levon barely staying ahead. And look at that winning time as well. A 118.6 from Neon. My God, what an incredible time. Levon staying 3,000s ahead of Bestie to secure the map win. And it's 1-1. And now we go to two-wheeling, which is another pick from Pigeon.
He was in an absolutely different league in this particular instance, in this particular map, Neon. But I gotta say, there were maybe a few sweat beads forming on the forehead of Levon there with that 3-millisecond gap at the finish between second and third, which could have given us one extra round on air control. But of course, we move on to map number 3, and we're going for a back-to-back Pigeon pick with two-wheeling up next. Levon is on a 120.215, Neon on a 0.229, Bestie on a 0.166, and Hill is on a 119, a 0.958. So maybe a little bit more sparks to fly for Brothers on this map compared to what it looked like on air control. But nevertheless, it's looking pretty good for the momentum that Pigeon was able to bring back to the table. It's all about the two Czech drivers that they're able to curtail all of the plans from Pigeon and swing the momentum back their way.
Yeah, so 10 rounds have been played so far in this match in total, and we see Neon with a 10% crash rate, so 1 crash so far, being roughly 2 seconds behind the leader, and then winning 6 out of those 10 rounds. So what a great performance from Neon so far. Interesting landing, almost slowing down there, but was able to gain control, and look how close it is here, going to the first identity of this map. Levon and Neon right now in the leads, going into the two-wheeling section. Neon not going for a two-wheeler, but is not losing too much time here by the looks of it. Good approach for that sector here as well. Bestie currently in the lead. Levon not too far behind Neon, the player who is making a slight mistake here, a slight hiccup, and also here not the best line into that sector. Goes for that very wide approach, but slides out, so Hill will not play a role in this round here. It's between Bestie, Levon, and Neon. Levon can finally win his first round here if he stays ahead, but this is also a very hard approach to nail. Bestie going very far up, having a bit more speed into the last part of the map over the anti-booster, and now we go into the water as well. Two-wheeling is being applied here again. Neon with a very wide approach loses control, and Bestie will win this round. Levon on second, followed up by his teammate, and a 119.940 is a very respectable time from Bestie as well. But this match starts, or this map starts off with a draw. It's 1-1.
It's 1-1, but Bestie showing a great display of performance with a 119.940, improving his PB by quite some margin. I think it was 0.2 of a second, the margin of improvement there that was denoted on the right-hand side of your screen. And dipping below the 120 is looking very good. Neon Neon giving me a few heart flutters with that approach to the lightsaber there, and Levon this time with a hefty clip that is going to be relegating him to last place perennially, but also Bestie having been a little bit in the wars, around 4/10 down from the battle for the lead between Hill and Neon, and we see that Neon goes for the two-wheel for a little bit, but actually does not go through down into the bottom of the water. He floats a little bit, which is definitely going to be handicapping him, and Hill takes advantage of that to streak ahead by 2.5 tenths of a second compared to Neon. So far, the situation looks like it could be a victory for Brothers, but we do see Hill with this wide line that he manages to make work without sliding out this time around, keeping the lead afloat and keeping the gap somewhat safe at around 2.5 to 3 tenths. But now Neon has bigger fish to fry, as he had Bestie snapping all over his heels until the transition over the crest into the dirt got completely done for. And same for Neon, forced to respawn, and that will get the ace on the silver plate for Team Brothers. Hill heading for a victory with a time of a 120.488, 2 seconds ahead of his teammates. 4-1 for the Czech drivers after a round which has come undone very fast for Levon, and in the very late stages in a dramatic fashion for Neon.
Yeah, Neon sadly clipping the wall there and is not able to clear the speed check that you need in order to get over the reverse booster, which slows you down just accordingly for the next sector. Now Neon seems to have lost his momentum, also has made a mistake in the start, so Levon now has to win his first round to deny the victory or ace to Hill and Bestie. Right now it's looking good. Levon finding himself in the lead, touches a bit of the penalty surface, losing a bit of speed, so Bestie's able to come back and goes into the lead by 8 thousandths of a second. Levon with a great approach there, goes for a two-wheeler. Bestie does not get it, so Levon with a good turnaround, coming a little bit back, even though his line wasn't maybe a bit too wide, but look at this, he's still fighting on for his dear life. 46 thousandths of a second. Levon with a wide approach here as well, but he still needs to win his first round. He drives consistent, 16% crashes, but needs to get a first position eventually to play a role in this match and have significant impact. Bestie going over the penalty surface, setting himself up nicely for that line here as well. Levon with a great approach though, very much inside approach here in this sector as well. Bestie with more speed over the reverse booster, so he is right now leading the race, but we still have one more turnaround to do and then another one, but it seems like Levon with a mistake. Good adjustment though, but still it will be the ace for the Brothers. It loses just so much if you have to go for a different line there, and Brothers now 7-1 ahead, and this will be so hard for Pigeon to come back from.
This looks to be a little bit bleaker than it looked at first sight after that first ace was conceded for Pigeon versus the Brothers. And yeah, this is looking a little bit dire now as we head into the second map point attempt from Brothers. Starting off now with Hill at the tail end of the field after that ramp, giving you a little bit of a taste of what this map is all about, of course. Moving on to the whole shot. Whole shot will be for Levon with a 10.995 at the end of checkpoint number 1. Bestie will be falling by the wayside a little bit, about a 10th down, 2 tenths down now, heading toward the big jump towards checkpoint number 4. Hill, Levon, Neon shuffling about in positions from checkpoint to checkpoint and from corner to corner. Hill leads at the end of sector number 1 as we head into the first emerge part. A bit of a pull clip from Levon manages to turn this car a little bit more in, and great reactor entry there from the Norwegian, and great 2 back-to-back reactor entries for Levon, who streaks ahead by a 10th compared to Hill. Neon in third, having to battle with Bestie to keep that third position afloat. Goes very, very inside. A couple of corrections on the way in. He has a bit less speed on the exit compared to Bestie, who's trying to sandwich himself in between the 2 Pigeon players. Levon still very much leading by about 70 milliseconds compared to Bestie and Neon, who are fighting tooth and nail for second place. Now it could potentially be a 3-way fight for the lead. Haley is out of the picture about 2 tenths further down. Now heading onto the final immersed part and the run towards the finish line. Who gets the best trigger of the reactor boost? It will be Bestie moving into the lead. Great switch over from Neon, but goes too far off to the left-hand side and thus hits the side of the reverse booster block, promoting Hill up to third. Forced to go to the safe finish. It's pretty much almost a done deal. 9-2 for Brothers, who are just one individual second place away from leading the series 2-1.
But what a great risk there from Neon. You really have to respect that. He tried to turn around as late as possible, but was not able to control his car. And now he makes another mistake. So his whole momentum from the previous map seems to have vaporized into thin air. So too bad seeing that. And as you rightfully said, only 1 second place is needed in the next 2 rounds for brothers to secure their second map winner. Right now they're on first and second. They can't even, like, one of those players can't even fall behind. And it seems like Bestie also has gotten a very good start, a good turnaround here as well. Hill as well, just following up here. And Levon cannot match the pace, even though he has had a very good start in the round beforehand. But this doesn't matter right now. Hill, wide approach here again. Bessie with the drift. Hill having a lot of speed into the drift here. Promoting himself into the lead here alongside his teammate Bestie, alongside his brother. But Levon needs to rely on a mistake from both of them because Neon has to come back as well. But Levon gets the slowdown, doesn't get a good transition in this part. So this looks to be like a done deal for Hill and Bestie, securing their second map win. Only one more turnaround here to be done into the ending, and this looks very much controlled. Hill and Bestie will win their second map, and also good times here, low 120 and a 120.413 as well. It's the ace. It's 12-2 on Pigeon's pick. Brothers asserting dominance.
They are asserting dominance, and now there's no other choice for Pigeon than to go for the map trade, and they're going to have to win Brothers' second pick, which is Ricochet. We're circling back to Whiskey's map, and Levon currently with a .395, Neon with a .385, Bestie and Hill, actually Hill looking very racy with a .235, Bestie a little bit off the edge when it comes to pace raw with a .601 to his credit, but Bestie has really been showing some great strides in being able to improve his times in the match itself, as was exemplified with the opening round that we've seen, of course, on two-wheeling, but he has to keep it all over again, and it's no easy task to do that for a best of 5 as we make our way through the start of the opening round here on Ricochet.
Yeah, and I mean, Neon and Levon, they have great PBs on this map, only 0.3 away from the world record, which was, I think, set today even, because in my notes, I have a different world record actually mentioned. Ricochet, it is actually, no, it's the time from mine, but still, Neon and Levon having some insane pace on this map, and they really have to put it onto the board, because if we take a look onto the match that they had against Lion Coast, they really lost control, that they had better pace, but they were not able to get it onto the boards. And right now it looks like it is the same. Hill and Bestie on first and second position, as you can see here. Very good approach from Hill there as well, trying to force gear 4 in this sector that you're gonna lose with that wall bang here, but still you get a lot of speed out of that part, and they are looking very much in control of this round. It looks to be like the ace, even though Bestie is lagging a bit. Gives me some flashbacks of that Massa moment from the match beforehand, but they're winning the rounds. 1 second away from the world record, followed up by Bestie's time, which is .231, slower than Hill's winning time, and it's the ace for the brothers on their second pick, starting off strong, and it could be a done deal within 3 more rounds.
Yeah, it all relies now on how do you pick yourself back up from being in such a mental low and such a sporting low in that match when you're Pigeon. How do you pick yourself back up when you're someone like Neon, who knows he can take on with the best in terms of raw pace, but falls ever so slightly too often into the trap of over-pushing, over-driving, and making very simple mistakes that could have been avoided? When do you know when to lay off the throttle and feeling like the gap is actually big enough? Maybe this one will be the answer, as Bestie has clobbered the wall on the entry to checkpoint number 5 to 6 and will be about 7 seconds down, promoting Neon into a pretty good lead of around a 10th to a 10th and a half, heading into checkpoint 11 at the start of sector 3. Hill in a sandwich in between the two Pigeon drivers. Levon trying to put the pressure on Hill, but this time it is Neon who cracks and full stop picks into the side of checkpoint 14, promoting Hill into an almost unlikely first place. But how unlikely is it? Levon has a good entry into that final few corners, and he will hold on to the lead for 27 milliseconds. Neon We'll be thankful that Levon was there to pick up the scraps, but it could have been so much more again for Pigeon, because yes, they get the victory, yes, they bring the gap back down to 2 points, but they could have wiped the slate clean right there and then.
But what a great ending there from Levon, finally getting his first placement in a round. So good to see that when it really mattered. I mean, just getting that one additional point is coming into play here. And also here, it could be the beginning of something big for Pigeon, because we see another mistake from Bestie in this round, as Neon and Levon can at least get another victory round here onto the boards, but they didn't expect Hill to have such an insane start. But also now Neon is in the mix. I hope that he's going to survive at insane speed going into the turnaround, where you need to slightly clip the checkpoint, and I think Hill has missed it. He went for the respawn, so it could be Pigeon going into the lead here in the point ranking on Ricochet. This looks very much like it, but they still have the ending left to be cleared. The turnaround here, Neon is clear of it this time around, maybe driving it a bit more safe. This entry also very tricky to do, but Levon and Neon are clean with it, and they will finally get another ace here after a dry streak, and they will go into the lead as well. And look at that time here as well, 111.448, only 500s away from Neon's PB. Good time, and most importantly, the ace for Pigeon.
Ace for Pigeon, and that .448 rightfully acknowledged and congratulated by everybody on the server as well, because that is, of course, it's always quite so going to go in the mid 111s, and to go below the .5s and into the .4s in match is still a quite beautiful sight to behold as we make our way through to the next round. With this time Pigeon having the lead, and we did see a couple of very close calls on that transfer towards checkpoint number 4 as Neon holds the lead and wins a little bit wide there, almost hitting the wall on the way to checkpoint 5, but this time he went a bit too wide too many times, and Levon as well with a very hefty clip. We'll see the shift of power go back towards the brothers here on this round with the gap that have been conceded. And again, it seems as the prize is way too often followed by a fall on the side of Pigeon, and the brothers are fully prepared to take advantage of that matter of fact, as we did see Hill almost failing that second island jump, but he did manage to clear it nonetheless. He will lose a little bit of speed with that wall bank, but it doesn't really matter in that particular instance, as he still has a 1.3 second lead over the nearest Pigeon player that he can manage, both going on the left-hand side of the scaffolding, just trying to get the finish done and dusted, bring the cars home. 112.060 might have been a mile off compared to what Neon could put down, but it does not matter. It gets the job done right where it counts, which is getting points in the bag. 7 for brothers, 5 for Pigeon. Match points, attempt number 1 for Hill and Bestie.
And I just wanted to say, before the round actually started, what will Pigeon's response be? And I already see 2 small mistakes from them. Levon and Neon already with some slight mistakes. They're not losing them the whole round, but already sending them down quite a bit the scoreboard. Hill and Bestie, if they get the ace, this match is over and they will make it into day 2. Right now, Hill is quite far ahead of the others, but Levon is attacking, and if you don't want someone behind you in this match, it is Neon. So maybe let's put all our eyes onto him, because he could do something incredible, but risking too much. I'm not sure if the risk was really necessary to gain like 500ths of a second there, because with that he lost even more time and is now 1 second behind. They could still make it to another round though, but then it will be even harder, because they need to get the ace in the next round if this scoreboard stays as it is right now. Bestie with a good approach, Neon losing more and more ground. Let's see what Levon can do in the ending. Good approach, but it will not be enough to overtake Hill. It is the victory, and with that, only 1 second place is needed for them in the next round. It is ace or bust for Pigeon. They can do it. They already did it, but can they do it again?
Yeah, can they do it again? This is pretty much Brothers' map to lose, but with the control that they've exerted over this map and how they were able to bounce back and deal a counter ace after being dealt an ace early on in this map's rotation, it looks as though it is a very, very tough ordeal to deal with for Team Pigeon, and Hill actually have completely flunked it in the wall ride towards checkpoint 5, and this could be the opportunity that Pigeon really needs. They need to grab this one by 2 hands and never let go of it, especially as Bestie had his front axle fall off the track and fall off the ranking. He does as well in suits with 1.1 second of an advantage. You can see the words are falling out of my mouth just as the grip level has fallen for Bestie on the way toward checkpoint 6. Levon and Neon trading the lead of the race. Now they must think, maybe they've seen the gaps. They say, all right, let's bring this one home. Let's not underdrive, but let's not overdrive either. Let's not push this one to our limits. Let's not push our luck to its absolute limits. We've been a bit spilled salt on some of the previous rounds, but this time it's Brothers' turn to be spilled salt, with Hill respawning not once, not twice, but thrice, and Neon takes the win individually, 2/10 ahead of his teammate. The slate has been wiped clean once again, 9-9 at the end of this round, and there's still an off chance that we could head to overtime.
I mean, it's already the little overtime if you had 8-8 or 9-9, because every possible victory situation would end in a match ending or map ending in this case. Of course, Levon and Neon with insane times in those rounds, just scratching the 111, 112 barrier in that way. So good times from them, as Levon and Neon both getting a good start this time around as well. It's do or die for them. They cannot afford to lose this round. They need to get at least first place in any way, or even first and third, and close it up. But look at that line from Neon. It is Hill with a respawn himself, and the momentum just swung back and forth. But also here in this round, Neon with a mistake, and Bestie goes back into the lead. Levon still behind his teammate, and I think we could for the first time go into overtime, but Levon misses the checkpoint. Hill overtaking Levon in that way. This might be disaster striking. Now Neon needs to overtake Bestie, who clips the wall there. I cannot believe it. Can Neon go into the ending as the first player? Bestie with a good line here in this sector. Neon not with a good landing here, does not have a lot of speed here to work with, and Bestie can capitalize on that. Still the ending left to be cleared for Bestie. Not a good landing. Neon with more speed. Neon with more speed. Neon will get it, and we go into overtime here. I cannot believe it. Neon with an insane ending, and it's 10-10. Pigeon just staying alive. What was that round?
Absolute cinema of a round that we've just witnessed. Even Pastor in production, you cannot hear it on the stream, but he's just giggling like a child, absolutely bewildered by what we've just witnessed. First overtime, and probably only overtime of the day that we're witnessing here on stream, and Hill has completely flunked it before the transfer into checkpoints 3 and 4. Levon and Neon first and second, Bestie right in tow. Pigeon could force us into a game 5, but we're barely through the first sector alone. We still have to wait what other surprises sector 2 and 3 might bring to the table, as we see Levon and Neon still in tandem. Bestie forced to lift a little bit to avoid hitting the lightsaber on the inside on the way towards checkpoint number 8. Now moving on to the 180, which Levon missed by just a few pixels. Just the tiniest of margins. This time the Norwegian makes it clean. It's still 1-2 for Team Pigeon, who now have struck a great gap ahead of them. Half a second to the nearest Brothers player, and it looks as though that 5th map that they so need might just be on the menu for one last time today. They go left of the scaffolding. The gap is pretty much a sealed fate, and it will be a 13-10 score, with Neon scoring a .678. Imagine driving a high 112.0, finishing second best in the round, but the man who did it the best was his teammate Neon, coming in clutch when he needs it the most. And now it is time for the 5th and final map of this last match of the day. And oh my god, the great equalizer comes back. We go back to the beginnings on Banano's map.
this map was the decider for, I think, almost all the matches that we had in like 5-round series.
I absolutely don't believe what we
Oh,
just
man.
did, Kai. Oh my god.
What a match, and also what a roller coaster here for the Pigeon squad, right? They were ahead, then they were behind again, and then all of a sudden they came back, forced overtime when it really mattered. Like miracle ending there as well. Oh my god.
Somebody tell the guy who wrote the screenplay that we need more of that for tomorrow, because that is looking very good right there as the final map of the day is starting right now, ladies and gentlemen. Pigeon and Brothers, 2 maps apiece. Whoever wins this one is a surefire guarantee into the playoff day 2 proceedings. Playoff day 2 proceedings. I'll eventually get through the phrases the proper way, but for now, let's just let the track do the talking.
Oh, and we see also Neon going for the risky line here, having to respawn though, so he again taking incredible risks here for his team, but he still needs Levon to perform as well. Top 4% top 1s for Levon, so he needs to shine through, he needs to win more of those rounds, but right now he's just doing that. He finds himself quite far ahead with Hill in comparison to Bestie. Great exit from Levon, who of course comes from an RPG background, so much speed, almost hits the scaffolding top there, and is now finding himself in the lead. Great turnaround here as well. Hill with good speed as well, but the ending is still left to be clear. We have seen a lot of mistakes here happening. The nosedive in particular is quite hard to do. Oh, Levon going for it. Not a good landing though. I think Hill has more speed, but Bestie went for respawn. Also Hill with the respawn. What is Neon able to do with that? Is Neon able to overtake 1 or even 2 of those players? Nope. It will be a draw after a hectic start here again, and this map is always so tense to watch, really.
It is tense to watch, and I can't imagine how it is to play. If it's tense for us as bystanders, I feel like the secondhand anxiety syndrome is very, very high whenever you land on Banano's Beginnings here on this world tour. And again, Neon this time falling victim to the start, landing with the sidewall of the tire once again, robbing him of so much speed just after checkpoint number 1, and the Polish driver now finds himself 1.3 seconds back compared to the leading trio of Hill and Levon and Bestie, demoted to a leading duo of the Brothers players all on their own. Now we see 1 single player left unscathed from checkpoint and sector number 1, as Hill clipped on the side of the transfer, drops down to a second behind his teammate. But with all of the troubles that have hit Neon and Levon in that sector alone, it's still looking like a very, very safe ace that Bestie and Hill are about to score. Look at the gaps on the top left of your screen. 4.6 seconds between the second Brothers player and the nearest Pigeon player. Now we follow along with the Brothers players as they make their way through to the identity. The first platform jump, not going for a nosedive on the part of Hill. He doesn't need to. They both go for the safer approach. No need to go through the platform. Neon respawns once again, 115.2. The times are slow, but it does not matter, because what counts is yet another 3 points in the back for Brothers, who take the lead and try to make a breakaway run for freedom after the second round.
Yeah, and I mean, Levon and Neon were both unfortunately not able to answer the call there, because Hill has made a mistake, was 2 seconds behind, or even more. I think like 0.7 to 0.8, but then compounding into it, even bigger speed loss there. So it could have been much more for Pigeon if they just survived after a slight mistake. But of course, Neon got that very slow landing here at the start. It's not failing this time around. And let's go into the next round. As we can see, Levon and Neon can get that counter, as they have to get that counter. As it also now, Neon not going for the risky line. Hill and Bestie both out in this round. They are multiple seconds behind. It's their round to lose. Levon clipping. Oh, his car rotation was very scary. Very far to the right, but he was able to survive it. So they can chill, they can save it, have a little bit of a breather. But also now Neon with a respawn, but a quick respawn that was, because he's not too far behind. 2.6 seconds, Bestie and Hill too far behind to have a saying here. Whew. I think we can also take a little bit of time to breathe here and just calm our voice. Let Levon and Neon do their thing, just finishing that round, hopefully in the safe ending, get all the checkpoints, get all the jumps, and then the score line will be 4-4 eventually. They should not risk it here, they should just go safe, Let's see what Levon does. Yes, he goes for the safe approach.
Well, Neon goes for the risky.
Neon still goes for it. He's an absolute madman, really. I mean, if you fail
like
that, you look like...
It's not so much of being a madman, but he's like, all right, I got 20 seconds to work with
True,
here.
yeah, true
and
that.
I've got 20 seconds to work with, you might as well just go for it, and also use that as potential preparation for much closer rounds to come if Hill and Bestie manage to get their act together on the first sector, because that really is the main choke point. The very end of sector number 1, the jump to the platform or scaffolding, the very, very narrow transfer as well. Those are the two main pain points that the drivers have to work their way through every time they play here on Beginnings, as we make our way through to round number 4. Bestie clipping the top of the barrier on the way to checkpoint number 2. Will be about 2/10 back from the leading trio of Levon, Hill, and Neon. Jump towards the first platform. Who will get clobbered this time around? Nobody gets clobbered. All 4 cleared it through. Quarter of a second between first and last. And the transfer, no clips in sight. No full stop picks on the side of the blocks. And it will be a very even fight at the end of sector number 1. Bestie once again trailing by a little bit, but not by much, as it's always all to play for, and so close to verging on the brink of disaster at every single transition, every single corner. And look at the push from Hill and Neon versus Levon. Hill going toward the right hand side. It's still all to play for. 43 milliseconds between first and third. Bestie's out of the picture for now, and will likely remain so until the very end, where there could be some very big mistakes cropping up. Now the transfer from the ramp. Levon and Neon side by side in the lead of the race. Hill in third, both having to go for the risky fin, and looks as though maybe the gap is done and dusted, with the ace once again going the way of Pigeon for less than a 10th and a half between second and third. Match point attempt number 1 undisturbed coming up for Team Pigeon. But as we've seen so many times here, the fortunes can change from one round to another, and then can change in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, but what is that match here that we are witnessing? This is absolutely incredible from Neon and Levon here, just coming back in good old fashion. They were 4-1 behind, and now it's a 7-4 scoreline. Oh, we see 2 mistakes though. So Levon, who was on P4, now is getting promoted into second place. Hill with an okay jump here is losing a bit of time. 0.2 to 0.3 of a second, and also Neon with another mistake. So this looks to be the victory for the brothers, but still the scoreline would then be 8-6. So Pigeon coming ever so slightly closer to the 10-point threshold. But also Levon can still push for that first position. Good approach here as well. Hill with good speed as well, of course, in this sector. But it all comes down to the ending yet again. Who is willing to risk it the most? Oh, Levon touching there a little bit. Doesn't have a lot of speed. Has to go for a safer approach. Not a very direct approach here. Has to jump a bit further up and will have less speed for that sector here. Hill going for the nosedive, not knowing that Levon is too far behind. Going for the safe approach here as well. Smart decision, taking that 1 point home. And Hill, first position. Bestie getting third. Neon too far behind. Maybe also just trying to stay calm in this situation and booting up for the next round. It's 8-6. Brothers still not out of that one just yet, but Pigeon only 2 points away, 1 victory away. Brothers in need of at least 2 victories in a row to force another overtime.
This is going to be a big display and test of mental strength for the people of both camps, be it brothers, as they try to grit their way through and try to wipe the slate clean again, but also on the side of Pigeon, with Neon having suffered a very hefty loss in the round individually and having to keep his nerves. But it looks as though the nerves will not be kept in this round for both Neon and Bestie. Levon, who had a very sluggish start, will be promoted back up to second place, with Hill once again in the lead. And looks as though maybe we could be going towards another victory, because Neon was forced to respawn yet again. Is it really unraveling in this fashion after such a great display of pace in the early rounds? Levon giving a few heart flutters that may have been unnecessary for some of his supporters. Neon once again completely out of the picture. Hill 51.235, 1.4 second lead compared to Levon. He just needs to bring the car home. He can afford to go for the hybrid strategy by not going for the second platforms. He can go for the safe way. He can afford to. 1.7 second the lead in favor of the Czech driver compared to the Norwegian. Everybody's going to go for the safe way. Hill wins individually with a 1:15.245. Levon second, 1.7 seconds behind. the brothers are 1 single point behind Pigeon. If the momentum keeps like this, if we get another victory, we could get back-to-back overtimes in the space of 2 maps.
And it already depends on Neon, who was falling behind in the last 2 rounds here tremendously. Levon there to secure 2 points that are so valuable for Pigeon because they are only 1 first position away of reaching day number 2. Now we see Neon with an insane start. Bestie already 0.7 behind. Levon plays a very good consistent game here at the moment as Neon not failing the scaffolding jump right now. They're first and second. They could do it. This could be an insane comeback. Levon with a very sluggish jump, not opening his steering too much there. Lost a bit of time, but still on second place. Still 0.7 away from Neon, who is right now on an insane pace here by the looks of it, even though he didn't go for the quarter pipe cut jump that we have seen already. But right now, this looks to be the round for Pigeon. This is an insane comeback from them, just holding their momentum and just holding strong, not giving up, and just trying to deny points wherever possible and securing points here in those rounds. Neon just has to go for the ending. Levon has failed it. Is Neon able to make it? Oh, it looks good. And Neon will make it. We see Pigeon in day number 2. What an insane comeback.
Oh
and look at that time
God.
as well. A 113.838. Neon wanted to end it with a bang.
I was quietly watching the split times at the end of Sector 2. I saw a 50.8 variable. I was like, this is very good as long as he keeps the end in check. And he kept the end in check and then some. 101 milliseconds away from taking down the public world record. That is a statement and a half to make. After such a troublesome period in that final map, Neon said, all right, time to lock the F in. Laughing time is over, and he has ended laughing time in quite the fashion indeed in what is the last game to be concluded in our 5th round. The only game that went all the way to map number 5 in this round of 5 of the group stage. And actually, we do have all the results tabulated almost that we can share with you, as you can see on the screen in a few seconds time. It is Big winning 3-0 versus the Puff Bros. Then we've got a 3-1 win for Nemesis versus Lion Coast. Bokeh 3-0 win versus Wild. 3-1 win for Jetlag versus J-Red to Dumpling. 3-0 win for A2 versus Split APAC. And Team Divergent win 3-0 against Restless.
But I think we picked very good matches for the stream today. We have covered so many nice matches, especially in round 3 and round 5. Those were just nail biters, and I think give us a glimpse of what will happen tomorrow, because tomorrow we're gonna have a double elimination bracket also played in a best of 5 match, but then the grand final will be played in a best of 7 with a potential bracket reset if the lower seeded team is going to win the first best of 7 series. This will be so much fun. There's one match that we have not seen that I really wanted to see today, and this is Team Nemesis versus Big. So theoretically a match that could be very important for the World Cup spots, but we're gonna come into that tomorrow. So it was so much fun. Thank you so much, Patster, for handling the production, and Geek for casting those matches with me. It will be absolutely incredible tomorrow.
I'm absolutely over the moon that you came back with that you came back. Welcome back, Kai. It's been way too long, way too long since we've had you on the booth. And it's always a pleasure, of course, to be alongside you to cover these matches, which really delivered in spades, like a lot more than what some of us may have anticipated.
Definitely.
Of course, huge love to production and Patster for handling all the button pushing, freeing our hands from focusing on the game, and also like making poses like this, which you might not see on camera, and sometimes making a bit of chimp noises whenever some big accidents happen, as you might have heard sometimes. But yeah, Pastor only messing up audio twice, but that's okay. Hey, sometimes we all get a bit of a coffee start, you know, but that's all fine and good. And yeah, there are going to be some very, very stout matches awaiting us tomorrow. And actually, I think we can get one final look at the standings, which have been updated with all of the matches tabulated. I wonder if this is going to be the final standings, but as it looks, Big P1, Bokeh P2, Nemesis P3, Lion Coast P4, Puff Bros P5, Pigeon P6, Jetlag P7, and Wild complete the top 8. And my word, this is going to be one explosive bracket that awaits us tomorrow, Kai, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. This will be absolutely incredible. I think also the likes of Wild can definitely mix up the field a bit, especially in the lower brackets. This will be so much fun to watch. So make sure to be there tomorrow. We have a lot of matches to go through. And I also thank you for all the other teams who have partaken in this event. This was just very good to see. And tomorrow we're going to know our 4 teams that will go to the World Cup finals on the 1st of November in Paris.
Yeah, indeed. And also tomorrow, you will get a little bit of a glimpse as to what the maps and what the battle arenas will be for that title of Duo World Champion. The first Duo World Champion title since 2023, of course, when the Carmine Corp won the grand final in Montpellier on November the 26th. But with that out of the way, I think we're going to take a breather for now, finish drinking water, get a snack and get a good, nice, hearty dinner and get some rest, because I think we're gonna need it for the matches that await us tomorrow. In the meantime, this is the end of this stream for day 1 of the Stage 2 Global Playoffs. Thank you very much for watching, and see you tomorrow at around 1 p.m. CEST for the start of day number 2 and the start of the bracket. This has been Thomas Mengozzi, aka GGeek. I've been accompanied by the one and only Luckers Turbo, aka Kai Ludwig. Much love, be kind, stay safe, and see you tomorrow for the bracket. Godspeed, people.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. It's easing my mind, and I can finally breathe when I'm closing my eyes. I never realized what I just could do, but now I know I'm better off without you. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall